Good morning, everybody. I'm trying to, it seems like when I have my camera on, the internet bars go down more, which I don't understand because I want it to, uh, be on camera with you guys today. But it looks like when I do that, it kind of freezes. Um, so if I turn my camera on, if I'm frozen, just let me know. But today is an interesting one. Very interesting stream we're going to have. I was kind of shocked. Hey, Summy, Jill, Gary, Air Force, True Texan. Let me stroll it back up. Tammy Lou, Air Force, Gary. I saw AT and Sandy and Callie in here. Hello, hello. I was on YouTube punishment for 24 hours. Couldn't comment. My 24 hours up, and I have a small reminder list of comments I need to go. Hey, Hippie, Polish, Julie. Good morning, everybody. So this was a little, it was crazy. I did not see this coming with Bullhorn and JLR and all the dramas. Hey, Nina. Hey, Betty. Hazel Eyes. What, the croc? Oh, I hope you feel better soon. Hey, Kaz. Yeah, did any of you get to hear Betty's rant about JLR? It was intense. It was interesting. Kid over stuff the dryer. But all right, so let me go over to here. I don't know why it does. I need to get one of those cords where you hook right up to the internet. Hey, Cece. I need to get one of those because I don't know what it is, but with the laptop, I just cannot get internet. Even like down here, it says my bars are great, but then up top, it says it's not. It is a whole process. It is annoying. And when I go over to the other screen, I feel like I really start to robot. So, hey, Jinx. Oh, you're sick as well? 'Tis the time of year. Every Christmas, one of my kids gets sick. One or the other. Never fails. Yeah, Ethernet. Thank you, Jay Renee. Good morning, by the way. So I doubt very few are unaware, but I'm sure maybe there's one or two of you. Hey, C12. But Bullhorn Betty, JLR, Molly Golightly, Dolly, whatever. They all started a group called Heels on the Ground. Why Dolly and JLR were heels, I don't know. But they were their own little committee of people that would go around and protest certain cases, certain things. Hey, Pristine. And as the group started to get smaller and they were falling apart, people still put JR and Betty together. Well, Betty came out swinging that they are not friends. Hey, One Red Rose. And she told some deets, and I couldn't even believe it. She still has her channel. Bullhorn has a channel. Yes, Molly does not. Well, actually, Molly does, but I think she's like kind of like those forgotten things where people don't really bother much with her like they used to. But Betty, man, Betty. So Betty claims that she is being messed with on the back front from false privacy strikes or claims copyright, whatever. And one thing she kept mentioning was they're political. Hey, Jason. They do political things together, I guess, living near each other, and that JR was having her like blacklisted at these places. Now, I know quite a few people did not get or hear Betty's rant, but I did. Hey, Swindig, and you're all going to hear it here today. I don't know if Betty was looking for a reason to denounce herself from JR or if they're really just not in a good place anymore. Jinx, you know who they are. Really? All right, hold on. So Betty cannot go live on Betty's main channel because of, and that is what happens when you get strikes. Now, a lot of people are saying because she's going live on her backup combatant. Well, what they're saying is she's ban evading. It's not ban evading. It would be if anything, circumventing. But listen, she's not. Many people are doing the same damn thing. That happens often in this hypocritical place. Crime brulee. Hey, Aura, Colin. Hello, hello. All right. The guy creeps me out. Which guy? Yes, the one who went to Summer's house with Molly. Yep, Bullhorn Betty. So this is Betty's second channel. When I'm on the other screen, I don't know if you guys could hear me. I don't know why the internet just sucks on this laptop. Doesn't matter which internet I connect to. I have a secondary internet, and it still doesn't make a difference. All right. When I turn my camera on, if I'm freezing, if the internet's messing up, let me know. Okay. You can see me, right? Frozen, anything? Are we good? All right. Jinx is with us now. Everybody's keeping up. I know. I'm curious too. I'm curious if he even did, or if this is just something Betty is saying. If this was Betty's way of, you know, what should I call it? The Cheez-Its girl. What was her name? She faked her introduction. Yes. Choppy a bit, but not too bad. We see you. Visuals will have to upgrade for this expensive equipment. Well, I am. I pay for my own separate internet from the kids in hopes of being able to stream better, but the internet still shit. I just can't win. So we're just in a, it's a predicament, Gary, where if you are a subscriber to Granny's, it comes with horrible internet, and that is where we are at. So I do apologize in advance. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you, Jinx. All right. So Betty goes live on her Bullhorn Betty Crime Stories channel, and she is going off, right? She is blaming JLR for these copyright strikes, and she starts spilling all of his personal business. And I, for one, was floored by it. Now, she did drop it. Betty was saying just basically hearsay. I'm wondering that too, Cece. Hey, Solo. She did end up deleting it, which was probably smart to do. But the word was out there, right? The damage is done. And one thing she was mentioning is she's a little afraid of JLR. Well, if you're afraid of them, it's a bit weird that you're doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? Anyway, hey, no more. Hey, Kathy. Good morning. So I actually recorded. Now, ironically, she says she's not going to allege anything after alleging everything. I did take out the beginning part where it says the particular name because I don't, it's not my business to further that business. But I'm curious how many of you guys believe it or how many of you guys think that she's just wanted to, for whatever reason, disconnect from him. Hey, literally, Davis. Okay. So, yeah, it's just like area fucking sucks with internet. Like I said, right now it shows I'm on 1 bar, but my internet says I'm at 5 bars, but StreamYard says 1. So I'm probably frozen right now for all I know. I don't know. Hey, Texas, cool gamer. Hey, Cray. All right. Comments are highlighting, so I can't be that. All right. Anyway, I feel like that too, to be honest, and we're going to find out together as detectives. We are going to deep dive into the JLR and the Bullhorn Betty breakup. Whole rant for no reason. JR has nothing to do with it. The person who helped the girl file the strikes admitted it last night. No shit. Really? I think I do too. I'll look into buying one right after this. Are we frozen? Are we fine? Hey, Supra. She's been bitter ever since his channel grew. I think he kind of disconnected from her and she felt like left out from it. Could be wrong. These are my assumptions. Also, you know, for not being called a liar purposes, this is totally a fake screen behind me. Oh, boy. He helped her file the strikes. Okay. So this is part of Betty's rant. And damn it, I didn't get a copy of the name, but the name was basically SF investigates JLR, and then boom, she went into it. She kicked the hornet's nest with this little stunt. Wouldn't want JLR angry with me. I agree. I agree. All right, so let's play it.
In the same room. I'm not going to allege anything what they may or may not be doing. But when I was out at the front row Trump rally, she was rubbing his back, and when I asked him for a pen, he went inside her purse when she was not standing there. So I don't know.
Now, I wish I had a way. I should have uploaded this to YouTube. Should I do that? Do you guys have a minute? Should we upload it to YouTube and play it that way? Or are we okay with how we're doing it? Because I want you all to see Betty's face while saying this shit. Now, rather he's staying in a room with a girl or she's rubbing his back. What does any of that have to do with anything? So I found that to be hysterical. Maybe I should upload this to YouTube first. Let me see. See how long it would take. It sounds far away. Okay, yeah, we'll upload it. In the meantime, we will just shit and bullshit. So just give me a moment. It's going to upload. Hopefully it will upload quicker than my internet service. What am I connected to? Okay. It should not take too long. You guys have anything else to talk about in the meantime? You think she sounded jealous? It would become a handy resource if uploaded. Yeah, I'm going to upload it. First time I've heard this too. Laugh loud. I don't follow crap creators. See, Betty has this way with me, right? Hey, Red Roses. Betty has this way with me where sometimes I feel I'm going to pop myself on a big screen. I'm going to be like, I didn't do that. Good God. Okay. Sometimes I feel bad for Betty because I feel like there's so many people. I know literally Davis, you were one of them in her chat giving her pushback. Sometimes I feel so bad for Betty because I'm like, this woman is like top hated in this community, right? But then when Betty says certain things, it's like, well, Betty, you set yourself up to be hated. I've been there. I've been there where I've been the person that these people nitpick everything. For example, my dumbass thought I turned 34, right? I even Googled because I knew somebody somewhere was going to say I was lying and I wasn't sure of my age. So I Googled it. It said 34. I said, great, I'm 34. I made a post thanking everybody for the 34th birthday wishes. And these motherfuckers are like, she lied. She's 35. So I asked Alexa, and Alexa's like, you know, dumbass, you're 35, right? So there are some people that will always just pick on you no matter what you say and do. They will always look for negatives. And if you look for negatives, you will find negative things, right? If you hate somebody, everything they do becomes an annoyance to you. From the way they talk, the way they sneeze, you will nitpick it all. And I do feel like sometimes Betty is nitpicked, right? I think Betty is upset. Her voice was actually shaky. She feels betrayed. I think so too. That's why I don't think it's fake. Hey, Petty Lane. Hazel, right. I'm not the only one that's forgotten their age. I mean, come on. You know, I care more about the age of my kids than myself. Contention about BHB, her deranged logic behind her. Yeah. Hey, Lily. I don't feel bad. No idea how old I was last year, a year before. Right. It happens. But of course, these people take that and they're like, oh my God, she didn't want to admit she's 35. 35, 34, you're still 20 years older than me, period. I mean, come on. I'm not using a microphone right now. I'm using the laptop sound. Should I? Let me see. Should I connect my microphone into it? How bad is the sound? It's just a laptop. I don't have a microphone on it. Is that bad? It's awful? Well, gee golly. All right. Let me connect an actual microphone. Hey, Megan. It's skipping. Yeah, well, the internet sucks on here. It's better if I turn off my camera, but I wanted to be personal with you all and be on camera today. All right. BRB. Let's see if I can hook the cuts in and out every now and then. I think that may be the Wi-Fi more than the mic. I think it is the Wi-Fi. But let me take this microphone and see if I can connect. Where the fuck does this go into? All right, let's try this little hole here. Dial up internet. Your mouth isn't even synced with your voice. Well, I already said 1,000 times my internet sucks. Nice of you to be watching though, because I know you don't have a lot of kind things to say about me. So, all right, let's see if we hooked up this other one. What is it? Is it this one? Nope. All right. Yes, it is. We're working. All right. Does that sound better? Well, I thought that was weird too, Kathy. Why would he have that? Do I have to scream? I'm usually a screamer anyway. My StreamYard audio settings. Let me see. See, I don't know anything about this shit. Okay, that's the wrong one. Oh, here we go. How's that sound? Is that better? All right. Now it sounds much better. Am I still good? This is fucking annoying. All right. Read us what your choices are. Now it keeps fucking muting me, so I can't win. That he was fine with JL's crap until he decided, yeah. It was a bit crazy. It's all good now. Okay. BHB is a desperate lunatic. I'm aware of her from the beginning. YouTube journey, advocate she is not, bullying instigator she is. Yeah, well, we don't have time today for people to try to get their content for later. So if they're getting on your nerves, just exit left. We don't got time today. I thought you were when I first checked you out. Yes, Sagittarius, one of the best zodiac signs. All right, so this video, let's check it out. All right, it is almost uploaded. And we are getting there. Much better. Yeah, so apparently there's a button you can click where you can change the sound of your mic. I didn't realize that, the volume and all. StreamYard seems to update every so, now and then. Okay. That should have been a peace sign, Jill and all. I'm going to be 52, really, though, this time. We will have to agree to disagree. I think Virgo is the best. Was everyone said, while we're waiting, what are your zodiac signs? Let's see. Let's see what we're working with in this chat. Unfortunately, we have to waste time waiting for this video to upload because I don't think in advance. So let's see. My child is a Cancer. All right, I see that. I didn't realize you were September or December as well, Pristine. You better double check that you are 51. We got another Cancer, Libra, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Taurus, Virgo, Aquarius, Aries. Look at us all in here, Gemini. There's my Sag. I'm Taurus and my husband's Sagittarius. Aquarius. Wow. We got a good mix in here. You only see Sagittarius, Capricorn, and damn proud. Taurus, Scorpio, Sag, my girl, K&S with the Sag, Cancer, Scorpio, Cancer. I have most Cancer signs in here. Gemini, but I think I'm on a Cancer cuff. Gemini. Hey, Irish Fairy. I did not realize that. Christine, all these years. Jinx, I share a birthday with Laugh at Life. Laugh at Life is December 2nd, like I am. For Pisces. Wow, so we actually have a lot of Cancer in here and a lot of Sag, Aquarius. My husband's a Virgo. Now, do you guys all believe in astrology? Because I absolutely believe in it. We got another Aries. Not many Aries in the house, but we got quite a few. Pisces. I haven't seen a lot of Pisces. I actually believe astrology. I love everything behind it. I did not see any other Capricorn. That is funny. We got Libra. Crime Brulee, you share a birthday with CJ. I didn't know that. Look at all that. Well, JR ignores all the drama. Or he ignores it on a public front. Yes, no, I do. Yes. Oh, do you really? I'll have to come check that out. Oh, I do too, Kaz. I love it. Oh, we got a Capricorn rising. So Dark Horse JR is ignoring her unstable behavior, which is what set her up into a tailspin. He still isn't going to address her bad behavior and bullshit, which will leave her in a more unstable cycle. Now, I know you have to literally, if you want to grow your channel in the format that he is looking to grow, he's not going to address drama publicly. If it's not me, he won't be doing some shit behind the scene. There we go. We got a Capricorn. The Grifton dumpster skull. Joe can do what he wants. Wait, how many of you are going to cheer JR on and going against Betty? Like, are people hoping that he does? Nobody feels any little bit of empathy towards Betty at all? We're all just kind of like, fuck that bitch. You know what I mean? Nobody really cares. I think they're both wacky. Okay. We are the gangster Sages. That's right, C12. October 22nd. He's a Libra, Scorpio. Nope. Cray is like, nope. Get what you give out here, Betty. We are almost uploaded at we're at 75%. So we're just bullshit until we get there. They're both cuckoo. Me rooting for JR. Wow. All right, interesting. They're both tripping. They're both entertaining. Hey, now. We are a felon-friendly chat room. I'll just pop popcorn and hope the victims win. Amen to that, right? was absolutely wrong about JLR. The video was a little gruesome. No, Jill, they actually met at a political rally. They are both firm supporters, and they go to all the different rallies and everything. So no, they did not meet here. Actually, I think Betty said part of the reason she came here is because of JR, that she made her channel because of him. But they're both idiots. Got it. Got it. Got it. Hey, Dawn. Felon friendly. We sure are, Kaz. We sure are. I'm still waiting for my t-shirt. We got D coming in with the Gemini. So there's only been 2 Capricorns in this whole chat. That's wild. That is seriously wild. Front row. I don't care about him being criminal. I care why he went to jail. He is sick and twisted. Narcissist. Hey, Summy. I said hi to you when you came in. Hello, hello. We are just killing time. Hey, Goody Two Shoes. Jason is a proud mega felon. Now, I don't know what a mega felon is, but are we lined up? No, we're not lined up. Internet goes down when I turn the camera on, so we're going back off. Why does that happen? That's really weird. She did take it down almost as quickly as she put it up. She took it down. It didn't matter. Everybody that saw it grabbed it. So, oh, do you see 12? Laugh at life. Are we lined up? I see this one. Test. Which one could you leave something precious with for 24 hours? Betty or JLR? Honestly, for me, I'm going to say Betty. Hey, sweet. I'm going to say Betty. Everybody else, what is your answer? If you could leave something precious with one of them for 24 hours, who would you trust to leave it with? Thank you, Killshot. Betty. We got 1 Betty. We got 2 Bettys, 3 Betty. Hey, Just Breathe. Been catching up on your videos. Oh, still new here. Just want to say hi and show support. Here, tons of water and fire in my chart. Have a great day at work. We got a lot of Bettys. So you guys are trusting Betty more than you're trusting JLR. I share a birthday with Britney Spears. Thank you, Mel. My eyes actually, they're not really blue. They're only blue amongst what I'm wearing. If I'm green, they're green. They change. But I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know either like that. I'm taking my valuables with me. 50-50. I am shocked because a lot of you are saying you would rather be. Oh, Kathy says JLR. Oh, Lily Rose says I trust JLR. Now, listen, I met JR. He's a nice guy. I don't know. I met Betty to know anything about Betty. Yeah, kill shot. You get that? Mine do that too. If I'm sad, they're different. Black Heart says JR. Zoot says I'll trust my cat. Fixing the Snap says JR all the way. Okay. That's interesting. I think, Jinx, I will do it. I don't trust JR. Are we lagging again? For me, it shows the internet's good. Plus, I don't think her hair's that bad. All right, we are lagging. I don't think Betty's hair is that bad. I think people nitpick the lady. I'll be honest, I think Betty's a very pretty woman. I do. I don't think we're good? Okay. Because like I said, my bar says 1 bar for StreamYard, bars for internet. Just a little lag. It's a pain in the ass. I don't think Betty's that bad. I think Betty's a pretty woman. I think people hate Betty so much they nitpick. Like, listen, I got a woman that calls my nose hook nose, right? A woman that says my overbite is so big you could drive a Cadillac through it. You know what I mean? So when you dislike somebody, you will nitpick everything about them. I happen to think I shit this woman out of water, and that is where her need to judge my looks come from, her own insecurities. But so when you don't like somebody, you will pick everything you can out of them. That's the way it is. I do think she's pretty, guys. I do. He would never be home for me to come around and collect my possession from him. He's always on the move. Fair enough. Neither. You think she's pretty too, what the Crocs? I'm not the only one. And no, it is not crack. But I'm glad you didn't say meth, because I'm so sick of people saying meth. You're not new here, Boston. All right. Everybody accuses everybody on meth, and I'm like, meth's not even a Cadillac. And then you see her, and her chin's as wide and thick as a Cadillac. So it's like, all right, I'm back to roboting. All right, if I go like this, is that better? Crimes and crime. I keep hearing people say that, but where are these filters that people are able to use with StreamYard? Unless you're talking if she's going on TikTok, maybe. Yeah, cray. Apparently it's so big it just bulges right on out. But my point being is that these people, they tear you apart like that when they don't like you. My internet is better. Turn the camera off. So no, not better at all. Come back. Oh yeah, it's uploaded. It's ready to watch. So let's go.
In the same room.
Are you guys ready? I'm ready. I'm excited. Right, Captain Avi. Where are they? Oh, Dark Horse. I know that they're coming from a place of hate. Still robot-y, Shelby? Shelby, I think and come back in, hon. Maybe it's something to do on your end. I need an Ethernet cable. If we get me that, that's where I'm gonna go to the store after this and get an Ethernet cable. And I'm gonna direct connect myself. So then we won't have these issues. In the meantime, I appreciate all of you staying despite my horrible in advance for my horrible internet. Look, I can't. There I am. I even bought an extra internet to try to do better. So I am sorry that it's so horrible. So here comes the video. I'm sorry, Shelby. If it's still happening, I apologize. I have no luck with internet. It doesn't change for me. Really, Petunia? Do you guys happen to know how? Oh, wait, really? Literally, Davis? Tell me more, guys. Seriously. Very interesting. Callie, listen. I appreciate you all staying despite the internet. If it's really that bad, I'll switch to the computer. You guys have to give me about 5 minutes. If not, I don't know. You guys let me know. You used to hate Crocs. If you see her, oh, okay, maybe. All right. Well, I mean, and the lighten, like I'm using lighten today. And that always helps the way you look. So anyway, here we go. Everybody ready? Now, Betty does get, the only time I like bear Betty is that obnoxious laugh and the soundboards. Yeah, lighting does help. I have my light on me. It helps. All right, everybody ready? Drop the popcorn in the chat if you're ready.
I'm not going to allege anything what they may or may not be doing. But when I was out.
Excuse me, Betty. If it gets too bad, guys, we will switch to the computer. Is it going good? 35, Lily Rose. I lied about my age, hun. I'm sorry. I'm 35. I was busted. All right, we got the popcorn. We're ready. Let's go. All right. Should stop if you're using Android. Oh, hold on. Blue screen is just up if you're using. I'm on a lot. Oh, okay, for others in the chat. All right, let's go. I have an ear problem too. Bless mom from Texas. So a lot of times I sound like I'm yelling as well, and I'm not yelling. Switch it. Amen. Dark Horse. Thank you. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to switch internet. All right, we're going to switch. Bear with me, friends. Switch. All right. We are switching. Have no fear. The computer is right here. All right. I will BRB. It'll take me just a moment. In the meantime, hit the thumbs up while we wait. All right. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. Okay. All right, guys, we are back. How's that? We sounding better already? Let me fold up this laptop, get that out the way, pull up the tubes, get myself back over here, switch my internet account. We're better? Way better. All right. Thank you, guys. Yes, I am a rap artist. I am a rap lyricist. I can't pronounce words correctly. Oh, shit. All right. Don't no more, Susan. I'll put you in timeout. So much better, right? Isn't that wild?
She was not standing.
All right.
So I don't know what that says to everybody else here on the streets of YouTube, but to me that implies a little more of a personal relationship. Yes, I never knew that he was going to take an opportunity to try to take my channel down by the use of SF Investigates and the war I'm having with him. I truly don't believe this is SF Investigates.
Welcome back.
Here's why. Because I've been posting these things on Twitter.
When they
and why they may be flagged or whatever, older, they're not coming down on Twitter, and that's
I don't even feel older.
So, Steve,
listen, I think we are all as old as our souls, right?
Our Florida PI, a Tennessee
treat
PI,
yourself well.
That brings me to my next
do
thing.
your, you know, take
Steve,
care of yourself
because we got a lot to talk about with JLR. He is not going to intimidate me. He is not going to pressure
All right,
me.
so Miss Betty went live the other day. Did you guys hit the thumbs up?
Let me tell you
and
that right now.
She started off saying a
and
name.
I know he's
I did not. I blocked that
same
name
room.
out. Let me get my
I'm not going to
headphones.
allege anything what they may or may not be doing.
Because I am on my son's computer, I will not. Didn't even realize it because I didn't have the headphones in. I mean, the earbuds on. Headphones. Yeah, headphones. I didn't have the headphones on. So I will not be on camera because I'm wearing my son's goofy gaming headphones. So please do excuse me for a moment. And now I hear that I was playing the video. Thank you, Tracy. So here is Betty. Betty went live. She was angry. She had a lot of stuff to say. I should just go back to the gym and give up. Oh, my goodness. Today is not my day. Oh. Hit the thumbs up if you think this is a shit show. I'm like a rookie all over again. Yes. I am the most, I am not illiterate, but I do pronounce words wrong. That's okay. I am human, like the rest of you. I say human correctly, though. All right, so Betty goes live. The title is SF Investigates JLR, and she goes right into it. There's something wrong with me. All right, so let's play it. Let me get my sound up. Man, what a mess. What a mess. All right.
In the same room. I'm not going to allege anything what they may or may not be doing.
So she starts off by mentioning the woman's name, and then she says, I am not going to, human, I am not going to allege anything. And then she proceeds to allege all the things. And I mean all the things. You know, Jay Renee, exactly. We're human. Some of the words, I feel like they whoever wrote them, they spelled them wrong. I'm pronouncing correctly. They're pronouncing incorrectly, but who am I to argue, you know? Who am I going to argue with the dictionary? Another creator did raise funds to buy me a dictionary. So you guys are all lucky. I expect that dictionary in the mail any day now. After all, you raised the money under those pretenses. She makes an ass out of herself every day. All of this about JR to get revenge on him. It wasn't even him who struck her. Yeah, I felt like she just wanted an excuse to get this all out, right? Thank you, Killshot. All right, let's hear it.
But when I was out at the front row Trump rally, she was rubbing his back. And when I asked him for a pin, he went inside her purse when she was not standing there. So I don't know what that says to everybody else here on the streets of YouTube. But to me, that implies a little more of a personal relationship.
All right. So not the purse, y'all. He went into the purse. So he went into the purse. Betty is not going to imply anything as she's implying all the things. And yeah, not the purse. Not the purse. He went into the purse. Now, it was later confirmed he did not strike her.
I never knew that he was going to take an opportunity to try to take my channel down by the use of SF Investigates and the war I'm having with him. I truly don't believe this is SF Investigates. And here's why. Because
And here's why. Slowly dug her hole, and now she's just putting the dirt on it. Why is any of that her business to out to the public? Has nothing to do with her and who JR is dating. Amen. Which is why I thought it was insane that she started with, she's not going to make any of these accusations. And then she proceeds to do an hour of accusations. I wonder what kind of purse she carries. It was a woman that struck her. And she knows how strikes go. You can't just put any name on there. Like you have to prove that you are you. A lot of times strikes won't even go through.
Because I've been posting these things on Twitter, and why they may be flagged or whatever, they're not coming down on Twitter, and that's his channel. So, Steve, you're wrong. You're not a Florida PI, or Florida PI, a Tennessee PI. Oh, and that brings me to my next thing.
Yes, I will absolutely pull out a word a day that people can be educated from. Scorpio's thing. I have a feeling I really won't be receiving this dictionary. But given the money was raised for a dictionary for me, I think I should, right? Don't you guys agree? JR was blown out. Oh, stop that. Stop that.
get on to Steve because we got a lot to talk about with JLR. He is not going to intimidate me. He is not going to pressure me behind the scenes, and he is not going to shut my mouth. Let me tell you that right now. And I know he's watching.
So she did later go on, Chronicles, she did later go on and admit that she was wrong and that he has license. But you can't hear this video again. It was no name. I don't know what you mean, hon. I'm sorry. So she did admit that she was wrong. He is licensed.
He pushed me way over the edge. And now your secrets are not mine to keep, buddy. You don't come in after me and take my channel. And I know it was you because this is the same strategy you used against Burnt Toast. And I.
Oh, so she's spilling all the deets, right? This is the same strategy you used against Burnt Toast. Don't get me in trouble, Jason. This video was yesterday. Now, unfortunately, I had to hurry up and grab another device to record it. So I didn't record its entirety because that's a long thing to record. But I got most of the juice, right? I got most of the juice. Now, right now, she's talking about his one moderator, as if everybody couldn't figure out that he has just one moderator, that person is something special, right? SF did say that he helped the woman with the copyright claim. It had nothing to do with JLR. And here she is spilling all of his personal shit.
I know that because you told me. Again, your secrets are not mine to keep. Your shenanigans behind the scenes while you have this facade in front of people, again, is not my secrets to keep, John.
So, as you can tell, he had a facade. Anybody remember that? I said facade instead of facade. Anyway, he had this facade, she said. So it sounds to me like, and I'm not one of the people that hate Betty. I do not hate Betty one bit. But this does reek of jealousy. This does sound like, you know, like, oh, you're keeping up this facade and you got all these dirty secrets behind the scenes. And it has never been a surprise to anybody, Betty, maybe aside from you, that JLR does shit behind the scenes. Matter of fact, some would argue that you were a culprit to those behind the scenes things. So the way she's shouting it all out does sound more like she's, you know, it's a little jaded, if you will.
Jonathan Lee Riches. Jonathan Lee Riches actually has tried to silence me politically. He told.
There it is, politically. So they've been having this little back and forth for however long, having to do with their political stance over in Florida. If you all recall, Betty was saying that she first met JLR at a political place. They were actually protesting against abortions. She didn't want to tell everybody that, but that's what it was. And that's where they first met. And when they met, I guess he took a liking to her, invited her to come search for Gabby Petito, and the rest is history. We have Bullhorn Betty here with us on the tubes. They helped each other, right? Let's face it. They were a team. They helped each other. She was aware of his dirty deeds. She didn't care. He didn't care. Now we get to hear it all. That's why I can't stand when people do like, you know, oh, I'm going to show you all what they were doing behind the scenes, but you supported it. You supported it. You didn't give a fuck until you no longer like the person, right? I mean, come on.
Told me that if I come clean, and this is why I've kept my mouth shut, that he was going to damage me politically. At this point, I don't give a shit. If they're going to take him over me, then I.
Thank you so much, KNS. So Chronicle says, so what? Thank you. I can't see on my end who received them, but I really appreciate that. KNS just donated 10 memberships. Thank you. Hey, River. So what happened was this girl gave a private video of her interview with a detective to 2 people. One of those people posted it to Facebook. Betty took the video from Facebook and reposted it. So the woman whose private video was turned around and struck. Well, I guess her political stand-in within the political community, you know, I don't know. JLR is making good coin at oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Why does he have her social? Very good question. All right, so let me rewind it back.
Damage me politically. At this point, I don't give a shit. If they're going to take him over me, then I don't need to be a part of it anyways, period. Because he's a felon, he's still on felony probation, and he's doing a lot of damage behind the scenes, not only to me, but to other people.
Now that's some weak ass shit to throw out that he's a felon. But Nico, you knew he was a felon when you were cool with him. Everybody knows he's a felon, but now she uses that against the guy. But while she's out there saying, Jonathan said to stay longer, so I'm going to stay longer, she didn't care that he was a felon then. You know what I mean?
Felony probation, and he's doing a lot of damage behind the scenes, not only to me, but to other people to keep his secrets hushed. And I'm done. I'm not going to be playing these games.
Oh.
And as a matter of fact, I will be. There's things I'm not going to be discussing on here.
So she tells us about his personal life, but she doesn't tell us exactly what he's doing behind the scenes. She doesn't ever tell us that. I want to know what he's doing behind the scenes that has her so. I don't care about his personal business, right? I first off, he's a male creator. And a lot of male creators keep a facade that they're single because the females swoon over them. You know what I mean? It's actually good business to do so. So she brings all of this up. Hey, Lonnie, screams that he's a felon on felony probation. She's just going low, quite frankly.
I'll allege him. I'll allege a few things, but the rest of it, I'm taking to the law enforcement. I'm over it. And you are not going to take my channel. And if you do, so what? We'll build a new one. We'll build a new one. This is going to be clipped and sent all over the internet anyway. So I'm going to take this time before any more damage, before he can damage me any further. I'm going to take the.
So right there, you hear it, right? Before he damages me any further, I'm going to take all the time to go ahead and expose it all. She is just throwing it all out there. She has always praised him, right, Kiko? What did literally Davis? He's probably doing all the things she's accusing QB of doing to her. Good point. Good point. Very well could be. This will be extremely bad for the lawsuit. Oh, she's in. She admits in here all the behind the scenes stuff she said QB was doing was actually JRL the whole time. Really dumb. Wow, really interesting. All right, let's hear it.
Time just to come clean. But before we do, I'm going to go ahead and play something for you because I've got to address yet another asshole on the streets of, oh, look. Hi, guys. Let's see what, we'll stay here long enough for me to wave to you guys. I know you guys see me in my screen, but you guys can't even see me. I'm just waving at my screen. Hold on. You guys will see it in a second. Now you'll see. So there I am. So now I'm going to wait. There I am. See, I'm waving in the screen. Look at that. Look at Bullhorn Betty live on.
Look at it. Look at it. Bullhorn Betty live, right? We see you. She wanted all of this out, as you can hear. 1 second, guys. Give me 1 quick second.
Twitter, live on Twitter. Why? Because we're exposing two a-holes that have just muddied the waters, haven't they? So first, without further ado, our liar, pants on fire. Steve, SF investigates. We say your allegations of being licensed in the state of Tennessee are a lie, buddy. We do not believe. I'm going to demand receipts at this point. Now, I could be wrong. You know, Bullhorn Betty has made mistakes, and I own the mistakes I make, but I don't.
So here's and like I said, listen, hey, Pecan Pie, I don't have a hate for Betty. I don't have a hate for Betty at all, but she is truly giddy. That was giddiness. She is giddy at the idea that she is about to expose that SF isn't licensed, but he is. He is.
First,
I mean, look at the giddiness.
Without further ado, our liar, pants on fire. Steve, SF investigates. We say your allegations of being licensed in the state of Tennessee are a lie, buddy.
So here's the thing. So not only was she happy and giddy about exposing this about him, but she was absolutely wrong. And because he is a professional, he absolutely can take that and do something with it, Betty. So you should really, again, I'm not coming from a place of hate. You should really think twice before you act this way. It's a little wild.
We do not believe. I'm going to demand receipts at this point. Now, I could be wrong. You know, Bullhorn Betty has made mistakes, and I own the mistakes I make. But I don't like being called a liar when I do my due diligence. Let's play and see what we found out. Shall we, Steve?
See, Betty, you covered yourself there saying I could be wrong, but then you followed it with you did your dual. Wait, what? Has JR sent her a cease and desist letter yet? Probably. Diligence, but you didn't. But you did it because you were wrong. Now, she did later admit, I will say, she did admit that she was wrong. Just took her the next live stream.
Hey guys, Bullhorn Betty here. So I really get irritated about lies. I get irritated about people covering up their BS, and I get very irritated with people trying to call me a liar when I do my due diligence. I have checked the Department of Tennessee website. There is no Stephen Fisher. Stephen Fisher is not licensed in the state of Tennessee. If he's not on that list, he's not licensed. This is the email that I just received from one of my mods that was posted by Steve Fisher. Check it out. Capturing the moment when Bullhorn Betty realizes I'm indeed licensed in Tennessee. It's the ultimate irony. Her entire live broadcast intended to discredit me backfires spectacularly. And
Chronicles says, I handed her this website in my comment section. That's how she found this website. Even handed her his license number, but she was spelling his first name wrong. It's Steven, not Steven. She must have been exhausted after all that research.
Only served to spotlight her own profound stupidity. So I'm going to be shocked when I find out that he is licensed in Tennessee, right? Okay. Well, here's the website for Tennessee PI to verify licenses. Check it out. So I went over to the Department of Commerce and Insurance, and I clicked on the verify a license link. At that point, I ran the first search as Stephen Fisher. And then I searched that name.
Oh, she's searching the wrong name. She could be trying to be sued. She's not even clear-minded enough to know names have different spelling. Imagine if she actually researched things first before speaking. Well, she felt like she had this big clear moment. Laura, I'll drop you a link in just a minute. She felt like she had this very big moment, right? Like she was just going to boom it right out the water. Like, got him. I mean, you could hear the giddy in her. And she was wrong, though. You know what I mean? Now, she did admit that she was wrong. I give her that much. She admitted she was wrong. But that's why, you know, if you're a true crime person and you're to be trusted, you should always make sure you are aware of what you're saying.
As you see, several names come up in the search. And as I scroll down, I notice one thing missing. Stephen Fisher. Stephen Fisher is nowhere on the verified license link. So I decided to check the link different or the search different and put Fisher, comma, Stephen, just to verify that I didn't do anything wrong. So now I've done the first search both ways. And guess what? The same exact list shows up for me. So this concludes that Stephen Fisher is not licensed in.
Did you guys hear what she just said? She even tried it different ways.
So now I've done the first search both ways. And guess what? The same exact list shows up for me. So this concludes
measure twice, cut
that
once.
Stephen Fisher is not licensed in the state of Tennessee. Steve, show receipts. I don't see any Stephen Fisher on there. Call me stupid.
Go ahead, guys. She said it. Go ahead and do it. Betty, you really should have left the arrogance at the door with this one. Because it is that arrogance that makes people want to go ahead and call you stupid. Absolutely, JLR is going to go after her behind the scenes. He's not going to do it publicly. People are waiting. JLR does not acknowledge the bullshit publicly. He just doesn't. He won't. He's trying to keep up his facade, right? And Betty's words, his facade. He's not going to do it publicly. And honestly, I kind of think Betty wants it to be done publicly because JLR has the numbers. And let's face it, publicity is publicity, good or bad.
But Stephen, you have to actually fill out an application, submit it with a application fee. And I'm sorry, but I'd like to see that proof.
So just saying, we've got some problems. He's trying to say that he's licensed in Tennessee, and I have verified it. I mean, I will call down there myself today and just confirm once and for all whether or not it has been.
All right, let me pause really quick. Grannies, can we do a poll? Maybe why we think she's doing this. Bitter and jealousy, afraid to be exposed, is a fake manufactured beef, or diverse the focus from the lawsuit? Good question. Yeah, no way JR will not go after publicity. You're absolutely correct. No way JR is going to take this, is going to roll over and take this. It's glorious. He just may. She is now BBB. Bye bye, Betty. Bye 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 bye. It's not that she's wrong. It's that she's wrong consistently and is arrogant about it. And this is one of the first times she's ever actually apologized for being wrong. I'm no fan of SF, but imagine him trying to find a receipt for her. Like, what could he even do at this point? Oh, Betty was pushed to the edge. She deserves everything she has coming. We don't claim her. She's an idiot. I found it right away. Normally, she just pretends it didn't happen. Maybe she knew this was one time where she couldn't pretend. Love or hate her, I absolutely detest cancel culture. Unless involved had a couple of disagreements with her. Here's the thing. Cancel culture is real. Whether people like it or not, it exists. Things people do every day can get them canceled. There are two spellings for his name. Like, you would think being in a true crime, community and being somebody that you want people to trust for resources, you would think at the minimum that she would have tried every which way of spelling, even if she was wrong. You know what I mean? Like, before you come out here and shout from the rooftops, you would think. That she would have looked every which way. JR is going to come out swinging.
Done. We'll find out. We'll definitely find out. Good morning, the real Me Too, Manic Mama. I'm sorry we're over here. Mel C, I see you. Nice to see you. Danellen, hopefully I got that. Screaming Mimi. I hope you guys share this all over the place, because here's what happened. I didn't realize that, Jonathan, well, I have realized because he does this to all of his women. He keeps them very secret. They're his dirty little secret. Okay. So when I saw Magnolia out there with Jonathan, I learned that Magnolia has cancer. Okay.
All right. So a few things here. The way Betty says all that tells me that she was kept a dirty little secret. Yes. Energy Candle Ashtray. If you're going to be in my chat, please come in under a different name. Don't go after somebody's business. Not in my chat, please. The way she says that, like, you'll be his dirty little secret, makes me feel like she was a dirty little secret. To then go on and say that she has cancer, that's nobody's business. Nobody's. Betty, you're wrong for this. She got the hot tea in her hand. She is spilling it all. Wow. Unbelievable.
I didn't realize that, Jonathan, well, I have realized because he does this to all of his women. He keeps them very secret. They're his dirty little secret. Okay. So when I saw Magnolia out there with Jonathan, I learned that Magnolia has cancer. Okay. And I don't know what type. I just, it was told to me. So it's obviously public information, or, not.
It was told to me, therefore it's public information. Come on, Betty. You can't do better than that. Just because it was told to you does not mean it's public information.
Not kept a secret. And so I had just had it. Okay. I really had just had it with his shenanigans, with all these women and everything like that. I just want to let you ladies know, whenever he's.
See, how many of you, do I need to make a poll? How many of you feel like she was one of his women that he did not choose? And here we have it. Here we have her spilling out her jealousy, because why do you care about the women part? She's saying like his shenanigans, but the women.
Shenanigans with all these women and everything like that.
The shenanigans with all these women. That is, what? It's not your business. Unless you were one of those women and now you are upset. You are angry. You are jealous. You agree. Scorned Lava, Stacy. Yep. All right. So we get it. What makes you think that, Amy? Hey, White Boy Moves, I was looking for you. Thank you so much for sending the gift cards for the kids for Christmas for the theater. Thank you. That really meant a lot. Thank you. Honestly, don't care who he is dating. I was pissed she had me sticking up for JR. Trying to instigate JR with the bullshit jealousy vomit is gross. JR knows Betty has nothing to get in a lawsuit. Betty knows this too. That's why she's so happy. In my opinion, JR would best win by getting her off YouTube, which is what she said he's going to aim to do. Here is my birthday twin. You don't think he ever dated her? I don't think they dated, but maybe they have relations. She sounds like she is a jealous. Right. She does. She speaks of him like, yeah, JR part of her team, so I don't know. Part of her team, eh? All right, you guys are going to hate me, but I have to use the restroom, and I'm so sorry. I was going to try to hold off, but I got to go. So give me one moment, please. Enjoy my nice fire pit. Burning down the house. Take this time to hit the thumbs up. All right. Thank you, friends. Thank you. She's hurt. She will blow the whole thing up. That goes for all her relationships. Cancel culture is against free speech, free to give your opinion, free to watch who you want. The only one exception, in my opinion, involves harm to kids. List of channels take down is bullshit also. I agree with take down channels is bullshit. I will say some people don't deserve a platform. And while you have freedom of speech, you don't have freedom of consequence, right? And I guess one of those consequences is this cancel culture.
I just want to let you ladies know, whenever he steps away to have those conversations, he's talking to another woman. Aunt Mary is not Aunt Mary. Aunt Mary is his sugar mama, and she lives in Georgia.
Ooh, beats and bets coming out. So, whoa. All right. So now we need to know about Magnolia. We need to know about her health. And now we need to know about Aunt Mary, the non-aunt. Wow, wow, wow. JR is asexual to me. Well, at least she's confirmed for all those that say JR is gay. You know, because a lot of people do run around saying he's gay. Never spoken at his personal life. He's always kept that behind the scenes. Inappropriate for her to say, especially if they're suing QB for alleging she said things about her and Dolly. So, Mr. Lover. So I actually heard the other day people are running around saying JR had a girlfriend. And I'm like, well, why are people saying that? So I wonder if Betty was saying it prior to this stream here. Oh, gosh. Yeah, just give us the chills here. Why don't you? Woo. All right. You know, I think this goes back to what I've always said, Kathy, is there is a thing where women are attracted to the online persona of, right? They see all these other women, they see it as competition. There is a power dynamic. Like a lot of people will find a news reporter, they're, you know, somebody from a TV show, they find the personality of the TV, you know, the actor to be hotter than the actual physical appearance. Do you guys get what I'm saying here? So I'm thinking if that's the case, it has to be people that are just like fawning over what he does more so than him. Could be wrong. Like you guys ever see like a character in a show and you think he's hot for the personality, like I don't know. My gaydar is busted. Lord, let me just stop. So I don't think they're necessarily signing up for the JR looks more so than the JR what they think he does and is, right? I don't know. All right. Carry on.
He sneaks off with her out in the woods. I'm not going to allege what they're doing, but they go to a cabin several times a year. And that's the
There she goes again with the I'm not going to allege and proceeds to allege. You just did it again, Betty. You started this whole stream off with you're not going to allege things. And then you allege that they're sleeping in a hotel room together. Now you're alleging that they sneak off together. I mean, you are alleging. That's very, very low blows here, Betty. Very low blows.
the house he's living in. Okay. He does not own that home. That is the house that his sugar mama put him up in. Okay. He is on, and I found.
I am taking applications for a sugar daddy that can put me up in a house like that. Now, who didn't think? I mean, let's be honest. The guy is to the stream because I said she was rubbing his back. I thought it was so cute to actually see his girlfriend in real life. This is not the real Betty, but thank you for presenting yourself as is. So she did say it prior. So, I mean, come on. The guy spent all these years in jail. It's nearly impossible once you're a felon. It is nearly impossible to get kind of out of that hole. So who really thought that JR had this nice big home and da-da-da? I mean, people already were, but here she goes telling it all. Yeah, come on. Well, what does she say? They sneak off a few times a year?
Okay. He does not own that home. That is the house with her out in the woods. I'm not going to allege what they're doing, but they go to a cabin several times a year. And that's the house he's living in. Okay.
Hey, Smudler.
He does not own that home. That is the house that his sugar mama put him up in. Okay. He is on, and I found this out because he's lied to me for several years, telling me he was not on felony probation. Everybody kept saying it. I went to bat for him because that's what he told me. And come.
So here she goes, right? He is on felony probation, and I went to bat for him. And oh, Renee, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Now she says he is on felony probation, right? Okay. So here's the thing. He does say he's not. But whose business is it really? At the end of the day, what do everybody already, they did it to me, right? I was on probation, felony probation. They try to make it sound worse. Probation is probation. I was on probation and I had dozens and dozens of people calling my probation officer trying to have me put in jail for being on the internet. They said I was online associating with another felon, and felons aren't allowed to associate. It was the dumbest thing. Now, they could have got my ass for leaving the state, but they weren't. Their hate's so stupid, they blinded themselves. So anyway, needless to say, so what are people going to do? You're going to go bother this PO? You're going to call the probation officer, let them know he's traveling? You don't think he has permission to travel? You think this guy is publicly traveling all over the states without permission? Come on. Don't call his PO. Stop it. Don't bother. These POs, probation officers, they have several more clients. I was not a threat to this woman. She knew I wasn't a danger. Yeah, they actually deal with dangerous people. At this point in time, as creepy as you all may find JLR, he is not a danger. And him traveling these states is not endangering people. So let's not call the probation officer. They have a lot of work to do.
To find out that was a lie. He does this shenanigans behind the scenes. So while I was sitting there researching what was going on and, how many women, first of all, he's got some in Sarasota. He's got several in Tampa.
Look at her naming the states, bro. She is naming the states. She's literally naming where they're located. Betty, you sound like a scorned secret lover. I'm sorry, you do. She's reporting to Ellie that he was responsible for 2 people unaliving themselves. Yeah, we get to all that. I don't care about his personal life or the risk he chooses to take. I got better things to worry about. However, his content is genuine with good intent. Yeah. It is wasting resources. Is everybody who takes the time to call this man's probation officer, people that are posting this man's probation officer, you were given 0 shits for the career that probation officer has, because they deal with a lot more than just their one client that you want to snitch on. So let's stop.
I'm shocked who some of these people are. I got to be honest with you.
Oh.
And this is his thing. His facade is his secrecy. That's his power. So when we remove his secrecy, he no longer has power. And it's just very, very highly disturbing to me that something like
so removing his secrecy of being a single man, because he's not married, he's single. Well, parole and probation are two separate things. I don't know if he's on parole or not. He told me he's not on any probation, and quite frankly, I don't care if he is or isn't. But how is telling his secrets that he is dating women? I mean, this reminds me of hold on, I got a song for this. We're gonna take an intermission. How is this taking away his power by telling his secrets of, what he's doing in different states? It's nobody's business. He's single. At the end of the day, he that's what's coming to mind. He's single. He's not married. Let the man sleep around, Bets. Who cares? What's he got? One less in Florida now? I mean, what's the problem here? How's this taking away his power? If the women are willing to be with him without the commitment of, a ring or anything in between, then who cares?
Him being with a girl turned out to me losing my channel for 7 days. But that's what it is. I knew he was going to come after me. I didn't know how hard, but I had to analyze the whole entire picture and find out who's really coming after me. Is it?
Well, you didn't look at the picture clearly, Betty, because prior to you putting out this man's personal business about his hoes in different area codes, you got the information wrong. Good golly, you did all this for what? And then she's going to go on to say about how and fierce she is. Well, really? Because you did all this without reasoning.
SF investigates. He's doing the warring on Twitter publicly. This is somebody that's behind the scenes sneaky, right? Somebody that probably puts on a nice facade for everybody. He hates kids. Not that he wants anything bad to happen to kids, but he hates kids.
Okay, the man hates kids. All right. Not that he wants anything bad to happen, but he hates kids. Well, why do we need to know that? Who cares? Did anybody really think JLR liked kids? I mean, really, who cares? It's just like Voices. She doesn't like kids either. So what? At the end of the day, if these idiots are going to play detective and they're going to play, advocates to help find a missing kid, who cares if they really like kids or not? I mean, really. How do you know he didn't go after her oblivious? Well, and that's to be true. We don't know if he was doing stuff behind the scenes. We don't know. She can be telling the truth.
So this facade that he's out there and doing things, he treats women like crap. One of his ex-girlfriends he beat. Okay.
See, now these are low blows, right? So what did he do? Did he treat you like crap, Betty? Now you're seeking revenge. One of his ex-women he beat. When all that came out, Betty, you stood behind him. I'm so sick of people weaponizing things they already knew. You didn't give a shit when that information was made public. So don't act like you care now. If you brushed it under the rug, then keep it under the rug. You do not get to weaponize things that you were A-okay with. Sorry. Right, the girl's name is on the strikes, and SF investigates admitted he helped her file them. Good Lord. He doesn't like kids, lives in a house, has one main girlfriend, has hoes in different area codes, and is successful. Right, that's what we're getting to. She does sound like a score. Many people thought he was gay. I guess he is not gay. It is a bit different. And I'm sorry that you even need an advocate. Bless Mom, honestly. She can't read the strike. Well, and listen, anybody who's a creator or even has subscribers, you may have learned, because unfortunately quite a few of mine have been doxxed. It is really hard to get YouTube to remove something like that because you have to show proof that you are that person. And even with that proof, a lot of times they will not remove Oh, well, this is a copyright strike. Never mind. So only the owner of the copyright, they have to prove that too. She knows this. You know this. Betty, what made you really do this? I would love to know what really made Betty do this.
Again, these are things that I'm learning. I've spoken with her before, right?
All right. So these are things that you're learning, but then you say you spoke with her before. So when the woman came to you as an alleged abused ex, you didn't care. You still kept your relationship with JR just the same. For what? For your public benefit. And now that he is no longer publicly beneficial to you, you are going to slander the man. That's it. I mean, it's so obvious. Listen to how she contradicts herself in this one sentence.
Crap. One of his ex-girlfriends he beat. Okay. Again, these are things that I'm learning. I've spoken with her before, right?
These are things you're learning, but you've spoken with her before. Okay.
These are horrible, horrible things, but that's not the big thing. Why is he taking me out for all these girly things, right? No big deal. It's not that. Taking me out for all these girly things, right?
Why is he did she just say, why is he taking me out for all these girly things? Right. Is that what she just said? Can I turn on CC? No. Did she say taking me out for all these girly things? Was not true. I think that's what she says here.
Horrible things, but that's not the big thing. Why is he taking me out for all these girly things, right? No big deal. It's not that.
Why is he taking me out for all these girly things? That's no big deal. It's not that. So again, is this a scorned lover? What is this? All right.
It's because I found out that he trolled somebody in 2016. We'll call this the Moore case.
All right. So this is where it's going to get gross. I'm not one to do these because I feel like a lot of times when you're on the internet, you have to kind of get your own, the internet's going to hurt your feelings. You're going to get triggered. I am so sick of the word trigger, to be honest. Being triggered is a normal human response when people are like, oh, you're angry, you're triggered. But this is a trigger warning in a different sense. And I am going to show just how she contradicts herself with this one. Okay. So we're going to talk about the Moore. Ready?
I found out that he trolled somebody in 2016. We'll call this the Moore case. And that person ended up taking their life. And then it brought me back to a situation of Benny Keys. And I remember this firsthand. This is firsthand knowledge from me. Now, I don't know if this chick, Benny Keys was referring to, really did lose her life or not. I don't know. I have no earthly idea. Okay. He could have been teaching JLR a lesson for all I know. She may be very well alive.
So is Betty claiming to not have been aware? The woman that hit the light, the woman that made the strike, has came forward and said she made the strike with SF Investigates help. So she is going to claim that she was unaware of the 2016 Moore. Heard a rumor and announced credit union.
I don't know. Okay. But I know that girl that Benny Keys said took her life, JLR was very upset about. He seemed very nervous. And he came to me and he's like, do you really think BK did that or is being truthful? And I went back and looked at the video and I said, yeah, I kind of do. And if you guys remember, I even took 2 weeks to let him grieve. We were all warring at the time.
We were all warring, right? War in at that time. And I gave him 2 weeks to grieve. That is so kind and generous of you. I do recall this happening. I remember Benny was saying it was his sister, and I don't think they were biological sisters, but I do recall this situation taking place. Does anybody else recall this? Put a 1 in the chat if you recall when all this took place with Benny Keys. I don't think it was biological sister, but he did call her a sister, and she did end up passing away. It was his actual sister. Well, I remember the situation. So a lot of you all remember this as well. Okay. Hey, Chicken Feet. All right, lots of ones coming in. A witness in a missing person case.
Well, Jonathan told me that he had been trolling that woman really hard.
So here's my thing with that. She, again, knew all of this when it took place, Betty. Do you think it's fair at this point to bring up this trauma for somebody else because you want revenge? Because that's all this is. When people use things like this as a one up on another person, you were already aware of this. Yeah, no, she's intertwined in situations now, Chasen. She brought up the 2016, and now she's trying to put him into this situation as well. And it's actually a really cruel thing to do.
So these are the things that are causing a lot of problems behind the scenes. And again, these are just alleged facts. I'm not the investigative body that needs to be looking into these. I know that he has done some damage to me behind the scenes, and I was none the wiser because I was blind.
All right, so hold on. Let me go check that out. So she is saying she was none the wiser. She didn't know, blah, blah, blah. Chasen is telling us to take a little trippy trip over here. All right. This is the woman that JLR went after hard that Bullhorn Betty mentioned in her video today. Expand the attached screenshot. This girl is planning an anti-Donald Trump protest in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Jonathan Richards put that up there. Expose the people who are hosting these anti-Donald Trump events. This girl is Nicole, former waitress, hosting a Donald Trump protest, Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Host changed the name of the event from Protest Trump in Pottstown to Peace of the Streets after being exposed. All right, so let's share this. This convicted fraudster is instigating harassment of Trump protesters on Facebook. 2 days after Nicole created a Facebook event for an anti-Trump protest in Pottstown, she was getting attacked by hundreds of commenters and threatened with lawsuits by a former boss. It was all thanks to one self-described troll. I am shocked that I didn't know about this. I actually live right near Pottstown, and I never heard of this. The harassment came after Jonathan Lee Richards posted the 19-year-old Temple University student's name, 2 photos, and a former place of employment on 2 pro-Trump Facebook groups containing well over 500,000 members. Exposed to people who are hosting these anti-Donald Trump events, his post read. 2 days after that, Rich's post would have more than 60 shares and hundreds of comments. Commenters insulting her appearance, calling her skank, scary, and nasty, to name a few. They called her an attention whore, among other insults like cuck, a favorite in the all-right internet lexicon. One person called on others to end her career, social life, love life, etc. Do people understand what this type of fucking torment can do to somebody? The severity of it. And listen, and I know you guys aren't going to like what I say next, but even what people do to Betty, does anybody pause and think, well, maybe this is going just a little far? Maybe if there was 5 streams about her today, I don't have to be the 6th. Because at the end of the day, we are all human. We all have a breaking point. This is sad. I was genuinely scared for my safety. Then the harassment shifted to former workplace. Johnny Riches wrote on the restaurant's Facebook page, your waitress plans to host an anti-Donald Trump rally. Commenters flooded the restaurant's page with apparently false stories. One claim, I mean, come on. Said he has no job because he comes from an affluent family. I feel it's my patriot duty to inform the public. All right, so this is horrible. So this is what Betty decides to pull out. What these YouTube do, the harass and make victims. Absolutely. Hey, independent thinker. Wow. Come on, Betty. This is what you now weaponize. This woman. Really? You were aware of this. That is not fair, Betty. That is not fair. So you use this woman's death and you also use Benny Key's loved one.
I was blind, but he's trying to destroy me behind the scenes. And I'm not going to be quiet. And he threatened me if I came public that he was going to try to destroy me politically. I don't care at this point.
Yeah. Fuck your political standing. Really? You were friends with him throughout all of this, Betty. You knew all of this. So why really now? Unfortunately, this is political trolling. I don't agree or like it, but very different worked, especially in the past 5 years. This is sad.
Because I truly believe that he was trying to push me over the edge as well. If you really want to know the truth about it. He's a very...
All right. So Betty believes that JLR is trying to get her pushed over the edge. From what? From a YouTube strike that wasn't him, Betty? What I feel like, do any of you... I'm not doubting it. I'm not doubting it. I know he's capable of. We just saw proof that he's capable of it. But I feel like if she's going to throw this all out there, then maybe she needs to expel a little bit, because all we got so far, to me, it didn't sound like a woman that was afraid. It didn't sound like a woman that's afraid. I mean, she came right out and started telling about all the women he's sleeping with, all the things he's doing. I live very close, and I mean very, like a car drive away. I'm gonna look into it. I never heard of this this resulting in somebody's death, Tracy. I hope it didn't. I'm gonna look around as much as I can to find out. I know it's hard. I know, but listen. One thing I've learned my time on YouTube is, while trying to expose somebody as the monster they are, you will often start becoming that monster yourself. And it's just not worth it to let that human part of you go to show what a monster somebody else is. You know what I mean? So just remember that. I think there's like wise quotes and sayings about it, like staring into the abyss or become, I don't know them. I just know from my own experience, I got really nasty trying to show how nasty somebody else was, and you kind of lose yourself in it. And as much as you can't stand Betty, don't let her allow you to become that way. Do it for you, not for her.
Very strategic man, and he did a lot of stuff behind the scenes to me that people don't understand. And I'm not going to go into it.
It's hard to climb out, Spudler. It is hard to climb out.
This illusion with all this court filings that JLR and I are tight and all this other stuff. This man has lied to me. He has he's done a lot of ugly things.
All right, name the ugly things. Name them. I want to know what the ugly things are. I don't want to know about you weaponizing two women's possible deaths. I want to know, what has he done to you that makes you think that he's trying to break you to a mental breaking point, because the strikes were not from him. Look at that, Katie B. We are zip code. Well, never mind. It's easy to troll online without trying, especially when emotions come into it. It is. The way she goes real life terrorizes families. I have no sympathy for. I get it. Listen. I'm sure she can justify her ugly as well, right? We can all justify it when we want to.
To me,
but don't ever forget, it's you that has to answer for it, not her. I think I will reach out to her privately, because I am curious. Because I'm not doubting that he could be doing some shit to her. I'm not doubting that. Do you think he actually helped her, or do you think she just kind of copied him? I don't know.
That I don't wish to disclose here. But I will not be silent. I will not
PB.
be used for a pawn. I will not be your secret keeper. I'm done. And when I say I'm done, I'm done. And you know who I'm going to call? I'm going to call law enforcement about this.
911 operator. My name is Bullhorn Betty, and I'm calling because I'm no longer going to be his secret keeper, his pawn. I mean, what are the police going to do for you, Betty? Come on. What are they going to do for you? Oh, absolutely. He's not somebody I want to get in shit with. I'll tell you that.
That's who I'm going to call because, again, I don't know whether these things are true or not, but they scare the hell out of me. I have to be honest with you, especially knowing that he knows where I live.
So here we go. She's terrified. You're so terrified that you started off giddy talking about his partner in the woods, his sugar mom over here, his women in different states. That doesn't come from somebody who's afraid, Betty. If I was afraid of someone, the last place I talk about my emotions, fear is on YouTube. She is instigating, not standing up to him. I agree. One thing JR does is claim trolling things he hasn't actually done. We've seen this behavior before and after prison. He likes the acknowledgement, good or bad, from it. It's not like he could have even acted like he liked her right now. He has that lawsuit with that other YouTuber saying he doesn't associate with her. So he could have told her he has done the strikes even though he didn't. But here's the thing. He has to show proof. And the woman that actually did the strikes, no, because if he said he did them, she would have came out and said he did them. Instead, she was saying, I don't know who did it. But at the end of this, she admits, had he not done something to her, she would have stayed silent, kept all the secrets. Right, so she didn't really care much to give a shit about these things until she no longer wanted association. And that is my biggest problem with people on YouTube. They weaponize things that they were A-okay with it. Hey, thank you so much, Tammy. Betty sent threats to Kira and her mama. Even asked Kira if her mama's health can handle it. If I could contact Kay, I would give money to attorney to take her ass to court. Wow, really? Oh my goodness. Wow. She sent threats to Kira and her mama. Thank you so much, Petuna. Welcome to the Felon Melons. Wow.
He knows my social security number. He knows my driver's license number. He knows my date of birth. He could literally do a massive amount of damage to me.
Well, why does he know all these things? Hey, Chronicles, my email is notjelbees, bees with an extra S because, I'm illiterate, at gmail.com. Oh, yeah, 013. I just dropped it in the chat. Okay, so why does he know all this information? Why would he know her social security? Again, this is a man who spent 10 years in jail. Why did you give him access? I think they were together. Do you guys think they were sleeping together? I'm sorry, but unless there's a ring on my finger, nobody needs to know all that information. Why did he know all this information? And if you're that afraid, why are you doing this publicly with all the personal insults?
He knows my social security number. He knows my driver's license number. He knows my date of birth. He could literally do a massive amount of damage to me. And he's already started. And I truly believe that this whole thing with these false copyright strikes are a direct result of him.
So let's remind everybody again, they were not false copyright strikes. They were legitimate copyright strikes. Helped with her lawsuit in the beginning. Okay, maybe that's why. Right. Yet she did all these things to victims' families. Now is upset that JR has her info. She's still with him doing all that shit. Right. I'm not doubting who filed the strikes. I'm just saying I've personally seen some of the games he plays. We don't know what he said to her after she outed the girlfriend last time. It's true. I don't doubt for 1 minute he's gonna fuck with her. If he wasn't fucking with her then, he's gonna fuck with her now. That's a lot of F's in a row. I do apologize, but let's keep it real. How many of you would be okay with this person coming out here and telling all your personal business, talking about your girlfriend's health, talking about your sugar mama, alleged sugar mama, accusing you of being the reason 2 women lost their lives, and potentially fearing for your own? How many of you would sit back and be like, oh, it's okay, she did and said all that? Especially somebody like him. She knew what a sociopath he was when she started hanging out with him. She didn't care then. She cares now. It's wild.
Because they are already plastered all over YouTube. Why is it only me getting these copyright strikes?
How do you know nobody else got them, Betty? How do you know nobody else got these copyright strikes? You don't know that.
That's the question I have.
Oh, there's the answer.
And there's only one person angry enough with me right now to try to do malicious things behind the scene, and that's JLR.
Well, if he wasn't before, he sure as hell is now. I mean, honestly, I don't know if that was smart, Betty. I'm a little worried for you.
And that's everything in a nutshell when it comes to that. There's a lot of weight, but I can tell you that all these women, you guys are just side pieces for him. He will never claim you. He will always keep you his dirty little secret.
Why does it keep going back to the women? This is where I unfortunately do not want to envision them bumping uglies, but I think there's been a few ugly bumping going on because it keeps going back to the women. She has now mentioned that he might potentially be the reason 2 women lost their lives, but yeah, she keeps going back to his mistresses, his what? He's a single man. He's not married. Who cares that he's sleeping with women, Betty? You brought it up so many times that it seems to be your underlying issue. Right. She was with Dolly Vision. She was okay with him allegedly abusing somebody. Right, but what if she's telling the truth? How does this help her? This reminds me of like a video like, my battery's gonna die soon and I only have 12 hours left to live. If anything happens, it reminds me of one of those. Instead, she's like, oh, and all you girls, all you women's, I mean, come on.
Because at the end of the day, he's got bigger fish to fry, right? Like great Aunt Mary, his sugar mama. He's got to keep that flame going because let's face it, he's on disability. He has no money except what he makes on YouTube.
Why do we need to know he's on disability? Let me tell you, I've been on the other side of JLR's camera, and I've seen how much he's made in a 45-minute stream. He is making enough money. But why do we need to know that he is on disability? I mean, come on. But Brittany, here's the thing. And listen, all right, to be fair, I look at it from that side, and I do believe that there is some truth in what she is saying. But she didn't care how dangerous he was when she was side by side with him. Do you get what I'm saying there?
As far as I'm concerned, it's about $25,000. Definitely far cry from $3 million. A far cry from $3 million.
$25,000. Well, that's a good amount. If he is doing something to her, how does this help her? And what can we do to help her? You know what I mean? I don't know.
His money is not his. His lifestyle is a facade. And I'm not going to have a facade take me down when I'm trying to do real work here while he's trying to play this great guy. You guys can believe what you want to believe. I really don't care. So
does this sound like something the haters have been shouting for years now? Put a 1 in the chat if this is something you've heard people saying, not only to everybody, but to Betty as well. You can play along with his facade. You can play along that he's a great guy, but we all know otherwise. Welcome to the other side, Betty. I'd like to say we will greet you with open arms, but a lot of people will not be greeting you with open arms.
Going to have a facade take me down when I'm trying to do real work here while he's trying to play this great guy. You guys can believe what you want to believe. I really don't care. Some people just need to learn the lesson on their own. Because I'm telling you, I've learned a very valuable lesson that
she even follows it up with learn a lesson on your own. Yes, you are learning this lesson, unfortunately, Betty. If you play with fire, you are bound to get burned.
A lesson on the great guy. You guys can believe what you want to believe. I really don't care. Some people just need to learn the lesson on their own. because I'm telling you, I've learned a very valuable lesson that is most likely, I don't think he's going to take my channel, but he's going to be able to do some major damage. I'm hoping by coming clean, it will stop, but I can only assume that at this point,
well, all right. So I don't understand how coming clean is going to make it stop, because she did say at the beginning of this that he said if she doesn't say anything, he won't do anything. Does it make her feel safer? I don't know what you're looking for from the audience, Betty. I don't know. I know you are not alone. I mean, people have been saying this for years, but I don't know how you think this is going to make him stop. Because if anything, if she would have just came out and publicly said, this is what I'm dealing with, and left out all of his personal deets, maybe. But again, she just sounds like an ex-jaded lover to me, a scorned, jealous woman. She does. This is insane to me. Well, he was taking her out to do all the girly things, right? We heard her say it.
I can only assume at this point it's probably going to get worse, and he's probably going to act like nothing happened, and he's probably not going to address this, and he's probably going to be reaching out to everybody under the sun to try to apply pressure to shut me up. And I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. He's gone.
How do you know he's going to do all of that, Betty? Because you witnessed him do it to somebody else? What did she do to him to think it was him? She said he's the only one that is so angry with her at the moment that would hurt her. She thinks that he's the one that put the strikes on her channel, but he isn't. She can try to claim innocence like she didn't know. She totally did. She's actually no better either. I think she's more jealous that JR got a girlfriend and moved on, because she participated in doing to someone else on his behalf. She's trying to get his subs to unsubscribe. They're not going to. I mean, people have been saying this from the rooftops. I don't know. Oof.
Gone too far for me. So now we're in it. Now it's a whole QB thing all over. Now it's gone to the point where we have to expose, and now we have to go down this road, because my quiet is going to be what ends up killing me here. Because I've got a channel to worry about. I got finances to worry about. I'm down for a week. Now, mind you, YouTube is my primary source of income. So now, right before Christmas, I don't get an income for a week.
Now, that does suck, and I am sorry for that. But she should have made sure that it was JR before she spilled all his deets. She did all this over money and her channel. Oh.
So you could kind of imagine my upset that a person that I trusted, a person that had my loyalty and I went to bat for, and to find out he would do this to me.
See, I'm not going to lie. I do feel bad. But then you look at the things JR has done, like this, and you look at all she knew, and you looked at all the people she knew he was doing it to. Rather you like burnt toast or not, rather you like QB or not, rather you like heels in the air or not, you knew and saw firsthand what he was capable of, and you were okay with it. And now it's happening to you. And it does. It sucks. I bet it sucks.
It's just absolutely insane. And I told them, don't make any moves. I had not made any moves yet. I didn't know what I was going to do with the information, not to do underhanded stuff. And he started doing underhanded stuff. And so I have no.
It kind of doesn't make sense to me. Does that make sense to any of you? You're right, Psycho. You're right. Does this make sense to anybody?
Absolutely insane. And I told them, don't make any moves. I had not made any moves yet. I didn't know what I was going to do with the information, not to do underhanded stuff. And he started doing underhanded stuff.
To who? To what? To what situation? What moves? What underhanded stuff? What are you talking about there? Because that sounds important. And it's not clarified. You didn't know what moves you're going to make. You had the info of pertaining to what? What is the topic here? Anybody? So there's a lot of stuff that we are unaware of happening behind here. She probably really thought he would never do anything bad. Right, she probably did. Honest to God, I believe she probably did. I used to really dislike JLR, but saw him turn it all around. Now I support him because he is making a difference, true crime, and changed his life. His past is past. We all have one. Okay. I like you, Dark Horse. I like JLR too. I met him in person. He was very nice guy. She got dumped and now scorn is the underhanded stuff coming out public with his girlfriend for everyone to see. Right. What is this underhanded stuff? All right. Let's hear it one more time and we'll move forward. I'll drop the link too.
I told him, don't make any moves. I had not made any moves yet. I didn't know what I was going to do with the information, not to do underhanded stuff. And he started doing underhanded stuff. And so I have no choice now. He pushed this forward. I didn't want to do this here. I didn't want to do it like this. But at the end of the day, he's not going to destroy me to keep me shut, keep my.
What happens here? What is? Oh, we're missing something here, right? Because they were together. Whatever she's talking about, they were doing it together behind the scenes. She told him don't make any moves. He made moves. What moves against who, when, what, and where? What are you claiming to take the fall for, Betty? There's something missing here.
My mouth shut. It's not going to happen. I will not do it. I have my own damn platform and I will utilize it. And look at this. We have this on a backup channel and we still have 137 people
Kelsey.
watching. And I also blasted this on Twitter with his handle because I am sick and tired of this.
So you're not scared. You're tagging the man. You're bragging about how many people are seeing it. You wanted the haters to take it. She started digging into his past, asked him about it, and all this started. That's what she's referring to. But she said to him, don't make any moves? What do you mean? Let me hear that again with this in mind. Sorry, guys. I know we heard it a lot, but all right. So keep this in mind that she started digging into his past, and this is what she's referring to.
I had not made any. It's just absolutely insane.
Hey, Wiccan.
And I told him, don't make any moves. I had not made any moves yet. I didn't know what I was going to do with the information, not to do underhanded stuff. And he started doing underhanded stuff. And so I have no choice now. He pushed this.
So I found out about things from his past, asked him about it. I told him not to make any moves. I'm not going to make any moves. Don't do any underhanded stuff. But then he made on. All right, maybe they're blackmailing each other. Info came to her. She began looking, contacted him directly for a comment. He wasn't happy. That's right. She does bring all that up. Okay, you're right. Thank you. Thank you.
At the end, going to happen. I will not do it. I have my own damn platform and I will utilize it. And look at this. We have this on a backup channel and we still have 137 people watching. And I also blasted this on Twitter with his handle because I am sick and tired of this. If you want to keep warring with me, that is fine. We will do this thing. But I can promise you, this is all verified information. And I'm not the one that needs to verify it for the people of YouTube. That is for an investigative body.
You're right. Thank you so much, Chasen. Thank you. All right. That's right. If we would have listened further, it would have made sense. She was aware of the women. She's claiming 2 women who lost their lives, she claims, at the hands of JLR. She does sound shook here. She does. Well, and if he's capable of all the things she's saying he's capable of, I'd be shook too.
To verify this. And I'm not going to sit here and Betty, if you're watching, Betty Keys, if you're watching and your friend truly died, I would suggest you calling law enforcement and tell them to look a little deeper because they might find something pushed her over the edge. That's all.
That's cruel, Betty. If you really believe that in your heart, you really believe that, you reach out and give that man the dignity of a private conversation. Don't weaponize his loved one and your battle against your ex-loved one. That is not right, Betty.
All I'm saying. If she's not, please come clean. and vindicate JLR, because I know right now I'm doing some damage. But I truly believe JLR was doing stuff behind the scenes to push me over the edge. If he had done this already twice and got away with it and didn't get in trouble for it, I'm a healthy, well-balanced woman, and I've been put under a lot of pressure.
So he's putting pressure on you behind the scenes. Oh, Lordy. Listen, I try to watch Betty when I can. I'm not a anti-Betty person. I will also call things as I see them, as you all have, if you've been around, you know that. I do not have a side here. I'm just calling it as I see it. And I think as far as that goes, that was very wrong to do. That, I knew somebody was going to say that, Shannon. I was waiting for that comment. Yeah, you're accusing this man of being the reason a woman that BK loved took her life. The respect would have been to reach out privately.
I could tell you that. It did not break me. I just want to make sure you guys are all clear. Bullhorn Betty didn't take medication. She didn't go over the edge. But, it's still.
Is she now implying that JLR is going to have her kill herself? This is weird, Betty. I'm worried for her. I know you guys don't like her, but I don't know. Something's off here.
Still, after hearing this, everything started clicking. He knew, he was very strategic. He knew what he was doing. And I'm not going to, again, sit here and I agree with you, Susie Sue. I agree with you 100%. But that's not the point. The point is if that girl really did take her life, or really was pushed over the edge where she, used substances to take her life because she couldn't handle it, that only a BK knows. He knows for a fact one way or another, or anybody that knows him that's in that area would know for a fact one way or another. All I'm saying is if the story is true and she truly is, I'm telling you firsthand, JLR told me, and he seemed nervous when he did at the time, that he trolled her really bad, and he was asking me if I really believed BK or not.
Man, this is heavy. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about it. I get what you're saying, Southern. Like, I get what you're saying. She's saying to look into it. She's not saying it happened, definitely. But she, again, as a self-proclaimed true crime person, she should have looked into it and knew indefinite before bringing it out here. She should have had the courtesy to reach out to BK to get the answer she is seeking instead of using this as a weapon. She should have sought it. She should have known before she brought it out. It's cruel to do it any other way.
And I told him I did. I never heard much about it after that. It just went hush, hush, quiet. I didn't know what to think. I think I just moved on from it or didn't look at it again. But it wasn't until I was told about the 2016 case that memory came back. I remembered that vividly. I remember exactly where we were when this all happened. I just remember it.
So she remembers the ultimate trolling of this young girl for hosting an anti-Trump rally. Now, it doesn't say here if this woman lost her life or not. Betty is implying she did. But you were aware then. So you knew what he was capable of, again, but you just didn't think he would do it to you, right? All right. We got that clear.
And then it brought me to what he was doing to me behind the scenes that nobody knows about. And that's when I kind of started connecting the dots. Was he trying to do that to me too? And
well, for goodness sake, I sincerely hope not. I sincerely hope that he's not trying to push her to a breaking point. The girl is alive and well. All right. I am going to look into it. This is a lot to take in. I mean, she's just kind of throwing this all out there. But why didn't she start with all of this? Can you email me that proof, please? Why would she start with all of this as opposed to why did she tell us about the hose and different area codes and go on this whole rant about him using women? And why don't you think this is all just a little more important than who or what JR is sleeping with and where?
And
I agree,
so
Jason.
I
I
don't know.
agree.
But I know that it's scary enough that I can't keep quiet, and I need to let a lot of people know what's going on. If he takes my channel, he takes my channel. But there was a social media person. His last name was Moore. It was from 2016. And apparently this was a major topic that surrounded JLR at the time. So this is not unheard of. But I'm not going to, if my channel is taken, I hope I garner the same support from the work that I do. But I've got to come clean, and I've got to let the chips fall where they're going to fall. I got to tell you that keeping all of this in has been very toxic for me, but I was scared and I didn't want to lose, all the stuff that I had worked so hard for. But when you're faced with losing it anyways, what purpose is?
All right. In the age of social media attack, Temple freshman lands on haters' radar. It's been a busy week. Since Monday, she's been called a traitor, skank, scum, liberal, moron who should be charged with treason. Darkest days of my life at Temple. I don't think this woman is deceased. When she contacted him to get his comments, I'm sure he was like, good God, she does no research, told her to F off. JR has a case. Hey, British. Wonder if something was about to be exposed either in QB countersuit or otherwise, and they're panicking. I don't think so. I don't think, with utmost respect, I don't think this has anything to do with QB. I just truly think that she has had a falling out with JR, and she is afraid. I think she is absolutely afraid. All right, so prisoner civil rights from 2008. I don't know. She knows who struck her, right? No, I don't think it does. I don't think it has anything connected to. I'm teaching my dogs to act better. Laura, speaking of dogs and act right. All right.
Is the secrets, right? So this has kind of pushed me over the edge to the point that I needed to come clean. Now, could it be somebody from like Blank Screen or somebody doing that? Yeah, it could be. It could be. And maybe I jumped the gun and maybe I shouldn't have opened my mouth. It could be.
Betty, what are you doing? So now you're admitting that it could absolutely have nothing to do with JR. You jumped the gun. Oh, let me check. Thank you. So why, ma'am, did you just give all of this guy's information, his personal business, to turn around and say you're unsure? I did not get your email, Laugh at Life. You might have spelled business the correct way, as I did not. But I did get Chronicles. Am I allowed to show this, Chronicles?
Right? But I also believe in signs. And I believe in a higher power. And there's a reason why this happened to me today.
So here's the perfect time to present you all with the truth. Perfect. Thank you. of who did the strike. So right here it says this video is no longer available due to a copyright claim by Kira. Kira is the woman that we received a super chat earlier letting us know that Betty threatened her and her mother who was ill. If we go a little further down, we will see right here that SF Investigates says you uploaded a stolen video twice and threatened the witness, who, by the way, is a witness, not a suspect. You threatened her, Betty. You deserve everything you were getting. Then he says, God, she is wrong about everything. I helped the girl fill out the copyright strike. I walked her through it. JLR? Question mark, question mark. And again, it shows right here that he's shown the SF Investigates stand down. And right here's the video. And it's struck by Kira. She owned the video. So it was never JLR. It wasn't, who did she just say? Whoever she just said. Let me see. Blank screen. It wasn't blank screen. It was the woman whose video it belonged to.
But I also believe in signs. And I believe in a higher power. And there's a
Well, to be fair, Southern Princess, you do. As soon as you are copyright struck, you immediately know who copyright struck you. It comes in an email format. It is also listed in our studios. So we are aware the minute a copyright comes through, who's claiming the copyright.
The reason why this happened to me today. And I think it was because God knows I would have kept it quiet until something happened. By that time, it would be too late. So I'm done. I don't know what else to say.
So that she got two strikes. The first one, she got it struck. She changed things and immediately re-uploaded it. So the woman struck again. So there are two strikes shown here. Two strikes. That means you cannot go live. And which is what she said. She cannot go live. Oh, I get. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying if maybe behind the scenes, JR is telling Betty that he's behind it. I get what you're saying now. Okay. All right.
If you guys want a public display, JLR and I are not friends. We are not friends.
No shit. We would have never gotten that impression 20 minutes into this video all about JLR's personal life. Holy hell. Ooh, I thought you were BFFs.
He has lied to me. He has used me. He has sandbagged me. He has hit me with a freight train and ran over me over and over again over these years. And I took it. And I took it for the sake of these cases, for the sake of not causing rifts on here, because I was told, don't bring things public. That's the way he.
I believe her. Because of my own personal experience, I believe her. Let me check Laugh at Life. I got it now. All right, so this is her. Yes, that is her. She actually looks very familiar. So there is a picture of the woman from the 2016 alive in 2020. I do not think she took her own life, thankfully. She's actually a very familiar looking girl. I wonder if I am familiar with her. The real reason so what we want to know is the real reason she's doing this. Posted all this. She knew she did this to get attention, wants JLR's attention, aka subs. So you think this is publicity type of thing? I am so sorry to do this to you all again, but I do have to put you on a quick hold. It will be very quick. Two most unattractive people in true crime have found each other. Tony. Yes, please hit the thumbs up. Thank you, independent thinker. Oh, you're speaking to hit the thumbs up. Hit the like, sorry. Thought you were telling everybody to hit the like. That's all right. I will BRB. And we are back. All right, I do apologize. So as I was saying, I do have my own personal experience with JR. I will not get into much details about it, but I will say I do feel like my kindness was taken as a weakness, kind of. There were a few things that I can see what Betty is saying, but Betty, you put up with it. Ultimately, let me move my fire pit. He was not a bad guy. He was not a bad guy, but without a doubt, there is a facade, if you will. Laugh at life. I'm trying. I'm drinking my Wawa. If anybody has a Wawa, Tuesdays is free coffee. I got my iced coffee, and I am drinking it and making me have to use the restroom. Hey, Marie. So yeah, I get it, Betty. I get it. On that level, I understand. But you were silent for years. Why now?
He trained me, right? Don't bring things public. Don't bring things public. So
he trained her.
Yeah, I've always had that in the back of my head. I remember one time, and this brings me back to why Heels really went after JLR so hard. Because when I first met JLR, we had a political friend, two political friends. I don't want to disclose their name, but the lady was significantly older than the guy.
I agree with you, Brittany. There's something weird here, right? I don't think she's lying. She posted it and got it removed. She changed a couple words and reposted it, and it got struck again. Hence the 2. Betty's just reactionary. She assumed it was JR, went nuclear, and pushed the lie button with no facts or even thinking about the consequences of doing this. Right, and if she was afraid then, she ought to be afraid now. About this many people, it's hard to get Grady's attention. Gary, you always have my attention. Love Wawa. Out inside, just FYI, they are always so nice, offering me freebies all the time. I also cleaned the Daytona Beach and surrounding windows. Oh, how nice. I'm not saying that she's totally innocent, but she's not totally guilty either. But she's been going live on her other channels. So that means that she knows that something was about to hit the fan. Maybe that first strike motivated her. I think she's just mad because he really took off and he's trying to distance himself, which is his right. She does feel like she was, I think I agree with you. I feel like she thinks she was left out to dry, right? Left out to hang alone. With this lawsuit and everything, and because JR is not addressing the drama anymore, you heard her say the other day, how come everybody goes after me? Nobody goes after JR. Nobody goes after Molly. Nobody goes after Olivia. So maybe she does feel like she was left out. Let's hear what she says here about Heels. This is interesting. So she brings up Heels in the air and the situation they had.
Yeah, I've always had that in the back of my head. I remember one time, and this brings me back to why Heels really went after JLR so hard. Because when I first met JLR, we had a political friend, two political friends. I don't want to disclose their name, but the lady was significantly older than the guy. And I remember JLR saying to me that, that just doesn't look right. That, it just doesn't look right. He doesn't understand it. It just doesn't look. So he's already predisposing you and making you think that would never be an option for him. And
all right. So he sees an older couple and he's telling you that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Much younger guy with an older woman. All right. Olivia is beautiful. She's a beautiful woman. You think so, Zan? I think a lot of people think that.
Until you find out about Aunt Mary and Aunt Mary not being an aunt and him running off to the woods with her several times a year. And so now now that he obviously doesn't mind older ladies. And Heels went after that man so bad, and all he wanted to do was expose her. That's all he wanted to do was expose her. And I don't think he could just come out with her name. So he was trying to
Isn't JR the one that did come out with the name? I'd buy Heels knowing JR. They ran the same political circles. I've spoken to JR about Heels, and I've spoken to Heels about JR. Yeah.
Backdoor everything, right? He was trying to leave crumbs for people to find to lead back to her. So Heels, I mean, I'm not being disrespectful, but
why would he leave these crumbs if it was going to right, the woods, the fucking woods? It's so funny. Why would he leave crumbs if it's going to eventually tie to them having personal relations together? I don't get that. I don't see where you're going with this. I see where you're going, Betty. But I'm curious if it lands at a realistic place.
But is there more going on there? Because it sure looks like it. I kept thinking, man, I think many of us thought so. She's acting like a crazy ex-girlfriend. Not that I'm saying it is, but it's starting to make a little more sense, isn't it? He told me whenever I questioned him about Magnolia, who Magnolia Sims was, because my mods came back here.
Now, this is messed up. Oh, Betty, you are so mean for this. Jared was involved to send info or crumbs to the jerks. Can't say for sure, but I've always felt that way. Yeah, maybe. I felt like it all exploded on Heels at the same time. I feel like she was is Heels Aunt Mary? No, but she is trying to insinuate that they had a thing. Yeah, nah, got it right, Celine. Like, yeah, nah. It all kind of hit the fan at the same thing. So his birthday is actually right around mine, December, and he said he was 10 years older than me, so he's 45. He's 45.
And told me that, she was yelling at people not to say my name in the chat. I'm like, so I reach out to JLR. I'm like, who's this? Why is Magnolia being mean to me? Who's this?
Well, I'll tell you what, as you saw my moderator state, Magnolia was very mean to me. Now, Heels isn't the ant. No, I know. I was just teasing. Hey, speculation. This will also be used in a lawsuit, probably, because she's saying JLR wanted to dox Heels, and then she files a first lawsuit on Heels, which did dox her publicly, and they were working together. Yeah, and then she retracted Heels from it, right? Yeah. I didn't. I'll be honest. I'm not as interested in the lawsuit as a lot of people are. Personally, feel like Heels was obsessed with him the way she dug in and made constant videos of him. It seemed a bit much for me. Wait, I can't do it right now. Only laundries can get them back together. I don't know who Heels is. I always thought it was Amber, but I think I'm wrong. I think her dox has been out there. I don't know it. I don't pay attention to other people's doxes. I want to put PHR to give those crumbs to someone else to put the info. Of course he would. As far as Heels, what better people than 5'6" women, the jerks? Again, my opinion only. Possibly. Are they the ones that exposed her dox? I just remember the blog blowing up and everybody being like, oh, she was this blog and she's a racist. And I don't believe that. I don't think Heels is a racist at all. So, but all right. So Betty is on one. All right, Bets, tell us more.
She was yelling at people not to say my name in the chat. I'm like, so I reach out to JLR. I'm like, who's this? Why is Magnolia being mean to me? Who's this Magnolia chick? And why is she the only one modding in your chat? That's what I'm asking him.
So that did happen. I think she said she was joking. Hey, Joneson. Because when I was speaking about people being associated with people that do things that they're against, Heels came back at me and was like, well, you support Betty and JR. And I'm like, well, I don't support Betty and JR. Everybody was praising JR for changing. I just met the dude. I felt like he was human compared to what you hear on here, whatever. But I'm not over here pushing his channel. He's not over there saying he's part of Granny's watching. It's a completely different, uncomparable situation. Anyway, somebody said, well, Heels, you said you spent a week with him, and she said she was kidding. So, I don't know. JR posted her docs a long time ago. How did JR know her name before anybody else? Okay, so they did. The jerks did put out her information. Why? There have been a number of old accounts. How did he know that this? I don't know. Maybe Heels can tell us if she ever... She did. She's afraid of him, says she's seen what he's capable of, kept it all a secret, now coming out. Yeah. I think Heels was caught in a political climate. Is this some kind of weird grift? I don't think it's a grift. Hey, Lori. I don't think it's a grift. I feel like this is real. I feel like she is really afraid of what may come from this.
And he basically tells me that she's not a girl. And I said, is she a dude acting like a girl? And he's like, no, not that. I said, what are you trying to say? Is she a transvestite? And he's like, it doesn't matter. It's not what you think. That's what so he implied it through these text messages that freaking Magnolia Sims is a transvestite.
Betty! My golly, Betty, are you afraid of this man or not? That is not what he implied. Let's rewind back a little bit, because Betty, you were just throwing all the low blows. You were throwing tomatoes and tomatoes, girl.
Tells me that she's not being mean. So I reach out to JLR. I'm like, who's this? Why is Magnolia being mean to me? Who's this Magnolia chick? And why is she the only one modding in your chat? You know, that's what I'm asking him. And he basically tells me that she's not.
Were you asking him as a jaded ex-lover? Mr. Lover. I think she was asking as a lover. You know, I do have this one moderator, and why is she mean to me? And who is she? You know what I mean? Anybody else feel like she's, you know, why is there only one moderator? Is it a female? You know what I mean? And then he's like, no, it's not a female. And then she's like, is it a transvestite? I mean, come on.
Not a girl. And I said, is she a dude acting like a girl? And he's like, no, not a chat. You know, that's what I'm asking him. And he basically tells me that she's not a girl. And I said, is she a dude acting like a girl? And he's like, no, not that. I said, what are you trying to say? Is she a transvestite? And he's like, it doesn't matter. It's not what you think. That's what so he implied it through these text messages.
I'll be honest, I don't know what the political correct term is for that right and today. I don't know. So I don't know if it's appropriate term. Yeah, she calls me Mr. Boombastic. Very fantastic. But it sounds to me like he's saying we're like, no, it's not what you think, meaning like it's not a girlfriend. It sounds like. Why is he telling her it's not a girlfriend? Is it because she's asking as a jaded ex-lover? Maybe.
That freaking Magnolia Sims is a transvestite. I'm like you just, and then I meet her and she's a nice girl and she has cancer and he's using her.
Well, what makes you think he's using her? Betty, good golly, girl. So it sounds like, again, he didn't take you serious. You were one of those secret lovers, because this all keeps going back to the women. This all keeps going back to that. And you shouldn't really be talking about it at all. It doesn't matter. And it shouldn't matter. Amen to that. Thank you. It does not matter. And I can't believe that's just a low blow to her to throw out there, because she sounds like she is salty, if you will, that JLR has chosen to be serious with Magnolia. That's what it sounds like. And it doesn't sound like he was saying to her, like, no, she's not a woman. She's not a man. She's not a trans. It sounds like he was saying it's not what you think. Meaning, she's not my girlfriend. It's not what you think. Not, you know, it matters about her sexuality. That was bizarre, Betty.
And I'm
bizarre.
sorry. How much do you guys want me to take before I go off? How much? I mean, tell me. Because this is about my limit before I start making waves on social media.
Sounds to me like you took a lot, being that little secret lover. No, but she did imply that Heels and JR had a thing together at one point. Either she said about age difference. It was weird.
I've had it. And Jonathan is part of the problem. And I truly believe he's been playing both sides of the fences this whole time. He's got literally hundreds of troll accounts.
Both sides of the fences, meaning what, Betty? He had you being led on, and then he had a relationship going? What do you mean, both sides? Right, probably just like, you know, leave her alone. Yeah. What fences? Right, both sides of what? Right. Both, right. Relationship-wise, he was leading you on, but he had a girlfriend? Thank you, Gary. Did JR lead her on and then rejected her? Or he just wants his private life private. Person or child, when you use the term girl, it sounds like kid. Maybe he meant woman, not a random person. I think he meant it's none of your business, Betty, but it's not what you think it is, meaning this isn't the girlfriend. This isn't my girlfriend. Because he probably knew it would leave Betty into a jealous spiral, because that's what this comes across as. And if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but that's how it's coming across.
He does a lot of damage to people behind the scenes. And now he's using those strategies and tactics against me to try to take my channel down or to control me by the threat of taking my channel down and the political pressure he can cause.
Oh,
Because from what I hear, Great Aunt Mary, Sugar Mama,
back to Great Aunt
apparently has some
Mary.
political power. She's obviously a millionaire in Georgia. So
Why do you know all this business, girl? You know where these ladies are located. She named a few different states now. She knows where Aunt Mary lives. Hell, does Aunt Mary have a brother? Because I'm looking for an uncle, okay? Let me get that. Hell.
So, I just keep wondering, is he going to be coming after me with money?
Unbreak
How deep-
my heart. Say you'll tragically pimp with me again. Undo the damage you caused when you left me alone and walked out of my lawsuit. Untie these heels. Say you'll defend me again. This hurt that you caused when you walked out the cause. Lord, bless it, Betty.
Is this going to go with Bullhorn Betty? I don't know, but
Listen, I know my singing was top notch. I should charge like you would at a concert, but my Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal is available. Personal concerts can be arranged. Don't exit out because of my singing. I won't do it again.
For whatever reason, he picked this fight. I don't know why. He could have just been honest.
Honest about what, Betty? His relationships? His girlfriend? Oh, tell me this doesn't sound like a broken heart.
Not to. And when I looked into it, I found out all this other information. And it's scary.
Well, you looked into what, Betty? His relationships? We have docked so many people. Burnt toast. Heels in the air, and so many others coming soon and shall all be public record. Ooh, I don't know what you mean, Anonymous, but you sound scary. All right, so she's saying she looked all into it and he should have been honest. About what? His personal relationships?
I don't know why. He could have just been honest. He chose not to. And when I looked into it, I found out all this other information, and it scares me. And I approached him about it to ask him for comment on it. And I think that was just yesterday, the day before. And then today my channel's gone.
Here we go. We get to it. Now we're getting to the juice that no other than Chasen said we would get to. We are chasing JLR is chasing waterfalls. And Betty's like, please stick to the one that you used to. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you very much. That's probably $2 to shut up, but All right. Here we go.
I got hit with one strike yesterday. And then today I get hit with another one. Very strategic. Just enough to make my channel go down.
Betty, here's your strike. It was by Cure with the help of SF Investigates. You threatened the woman, then you used her personal videos as your own. You re-uploaded them. That is what the strike was for. All this other stuff you did was for nothing. For nothing.
So what's what here? JLR, you got some explaining to do, buddy. And you can.
Yes. Who else thinks that JR broke her heart? So she turned around. She dug in to find out who his women were. And when she found out who his women were, she claims to have come across these other things. But it took for him to have a woman that he's claiming for you to let go of all these secrets. Who agrees with me? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's what happened. If you think that Betty found out about Magnolia, got salty about it for whatever reason, you don't think so? I do. Turned around, started digging to find out the information on this girl, this woman, and maybe came across other things. I doubt it. But enough for her. All right, lots of ones. You guys agree. We were singing up in this bitch, Jason. It was a full-blown concert. Numbers dropped. I apologize. They're back. I'm done. No more singing. You think something else, and Southern Princess agrees. Okay, she thinks something else too. Independent thinker is like, I don't know. Has anyone ever cut? Yes. Could you show the email? How much info does it show? Does it say specifics? Let me check. Let me check for you. All right. Let me type it in. Copyright complaint. Oh, that is me. Here we go. Copyright claim. So the first email, oh, that's by a music. So that's for music. Copyright infringement. Yeah, I mean, it shows on my end. It does tell you who some, yeah. So I don't have a way to I don't have a way to redact the information because I am live, but it does say right here, video title, what's going on over there, Kim? Takedown issued by Kimberly Blank. And then it gives me the URL, and then it says you now have 1 copyright strike. So it does tell you. Yes, it tells you. And that's what happened with me. This person struck me. And I was like, oh, fuck you. You're not getting this down. So then I turned around and I edited it and put it back up. And then she struck me a second time and she got it down. So I ended up with 2 copyright strikes. Both have, after a certain period of time, they go away. No, it's very specific. It tells you exactly what. I mean, even right here, when I have videos struck by for music, it will tell me right here what song, copyright content, backstabber, claimed by SME. So it does always tell you exactly how you were struck. Absolutely, it tells you. And then if you counter it, then you get all their personal information, like their address, blah, blah, blah. Oh, excuse me. So it tells you. All right, let's get back.
You can go to leadership. You can go to anywhere you want. I've got documentation for all of this. You know it. I asked you about it. You cowered out. You won't respond. I even told you that this is serious.
You asked him about his moderator. Did we jump? Did she tell us somewhere else? Because last I heard, you were asking about his moderator.
And you think going behind the scenes and taking my main channel out is going to keep me? I got 172 people in here, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of people that clipped this. If you really want to get silent, I don't think that that's what the result you got by coming after my channel. I just want to let you know. I don't think that's the result that you got from coming after my channel. I'm going to ask you one more time, Jonathan. You need to stand down and don't bother me again. And I know I've been texting you because I know that's what he's going to say. I've been asking him. Oh, I've been blowing it up, asking him all these questions.
Well, then Bets, you can't really go and you know, keep texting a guy and say, leave me alone. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Timmy Taylor, your need to appear later on in my conversations and try to like nitpick everything I say and do is kind of dumb as well. Okay. So let me tell you something. It is not dumb. When you are trying to weaponize a particular situation to paint somebody as a bad guy, but you were okay with it when it happened, makes you equally as bad, right? If you held in the fact that you knew, I mean, come on, let's just be honest here, right? Let's stop it because you're nitpicking to try to give credit to what you support over there. But no, the facts are the facts, just like your friend using a screenshot to try to paint me as horrible when she was the one and her other friend to help me try to publicly get out of that to now try to use that against me when they were okay with it when it happens. Yeah, it's a little, it makes you look bad, is all I'm saying.
Asking them all of these questions.
All the questions.
Let's see here. All these questions.
What questions, Betty?
My
Tell
last
us.
one was, this is me burning down the house.
Oh.
I'm done. I don't care who believes me. I don't care who doesn't believe me. I don't care. I don't care. Learn it for yourself. Anybody that spends any significant time around this man gets burned. And that's all there is to it. And let you be a lady. Oh, he'll use you up for good time. Right? He'll use you.
Ooh, there it goes, Betty. He'll use you up for a good time. She feels used. She feels used. It doesn't sound like you're afraid if you were giving the man a heads up that you're going to burn it down. Betty.
For your money. He'll use you up for your creativity. He will use you up to get him where he needs to go, his plateau. And then he does the flipperoo. He will start working to destroy you behind the scenes, especially if you start asking questions. So, ladies.
Oh, Betty. Right, Swing Day, she does say that. If you want to pay for a lot of thing, Jared's washed his hands up for a long time ago. She jilted for show. She feels unbreak her heart.
When I say ladies, plural.
Plural.
Start asking him those questions. Now would be a great time. Because all you ladies probably are all hanging out with each other.
Hey, don't go in the house. All you ladies probably hanging out with each other. So whose face were you smiling at, Betty, while going in the back? Huh? Because it sounds like you know something. It's still a piece of poop. And they both, well, poop. Yeah, that's true.
Betty, smiling in each other's face and are never even the wiser. And he's sitting over in the corner looking at all you, just enjoying the view.
Well, he should. He's a single man. Again, he's not married. I mean, come on. He's not married. Just because you thought it was going to grow up to be something better. I just
want to let you know. That's how sick and twisted he is.
That doesn't make him sick and twisted. How does that make him sick and twisted? I mean, unless they're asking and he's not telling.
It is just absolutely and utterly insane. So JLR, I hope you got the result you wanted by taking my channel for 7 days.
It wasn't even him.
Keep hitting me. There's only so many videos you can do, right? Eventually it'll end up rolling out.
Ooh, it wasn't even him that hit the strikes. Yeah. By the way, I drive a 2017 Hyundai Accent. Okay. Next time you're in a chat staring at me when I'm doing my streams, you want to say I drive a broke down car. It's not. It's not. But it is people like you that keep me in business. So thank you for commenting. With under 60,000 miles on it. So anyway, yeah, she sounds like she is very, Betty. Betty.
You have no earthly idea. You literally have no idea.
Mercedes in the house.
And I'm happy to take
I wouldn't even want a Mercedes. They cost too much for the upkeep. But I don't drive a Pinto, and my car's not a piece of shit. It's not broke down. It's none of the things. Again, it's a 2016 low mileage. It's a great car. I can afford it. It seems like JR would send a cease and desist or go straight for a lawsuit. I doubt he would go live. I don't think he'll go live. I think he knows that she wants him to go live. She wants the attention. Compared to his thousands, that was embarrassing. Well, it's a Hyundai. I said it wrong. It's not a Honda. It's a Hyundai. Family's always driven Hyundais. They're nice cars. I find it bizarre that another creator's talking about what I possibly drive for a living. And, a car's a car. If it has 4 wheels and it gets you somewhere safely, that's all it needs. It's not a Civic, but hell, like I said, a car's a car. You know what I mean? By 2023, times are tough. If you have a car, bless it. I'm lucky I can afford gas. Yeah, he won't go live. He won't go live about it. No, I know. I didn't say you said I drove a Pinto. I saw you say that I drive a shitty car because you watch my streams where I'm driving, and therefore you somehow assumed it was a shitty car. So I'm just letting you know it's not a shitty car. It's actually a very nice car. Oh, did I say 2017 and 2016? Well, it's a 2016. 2016. Do I have to pull out my car manual? Because I bet you that's going to be their big thing now, right, Timmy? Because you sit in those chats. That's going to be their big thing now. Granny said 2017 and then 2016. So I will pull out the camera and take a picture of my car, and I will show you my car manual that tells you the year. And don't any of you worry about it. It is, I'll show you the mileage too. No reason to lie about the year of my fucking car. Mercedes are expensive. They're stupid. That's my point, right? Like a car's a car. Yeah, right. License and registration, ma'am. Hey, and Angel Chips, living in Delco, can you confirm or just because people look it up, but they don't know where to look. And some of these towns around here, you have to have a parking permit. Well, it is YouTube, which is why I find it weird that you be in another chat talking about if my car's shitty or not. That is very bizarre, LA. As I think many people will agree, to be that hateful yet watch is a little odd. So I'm just confirming for those of you who sat in that chat talking about my car, that my car is safe and it is okay. So anyway, people inspire themselves. Yeah, what kind of car, right? What kind of car Grady drives is important. Exactly. Let's continue on.
If somebody wants.
Oh, but as I was saying, in some of the towns around here, you have to have a parking permit. Somebody explained it to me before. It has to do with the towns weren't made for this many cars and to ensure that ambulances and first responders can make it through the streets. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But yeah, so you do need a parking permit in my town. I allowed mine to expire over the new year, ended up with tickets. That's simple, folks. It's really not this big conspiracy.
To pay for a polygraph test, I'm happy to take it. I'm happy to take a polygraph test. I have no problem. Anybody wants to pay for it? I live in Manatee County. Find one in Manatee County or Sarasota. Give them a list of questions. I pay for it. I will go down and answer the questions, and you can have the results.
How much do you guys think that would cost? How much do you guys think it would cost to get her a lie detector test? Can we look it up? Manatee, Florida, lie detector test. All right, we found some places, Bet. You on? Whoa, 1 star. Somebody's angry. So a lie detector is about $700 in Florida. But if you go to Gainesville, it's $500. Melbourne is $600. So what kind of questions are we asking? What kind of questions are we asking, Betty? Didn't MGL kind of get pushed out because JR didn't like the fact MGL had a loud mouth? So I asked JR about that, and he said he would never. He did claim Betty as a friend. He said Betty's his friend. He said Molly's not somebody he would ever hang out with. He did not really, he had nothing bad to say about Betty. He claimed you, Betty, as a friend. I think you wanted to be claimed as a lover, but he did claim you as a friend. Right. What are the questions we're asking? Did I get arrested with no pants on? Me? No, I've never been arrested without pants on. Are you asking about Betty? That would be interesting. I don't know. All right, let's see.
I've got nothing to hide.
Lover. Oh,
the
I was going to say.
Almost killed me anyways. They're not my secrets to keep.
She said the secrets almost killed her anyway. They are not her secrets to keep. So put that on the lie detector test. Betty, were you arrested without pants on? Let's make a list of questions, guys.
So, ladies, good luck. I don't know what to tell you. I would say stay the hell away from him. But hey, you know what? It seems like he's going for, people that are down on their luck. Married women. See, again, she's not given warning. Right, almost killed her. Right, the dramatics. She's not given warning about what to, as creators or people or women. She's given warning that to look out for these particular things, relationship wise, not friendship wise. Betty with no pants on. All right, so heed her warning, ladies. I would say stay the hell away from him. But hey, you know what? It seems like he's going for, people that are down on their luck. Married women, those are the ones that keep the quietest. So again, and and I got to tell you, Aunt Mary's not the only rich broad either. So if you ain't got money, you definitely ain't being claimed. So
Ooh,
FYI, just
you come across very jaded, Betty. Now I ain't saying she a gold digger. Don't get me in trouble, ducking felonies. All right, don't get me in trouble. So he cheated on her. Is this what anybody else is picking up here? Listen to it, Betty. You sound like JR's going to end up on another one of those X's on the was a police report, huh?
Aunt Mary's not the only rich broad either. So if you ain't got money, you definitely ain't being claimed. So FYI, just an FYI.
Where are all these bitches with money? Do you got bros? I need some of this. Oh my goodness.
I knew there's something about, he's just, I was delusional because he's always been so nice. I've never known this side of JLR, right? I can tell you that
you've never known this side, but you sat there and said you witnessed him do it to other people. Now you've never known this side. You just didn't think this side was going to come to get you.
That when I started realizing JLR was doing some stuff behind the scenes, implying that he was me, I started telling some mods because I didn't want to go public with it. But I did want to tell people so people can't say, oh, wait, you just now decided to bring it up. So I told people that I trusted back then this stuff to keep to themselves. So if I ever needed them to show, to be the receipt, they.
So you had a backup plan in advance because you knew he wasn't claiming you. He was claiming the ones with the money.
It would be the receipt. So this whole time when I started realizing that Jonathan, which was about a year ago, I started informing my family and friends of what was going on with everything, just as a precaution. I was hoping.
Not with the dramatic. She was warning family and friends as a precaution. You've really got your Betty. Are you serious? Are you that afraid? Or is this like one of those things? I don't even understand what is happening here. Like, do you guys think Betty's really afraid of this man? Or, I mean, she's even warning family and friends that if anything happens to her, she's telling us all that she's sound of mind and she's not taking medications and she's not, on the urge of unaliving. This is wild. No, the women are his financial source. Without the women, have no money. It's the only thing she has to attempt a takeaway to affect him. She has nothing else to use against him. But it doesn't sound like she's coming from a place of, I
was hoping I wasn't right about this. I really was, but I still kept my family and friends in the light. Some information I didn't. It wasn't until just a little while ago, over the last several months that I started, telling more people a little more information about stuff they didn't know about. But I have to say that this whole thing with the 2016 guy, as well as Benny Key's friend, it just has me concerned. And it would close my worry box greatly if we can either confirm or deny those allegations.
Her worry box. I've been live for nearly 3 hours, B-fam. All right. So again, if that's how she felt, she should have reached out to Benny in private. She should have looked into it.
But again, it's not, I want to work on it here, but I realize this is past my level of expertise, and that somebody a little higher up the food chain needs to have this information and needs to properly look at it. And I'm not the one to do it. And I don't know what else to do. All I can say is for the channel, brace for impact. I have a
brace for impact. The scorned lover has thrown her first sword. Will the Playboy himself seek revenge? This is weird. So she slandered him online, now washes her hands of it. The truth is she flashed her trophies at him and he ran.
A funny feeling that this is going to get really ugly. I don't know how ugly it's going to get, but I have to believe that he's going to try to come after me with everything that he has.
with all those women's. Granny Betty don't want romance. Hold on, moderator's yelling at us. Granny Betty don't want romance. She wants status, power, influence, intimidation, and skill. She had that with JLR. Without his protection, she realized she has no control of it. Granny. I agree. And I think she was insulted when she found out that Magnolia was higher up on the chain than she is, right? I think that's what happens.
Every weapon, politically or otherwise, that he has. He's not gonna, I don't think he's gonna do, you know, physical damage to me, like he's gonna hurt me physically. I would think that if he wanted to do that, he would have done that by now.
Well, Betty, at one point you told us all that you were sound of mind. You're not going to harm yourself. The next point you told us that you warned family and friends in case anything happens. Now you're telling us you're not scared. I do the same thing, moderator.
But I am concerned for my safety and well-being. I don't know how else to put it than that. And take it for what you will. I don't know what to say. If you know, people are probably going to analyze this and try to say that I'm lying or making it up, or, you know, do whatever you got to do. I don't care. At this point, just get the information out there. Somebody will see it. If you have to tear me up to get it out there, then tear me up to get it out there.
I'm glad you understand, Betty, because this isn't personal. And I think you know that. I think you know when it comes to me, it's not personal. I'm not a Betty hater. I'm not a any of those things. What I am is understanding, and I try to be fair on things, and I'm trying to be fair when I say that you come across as a jaded lover. Hello. I can't. Can you hear me?
You can hear me now. Sorry.
I can.
I was saying I was setting up my mic real quick. What's going on? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I am good. So I've seen you in other chats. You may have even been in mine at some point. I don't know. My name's Anthony. I'm from True Crime Investigates, and I subscribed to your channel just now, but I've seen you in several places, and I found this topic to be very interesting because it's something that I have watched, but I don't ever talk about it. So I'm curious, how did you get entwined with these people?
Just from, I'm not intertwined, actually. I'm just an outsider.
Okay. So Bullhorn Betty has been like just out there so much in the past several years, and I don't know anything about her except the thing that got me to even know who she was the Summer Wells case. And in that Summer Wells case, she was with Molly Golightly and JLR in the video. So what happened between these two? Do you know?
No, not quite. We are speculating, but basically they disassociated from each other. It sounds more like Betty has a broken heart, but this is just, you know, that's why we're dissecting it, because we don't know what all happened, but she's claiming that she's in danger or fearful.
She's not in. Okay, listen, I've had people say the same things about me. Okay, ex-girlfriends, friends, whoever. As soon as something goes bad, people try to downgrade people on the internet by going and saying, "Oh, dude, if they hurt me, then you guys know who it is," and try to make people feel so bad for them, like they're the victim. But the reality is they're just trying to scrutinize another person and make everyone not like that other person. You know what I mean? Like, she's not in fear. People that are in fear don't go on the internet and talk shit about people. Okay?
Exactly.
Because you're scared of that dude coming to get you. If she's so scared of him coming to get her, him of all people coming to get her, come on now. Him?
Well, and if she was I do believe he has influence, and I do believe that he can do things, you know, like troll game and everything. But I don't think if you were fearful, the first thing you do is come out with his personal business. That part I don't agree with.
Exactly. I don't agree with that either. Now, why is she doing that? Like, why is she coming out with his business if there's nothing, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like is he responding to her at all?
No, not publicly.
I wonder if he ever will.
I don't think so. I don't think he'll do it publicly.
No, I don't think so either. He'll probably reach out to her privately. I don't even know. I don't even know what the deal is. Why, if she's thinking that he's such a bad guy, do they even live in the same area?
They do. Yeah.
They do?
They do.
Oh, okay. There's probably some secret private relationship that we don't even know about or something. They got some OnlyFans going on or something. Shit went sideways.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like it was like a broken up relationship.
Scorned lover. I got you.
Yeah.
It is.
It sounds like it.
So does Betty respond to you?
I don't think so. This is my first time doing it. I am going to reach out to Betty because I am curious of some of the things she was saying. Like she did say, like, oh, give me a lie detector test, I'll take it. But what are the questions? Like, what is the end what is she trying to get at? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. There's so many undertones to this that I can't even understand what her main like, what are we debating her on? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah.
The visuals are haunting.
No, let them on OnlyFans. That would be hilarious, dude. People would probably pay for that just to see it.
Honestly, they probably could make a killing on that. This Spring Tea, this is not. If you think this is harassment and bullying, you are sadly mistaken. Even Betty right here herself says, however you got to get this out there, if you got to do it by dragging me, blah blah blah, go ahead and do it. I have in no way have I bullied or harassed Bullhorn Betty at all. Not at all. We are just dissecting what she asked us to dissect.
Yeah, and she's given her opinion on it. So that's
Yeah.
that's not harassment. It's harassment if you just constantly badger that person over and over and over again. But to go on there and talk about it, it's free speech, and it's her opinion.
Right. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah. But if you support them, state your opinion.
Yeah, you're welcome to come up and say anything, and like I said, I'm not even against Betty. I just think this was goofy. I think if she was truly afraid, she wouldn't have put out all of his personal business the way she did. We don't need to know who JR is supposedly sleeping with, how many women he's sleeping with. We don't need to know if his aunt is really his aunt, that he has, all these women with money. We don't need to know any of that.
It would be so great if he would just see if I was him and someone was saying like I'm all this like big ladies man and a pimp and like pimp or whatever, and like I would make a funny video. Okay, I would find girls and I would be like, listen, man, can you guys throw money at me and I'll dance in the street, and we'll just make it look like you guys are just feeding me all this money and
like bring it down on them.
Yeah, it would be hilarious. This is why I would love to just make videos about people like that, because it is funny.
It would be a funny troll. Now, yeah, you're right. So Lisa's right. So there were two very serious allegations that were made, and they were that JR has pushed women over the edge to unalive themselves. That's very serious to put out there in the universe without knowing for sure.
Yeah.
And she's basically telling all of us that we should look into it. But she should have before she mentioned it.
Yeah, and she should have researched it and shown everybody. You know what I mean? Like, show me everything. And then let people make a decision from there. Don't go on there and say things about people and then say, oh, go look it up yourself, because no one wants to do that. No one wants to sit there and just dig into all this stuff. They want to hear it from you if they're coming to you as the source, right? They don't want to go research it. So why would she do that?
I mean, and honestly, like I said, if that is true, she's basically using, even if it's not true, no matter which way it is, she is using a very serious thing, that this women's death. One is alive, one's not even deceased, thankfully. But the other one was a friend of another creator, a sister, and he loved her. So using that now as like a weapon against JR because you're fighting with him is pretty low down. And I expected more from even Betty when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Betty, so I don't even know what she does anymore. Does she actually go still places and do on like cover crimes in person, or does she just talk?
She just talks. She even stated that she's been out of, she's been in her house for a year. So she's basically saying to people, why do you still keep coming at me? I'm not doing any of the things you all complained about before. What does it take for you to leave me alone? But then she responds, and I don't think she understands that by responding, people are getting more content.
Right. Right. And plus, if people are going to make claims against people, Carl Sagan has a quote that says, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if you make a claim about someone, you have to back that up with the evidence,
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you can't, that's considered libel and defamation. I sued someone this year for exactly that, for going online and saying a bunch of shit about me on YouTube.
Really?
Yes. And just because you don't say someone's name doesn't mean that you're not talking about them. It doesn't mean that it can't be proven in court. So yeah, so I actually had to do that this year because people
Wow.
can get overly obsessive over it.
Was that did that, if you don't mind, I mean, did it cost you a pretty chunk though?
It cost me like $75 to file it, and then I went to court I think 3 different times. So no,
No
it really
shit.
didn't cost me hardly anything except for the time and travel to get there.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
interesting. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And so comments on social media can really damage somebody if they aren't careful. You know, if they can't back up what they're saying and they just said something about someone and it may be true, they have to prove that it's true. You know, if you can't.
Well, and a lot of people have gotten comfortable with saying whatever they want on the internet and getting away with it. So yeah, I think that happens a lot. And I'm actually very curious to hear more about you going legal on it, because a lot of times people say they'll go legal, but then you hear that slander and libel costs so much money and so much blah, 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 and that you won't get anywhere. So it's interesting that you actually took the steps, because people do. They, you know, especially these avatars with no names and, you know.
The keyboard warriors is what I like to call them.
Yeah, exactly. And it can absolutely, like her saying that he's the reason this woman ended up taking her life. I mean, that is a serious allegation to resurface with zero proof. And then to state she didn't even really look into it.
Yeah. Didn't even really look into it. You know, oh, he did this. Okay. Now, if he sued her, and I know that he has like a world record for the most frivolous lawsuits. Okay.
Yep.
So he's a dude that will file a lawsuit on you just for blinking at him wrong. Right. So it wouldn't surprise me that he does it to her. He might win, you know,
he possibly could. Yeah.
It would be funny to watch that. That would be something to go in person and cover.
I know. Do you know how many people probably would?
Is
that you, Laura?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. Yeah, I think if he were to respond in any format, it probably would be by lawsuit. What do you think, Laura? I know you're kind of opposite.
I have multiple feelings on this. I don't think Betty's totally lying, and I'm no Betty fan. JLR, and I don't mean to offend anybody, but JLR is a true piece of shit. Everyone thinks Betty is so bad. JLR is 10 times worse than Betty. He is the lowest of the low. He is the biggest scumbag I've ever seen or met personally in my entire life. And I don't know why he gets a pass. He is just scum. And I'm not saying, and if I think he's right, I'll say I think he's right. Charles Manson had nice points too. So did Ted Bundy. Now, Betty is a liar. We know this, but not everything Betty says is going to be a lie. Does she exaggerate a lot? Absolutely. But again, Charles Manson and Ted Bundy also had, bouts of truth and things they said. When she was explaining and you were saying how, why do people, why'd she remain quiet and she was complacent, we all have done that. We've all been friends with someone who did shit and, did shit behind the scenes and we didn't say anything. And then when things, when you realize you didn't like them, same thing with a boyfriend. If you realize you didn't like them anymore, all of a sudden you have a problem with what they did. You may have had a problem with what they did in the first place, but you just didn't out it publicly. So there's a lot of points that you said that I don't agree with. And why do I think Betty slept with JLR? Absolutely, I do. Do I think she scorned? Absolutely, I do. Do I think that they both got their own karma for what they did to Molly? Because what JLR is doing to Betty, Betty did to Molly, and JLR did to Molly. So
I have a question on that.
For Molly, but
I have a question on that. What exactly was it that happened there? What did he do to her, or what you just said? What he did to her, she did to Molly? What exactly was that?
Uses Molly, wanted to be a team to, gain subs off her back.
Piggyback. Yep. Gotcha.
Piggyback. Yeah. Now, allegedly, Molly lies too, so I don't know if this is true, but allegedly, Betty had told Molly that that was true, that they did that. Again, I didn't hear her say it. I don't know. I can't say for sure. But I mean, to anyone watching the dynamic, it was so obvious. So I do believe it was true. But just, they're both, and I hate to say it, but they're both fucked up in their own right. And for some reason, and I can't tell you why, but for some reason, I kind of believe a lot of what Betty is saying. I couldn't tell you why.
Right, but what is she really saying? She's saying that he has women in different area codes, that he has sugar mamas. She hasn't said anything of substance. She hasn't said what he's doing to her. She accused him of strikes that obviously weren't him. We have proof they weren't him. So, like, ultimately, what are we supposed to believe her on if she's not even giving us what she's claiming he's doing?
Yeah, but you have two narcissists here, and it's a fight control. It's a power control, just like her stupid ass lawsuit with the other fucking narcissist.
Right. So it's a power control. So what are we supposed to be sympathetic on? Like, you're like, you believe her, but on what aspect? Because she hasn't gave us anything to believe.
That we've all been, what I'm sympathetic on is that we've all been burned by someone that we trusted.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But my thing is, she's saying she's now using what he's done to others behind the scenes as some type of, what a horrible person he was. But she knew what he was doing behind the scenes. That's the part I don't like.
But don't we all do that?
Yeah, and it's a problem I have. I hate it. If you were okay with it while it was beneficial for you to be okay with it, why weaponize it when it's not?
But we've all done that. Every single one of us have done it with an ex-boyfriend, someone, whatever, on YouTube. I think her and JLR were a lot closer than we know.
Yeah.
And I think that Betty, I know you said Betty said she felt left out. I agree with you. I think she did feel left out because Betty feels like she's a leader and everybody's trying to fuck with her and it's, everyone else's fault and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. I just feel like read between the lines. She's just hurt. She's pissed. She's mad. And what do people do when they're hurt, pissed, and mad is they attack.
Yeah. But right. But then at the same time, it's like, oh, but she's scared. Well, she didn't sound scared. You know what I mean?
I don't think she's scared. I think the only thing she's scared of is that he's going to fuck her up. He's going to troll her. She's afraid that he's going to cross the line because he's got the power to do it because she's watched him do it to others.
Right.
Okay. Well, if he's got the power to do it, why is she pushing him? Okay.
Right.
If he hasn't done it, why poke the bear?
Because she's mad.
Okay. She's mad. I understand. I'm pissed off at a lot of people too. But if I go out there and say, hey, fuck you to them, they're going to respond.
Right. And if he has this influence to push somebody into self-harm, because that is what she alleged twice in this video about two separate women, then why is she, you know what I mean, doing what she's doing? It just seems it sounds like there's more. She is using, the one woman's alive, thankfully. The other woman is deceased, but she is using that woman's death as like a shield. And it's not cool. It's not cool.
Who, Benny's sister?
Yeah. It's a very low thing to do.
Wait, her sister is the one?
No, Benny Keys, another creator. His sister.
Benny. Oh, Benny. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, are you talking about the bounty hunter Benny?
No, that's Ernie.
Ernie, that's right. Ernie. Okay, you got it. Gosh, these people I'm so confused with all these people.
It's a whole world.
It is.
Yeah, it was Benny's stepsister or half sister. She was a sister to him, and she ended up passing away. And at the time, I guess Benny did say it had to do with JLR and everything, and JLR thought maybe it did have something to do with him. And Betty's now saying, like, can anybody look into that? Can we know if that's true or not? And she's basically alleging it that he did it.
Hey, you know what? Kiko just said exactly what I've been trying to say. He's leaving her out in the dust, and she feels like he owes her. That's a good way to put it. And she's right. That Betty probably feels that JLR owes her something. And now that he's not doing anything or he wants nothing to do with her, she feels very left out.
Well, then she should reach out to him. and talk to him privately.
Well, maybe we don't know if she did. Maybe she did.
She did. She did. She told us she did, and he just wasn't giving her the answer she wanted, so she went public.
Now,
That's
It all sounds very jaded ex-lover. It sounds like he
I
broke her
agree.
heart.
But on the flip side of this, and I really say on the flip side of this, can someone please explain to me when she's running for president? Because what in the fuck is that, Betty? What in the fuck is this? He's going to ruin my political career. What political career? What are you trying to do, Betty? Are you running for presidency? You don't have a fucking political career.
Well, to be fair, I don't think she said political career. I think she was saying political stand because she's very active.
She said political career.
Well, she is very active in her politics in her neighborhood, and I think that's what she's referring to because so is he. That's where they met.
Dude, they changed laws in her state because of her, because of her wonderful, policing of politics in her state. She's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sticking up for Betty in any which way, shape, or form. But
I'm going to grab a drink. Keep talking. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, so you're not sticking up with Betty. Then why do you believe her over JLR? Let me ask you that question.
I don't know. There's just certain things she was saying. Now, mind you, I go back with both of them till 2020 with Petito case, which is where I met them. I mean, I wasn't there, but I met them through Molly.
Right.
And then I met them in Tennessee. And I have seen both of them interact. I have seen who they are as people, what phonies they are. And I'll be the first one to call it out now. But that doesn't mean that every single thing they say is a lie. And there are certain things that Betty said that is JLR. JLR has been around since Chris Watts days. A lot of people don't know this. Remember the gay guy that supposedly slept with Chris Watts? JLR was behind that. JLR is the one that got.
Is that even true?
The gay guy, I forgot his name. Someone in chat can help. The gay
true?
guy that claimed he slept with Chris Watts went on Ashley Banfield. I think it was Ashley Banfield or one before Ashley Banfield. I don't know. But
what a way to insert yourself, isn't it? I mean, can you imagine that, people? Can you imagine just being that dude all of a sudden just going out there and be like, I slept with Chris Watts?
He did.
I would be embarrassed. I would.
He ran a Trent. Thank you. Trent. I was going to say Trent Reznor. Trent Bolte or something. I think it was Trent Bolte. Something like that. But JLR was behind that. JLR ran a troll group it had like 120,000 subscribers, and all they did was troll. It was so fake. They threatened people. It was horrible. And Trent Bolte. And it goes all the way back to JLR. He's just crap. But I understand why she was afraid, that Betty's kind of afraid that JLR is going to do something. He does know how to troll, like hardcore trolling. Not
trolling's one
chat.
Okay, trolling's one thing, but as far as she's making claims that she's in fear for her safety.
And I don't think somebody that's in fear of their safety goes and spews out everything she just shouted about them.
Pecan pie, that's not true. It absolutely had to do with Betty protesting in front of the mayor's house or something. It absolutely had to do with Betty.
Yeah, and you know what? Spring Tea, it says, Greeno doesn't think you can agree with someone on a topic if you don't like the person. Your comment made no sense. No, that's not what I'm saying. I agree with people all the time that I don't like, okay, at all. I don't like some creators, and I agree with them. The thing is I ask questions because I try to figure out, okay, well, why would you believe one versus the other? I don't know any of these individuals except for YouTube. I will say what I see of JLR, that dude is a hustler. He's at court hearings. I was watching
Not a hustler, he's a scammer.
How's
he's
that scamming?
Fraud.
Hold on.
Man.
I have people call me a con man and a scammer. If you
but he legit is a con man.
But wait a minute. People will say I am legit a con man because someone went on the news one time and said a whole bunch of shit to the news and they aired it, and now it's labeled out there that I'm a con man. So how is he a con man? If people want to donate to his channel,
I'm
they
not talking
can.
about his channel. I'm talking about his life.
In his life, how can you say he's a con man if you don't know? Has he ever conned you?
Do you not know his history?
You can't say that, honey. You can't say that. Listen,
Why can't
sweetheart,
I say that? He went to jail for it.
Sweetheart, I've been to jail, okay?
Oh my
Not
God.
for scamming people, okay? It's you
Okay,
can't
but
say
dude,
that
you
based
have
on
no
someone's
idea what you're
history.
talking about.
Neither
This
do
is
you
all
because you don't even
stupid.
know him. You
And
don't
he
even know
admits
him.
it.
He goes on there and says, I scam people.
Oh my God, Granny, I can't with this. I'm not
Well,
gonna get aggravated.
No,
Guys,
no,
completely
this is a good.
ignorant of what's coming out of his mouth.
This is a good debate. I'm asking you serious
There's
questions.
nothing
How
to
can you say that?
debate. Facts
How
are
can you say-
facts.
How
There's
can you say it's a
nothing
fact?
to
Right.
debate.
How
Right,
can you
but
say
what
it's a
he's
fact?
saying, what
How
Anthony
can
is saying is, how is he currently still, just because he was a criminal or he did commit a crime, how is he still doing those things? He's asking you
Okay.
how with
Let
his
me
channel
put
is he
it, let
doing
me
those
put it
things.
like this, okay? If somebody raped 20 women,
Watch the
right?
language. I'm monetized here today.
I'm sorry. If someone are 20 women
Mhm.
and then they come to YouTube 20 years later, do you just forgive that? Would you date them? Do you just forgive what they did? Or is certain crime so heinous that you just don't forgive?
Well,
Okay,
all right,
he didn't
so-
rape any. He didn't do that to nobody.
Oh my
Right.
God.
That's the big comparison. But I get what you're saying. And I will say this, there is a gentleman within this community who unalived his wife by stabbing her in the back 9 times. And another woman said it was romantic that he held her as she took her last breath. So there are people that will overlook those type of nasty things. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, there's
Heels
people
in
that
the
will hook
air.
up. There's
Please
people
take
trying to
a
hook up
link,
with Chris Watts.
Heels. Nobody knows JLR like Heels. So Heels, please help me and take a link because I'm getting too aggravated. And this guy's
Well,
not
no,
worth getting aggravated over.
I think he understands what you're saying. I just think what he's currently doing is on the up and up. Now I get it. He is a swindler, right? I mean, he knows what he's doing. He has mastered the gift, but as he's doing it, he's not committing any illegal activities to do it.
Correct.
Right?
If people like him and they want to donate to him, and he's got sugar mamas and women that want to donate to him and just give him money, that's his business. That's not a scam. People say that's a scam. When people send me stuff and they say, oh, he's got sugar mamas and he's taken care of, but that's not the case. So
Right.
unless there's actually, and no one can ever offer any proof of it, okay, about me, that is, I've not seen anybody offer any proof that JLR has legitimately scammed her or anybody else. If he's been convicted of things in the past, that's the past. I give everyone the benefit of the doubt, and I treat their interaction with me, for example, both of you, neither one of you have done anything wrong with me. Okay, you've not screwed me over in any way. I will treat my relationship with you in a nice, cordial manner as a friend. Okay, now I don't care if someone comes out and says to Laura or anybody else and says, they're scams, they're cons, they're a piece of shit, they've been to jail, all this stuff. I don't give a shit what they say about you because you have not done anything to me. So I base my interaction with that person on their interaction with me.
And that's fair. And I think that's because of your own history, right? So same thing with me. I have a record. I am a felon. People automatically, I put up a wish list. I'm grifting. If I get sad on here, I'm grifting. If I laugh on here, I'm grifting. So I do the same because I can look and be like, oh, they're saying that this guy over here, da, 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 da. But unless I get that experience from you, now Laura doesn't have the record. She doesn't have a history. So she likes to just label people criminals. Laura can't stand the fact that people support, and there's other people. I've seen the guy John in here. He can't stand the fact that some felons have a channel.
Hold on, I could care less about his channel or who he supports or who supports him.
I thought that was
about it.
I thought that was the whole argument that he is.
I never said a word about it.
Oh, well, what's the argument here?
Because that's what this guy said. Like, I'm worried. I've never said one word about his donations. Never said a word about Betty's donations. I don't give a fuck what people give them. I don't watch other people's money like that.
Oh, I thought that's what this whole debate was about right now. Okay, so I'm sorry. So what started? Because I was getting a drink, if you recall. You're just saying overall he's just a shit person. He is a shit person.
500,000. I hope he gets 500,000 subs. It plays no effect on my life at all.
Yes,
Okay.
she's being streamed. If it says you're being streamed, you should know that. Okay, it's on my channel. It's coming from StreamYard.
Where does it tell you?
So at the top right corner up here, on StreamYard,
Yeah.
it right next to the thing before
Oh,
I could
I was
chat.
wondering what that was. Okay.
It said stream to it said stream. So I clicked on it,
Okay.
and it's streaming to my channel too.
I was
So
wondering what the A was. I didn't realize that it tells you up there. That's new. I've never had it happen, but I'm like, how's this A up here? And I see the thing. I don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It gives us an opportunity. So like all your revenue goes to you. I'm just sharing
Right,
it.
but your audience can see it as well. Yeah.
My audience
that's-
is watching us. Yep. So
That's cool that they have that now. So if I'm on Laura's panel, I can do that as well. I didn't know
Correct.
you could do that. Okay.
yeah, as long as she has the settings set up to allow other people to stream. Now, I guess for the people that are on my channel, tell them about who you are because they're asking.
Granny's watching. That's pretty much all it is.
There's a link. I'll drop it for everybody in my chat.
Okay, so Laura's not a pocket watcher. I will say that. I do know, I get what Laura's kind of saying because I said it during the summer when it came to Bullhorn Betty. I said, how come everybody's giving JR a pass? And I can't help but think it's because of the viewers. Because once JR started getting a certain amount of viewers, all the people that were saying how horrible he was were suddenly saying, well, he's not too bad and he's changed and blah, blah, blah. And how does that why doesn't Betty get the same grace to change? Is that what you're getting at, Laura?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
I don't know.
No, what I'm getting at is I just believe some of what Betty was saying. I 100% believe it from what I know about JLR and from my conversations, about JLR, like with Molly there's just certain things that I can use reasonable deduction that she's not lying about. That's all.
Oh, I believe her about certain things as well, to be honest. I do. I believe her about certain things. I do believe that she is worried of what he's going to do to her and her channel and do to her in the political settings. I do agree with that. I just don't think it was beneficial for her to come out here in such an arrogant way, speaking on his personal matters.
But
that's kind of what happened to me.
But we don't know what happened behind the scenes. For all we know, JLR attacked Betty personally. We have no idea.
Well, what we do know is she was accusing him of striking her channel, and it has since come out that it wasn't him. And I was asking that when she was saying, well, what did he do, Betty? Because all you're telling us about are these different girls he's seeing and all these different people he's seeing. What does that matter? What did he actually do to her? I want to know that as well, because he didn't do the strikes.
And JLR is extremely sneaky, and I don't doubt that he's doing shit behind the scenes. I really don't.
But none of us can prove that, right?
Right.
None of us.
Yeah, I will say this guy is the ultimate troll. I don't know if you were in here when we pulled up an article where he tormented this woman for planning an anti-Trump rally. I mean, JR is he's a troll. He's like, he knows what he's doing. But I don't think that I'm questioning Betty's way of going about it, because if she's that fearful, why does she do things the way she did?
Okay, Granny, let me ask you a question. Without divulging information and without getting into details, going back to when you saw him in PA.
Right.
And he was sneaky about a couple of things with you. So imagine what he would do to someone that he knows dirty secrets on.
Well, absolutely. And I gave Betty that when she said that she felt like he did X, Y, and Z to her. I said, yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine she felt that way. I can see why, without a doubt.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when you know that someone is a certain way, when somebody else comes out and says it, you kind of have to give it some credence, because, well, they did that to me, so I'm sure they did this to this other person too.
Right.
In reasonable
to a reasonable extent. I get what you're saying,
Yeah,
but she didn't come out and tell us what he's doing to her. Instead, she implied that he's the reason that a woman took her life.
That's a
You know what I
serious
mean? Like,
accusation.
that's a serious accusation. And it also felt like she was using the death of that woman as a
Like
a shield
crutch.
or something,
Yeah.
a crutch, a
But
shield,
maybe
something.
But maybe it's true. Maybe Benny's sister did finally not unalive herself, but maybe she finally had enough, because that wasn't that right around the time they were all in Tennessee and Benny and JLR were fighting. And we know that JLR looks people up and goes after their personal lives. They did it with Crude as Fuck. So this is who they are. So we don't know
Right.
if what she's saying is not true.
Right. And you just proved my point by saying they. Betty was all good and down with it until it turned on her. That was my
No,
one of my
absolutely.
biggest.
Well, most
Yeah.
people. Most
And
people like that.
and here's my thing: if she really believes now, whatever sudden awakening she had that makes her believe that that could have been true, although she ignored it at the time and actually comforted JR and the thought that it could be true, why didn't she have the respects to reach out to Benny and ask him for going public with it? Do you
Well,
think
that's an
Benny wants
easy
his
answer.
loved one used as a weapon?
That's an
Because
easy
she's
answer,
weaponizing it.
because she was his friend. Just like we've all been friends with people behind the scenes that do fucked up shit, you don't tell anyone. You just keep your mouth shut and you deal with it. Or you talk to them about it behind the scenes, but you don't bring it public. So you've done it, we've all done it. So I don't
Oh, I've
fault
done it.
her with that. You can, and not you personally, Jess, but in general, you can't act holier than thou because it's someone else, when every single one of us have done that. Every single one of us
So-
has stayed quiet about shit we knew about what someone was doing behind the scenes. Every one of us.
I absolutely agree. But why is it that she's using this woman's death and then all the women JR is dating? What
But
kind
we've
of
all done
what,
that. We've
but what
all
is-
done that.
I don't think I would use somebody's unaliving without confirming that what I was saying was even true. You know what I mean?
You
Like, why
would if- you
why
would if-
didn't she reach out?
Why would she? She doesn't owe Benny an explanation. She does. Her gratitude, her what's the word I'm looking for? Her
But she's asking
loyalty.
him.
But her loyalty was with JLR, not with Benny. Benny. I was gonna say Betty.
Yeah.
But now
But she
she's
did
on
say,
his side.
kind of. Now she wants to confirm what Benny apparently was saying, but she's even asking Benny, Benny, is it true? Can you confirm or deny? And it's like, yeah, that's something you get the decency of reach out in private for.
But where would she pull this out of a hat from? That was my other question. Why would she pull this up? Like, why Benny's sister? Where did that even come from? That
Because
also lends credibility to me that she wouldn't just pick Benny's sister out of a hat. That's a far-fetched stretch.
Well, because what had happened is she said when she was doing research, she came across this woman from the 2016 that he put out to be tormented, this woman here, and that when she was looking into that, she remembered Benny's sister in a conversation she had with JR and how worried he was. And I don't know what made her look it up, to be honest.
And what is JLR post in there? I don't get it.
So this is a woman that was going to do anti-Trump rally, and JR posted her all over all these different groups to the point where she was like severely bullied. And then her work was contacted, and her, everything about her was just torn apart. She said it was like the worst thing she's ever went through.
And you know what?
And that's what Betty's afraid he's going to do to her.
Well,
Right.
It's the power of suggestion, everybody. So if you have a group of, coyotes, all right, they're more likely to attack one specific individual if it's by itself.
Mhm.
Okay. If you're a streamer, you are the wolf. Okay. And you've got all these coyotes, which is our chat. Now, if I go on here and I've got a huge following, and at one point I did, on my other channel, and you got a huge following, and you put out information about someone, or you go on there and just say, this dude's a piece of shit and he did this, all your followers are going to go over there and comment on that and destroy that person. That's kind of what happens, is if you are a larger creator, you can influence people to do certain things.
Do you have
That
an
is true.
echo?
No echo.
Oh, okay. Because I can't find my. Oh, there it is. Let me put it on hold real quick.
Hey, Heels.
Okay, I did it. Hey.
Now you'll get some insight into JLR. Nobody knows
well,
him as well as her.
Unfortunately, and I am not paying him to come out in the woods in a cabin with me. I want to make that clear. Did y'all get to that part yet in the video?
Yeah, we got there.
Okay. The other thing is, she's saying this all started 8 months ago. When did Queen, because I haven't really looked back, I think it started when she filed the lawsuit on Queen and copied his lawsuit against Unirock. I think that's when it probably happened, because remember when that was going around and everybody was comparing? Because that's the kind of stuff that bothers JLR.
See, I don't know, because I met JLR after all that, and he said Betty was his friend.
He was Betty's friend?
Yeah, he said Betty's his friend.
Why do you say his? You mean her friend?
Because he's a male. JLR said Betty was his friend.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Okay. So, JLR doesn't really have friends. And I don't know him. Like, I've never met him personally. I've never called him, talked to him, chatted with him, anything. But I've done a lot of research because JLR's life is online. All you have to do is find it. And because of his diagnosis is also online. When he left prison in 2012, he sat out in some like holding room or something and read off his medical papers. And he has serious mental issues, but he also takes medication for it. He uses people just like this thing he's doing now. It's great. You know, he's always looking at the chat when he says something kind of outrageous. He'll look at the chat to see the reaction, because that's what JLR is all about, is the reaction. Even when he was doing his identity theft, it wasn't the money as much as it was he was getting by with it. You know what I mean? And he's a big liar. I mean, he lies about a lot of stuff, but I don't think he's ever been a friend with Betty. I think they started out in with like protesting during the school board meetings, and when they were anti-mask and they were doing all that before they went to Gabby Petito, before they stood out in front of their house. If you heard him on Jay for Justice, he would go and talk about what they were doing out there on her show, like every couple of nights. He never mentioned Betty, ever. He said there was a girl out there and I was telling her to go do this and she was doing that. And so I think it's hurting her more because she believed he was her friend, like the kind of friend she thinks she is with Dolly. That's a good example. Like, she's very loyal. She would never say anything about him unless he hurt her. So I think it started 8 months ago, because she says that. And then the final straw was when they went to the Murdoch trial. He got to get in, God knows how. He got to get into the courtroom and he kind of pushed her away. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he just kind of shunned her. And that's when she got pissed. But he's just not. She even says he trained her how to do different things. So I guess she looked at him as kind of a mentor on how to do underhanded. Somebody said he was using her name to do underhanded. I've gotten like 14 threatening emails, all of them mentioning Betty, but I know they're from JLR. So I know he does that kind of stuff. You know, so that was something else she mentioned.
So he sends you emails threatening you
Oh,
because you
yeah,
take sides with
yeah.
her. Wait, because you take sides with her? Is that what it is?
No, I don't take sides with her because I do reaction videos and clips,
Okay.
and it's their own words, but it was pissing her off. JLR really doesn't care. There's only a few things that would make him mad that you could do about him, but it was during a time when she was mad at me and looking for burnt toast. I don't know if you know that creator, Burnt Toast, but she
I
was
don't.
mad looking for her. She was mad at me, and this was like maybe almost 2 years ago, and it got really bad there for a while. But he doesn't really. He's not. His whole thing is clout chasing. That's what he's always done. He wants to get that viral video. He wants to be on the news. Really, like I don't think he cares. I mean, money's good. It gets him where he needs to go, but I don't think he's real flashy. You know, I don't hear him grifting. So
Yeah, I don't hear him grifting. I hear a guy that's got a channel. He tries to get out there and do his thing. He gets his donations. She may be upset with that. Money
they're
tends
both,
to play into these a lot, usually.
yeah,
These arguments
yeah.
between creators. You know what I mean? Maybe there was a money arrangement that, you'll get a portion of this if you help me out here. And that kind of went south. And now he's a
Well, she
con
said
man.
he stabbed her in the back.
That's probably what it
So
is. It's probably something to do
yeah,
with money on YouTube, and he didn't give her as what she thought. It happens all the time. I see it all the time with creators. People
yeah.
get pissed off
Hey,
about it.
hey, listen, let's call a spade here. This is about greed and ego. Bottom line.
I just don't see him as greedy.
Uh,
I don't see him as
how can you not?
greedy. I see him as
Listen,
like
and it was just mentioned that I care about someone's criminal history. I was a detective for a long time. I could care less. I had a guy with 38 felonies on my show the other night. We had a great conversation. I don't
who
care.
are you? I'm sorry.
This
I'm
is
glad you
John.
clarified that because the few times
Yeah.
I tuned in, I saw you make comments about, the felons with a channel. And so I thought maybe that's the way you feel
Yeah.
as a detective, which is what I felt similar to Laura felt. So I was misunderstanding both of you.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
want to be misunderstood like that because that's not true. This is the
Yeah.
Detective John with Crime Analysis 101.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey. Yeah, JLR has been in custody and under supervision by
I-
either federal or to this day, from 19 years old until this day. He's on probation right now. He was on probation when he was 19, skipped out. That's when he did all his identity theft and all the other stuff he did. Then he was in prison 10 years, got out, was on probation or parole, went to Sandy Hook. He broke his probation or parole, went back to prison for 3 years, got out, was on probation or parole, whichever one it is. Then he was indicted for writing another lawsuit to Gabby Giffords, pretending he was the guy that shot her, saying he was under bad prison conditions. Well, he wrote the letter, the lawsuit, while he was in state prison, after being told no more lawsuits under someone else's name. It was an injunction. So he got out. He had written a letter, and it caught up with him while he was out. And then that's why he's on 5 years probation now. So he's been under supervision his entire life. And 3 times now he's broken his probation. So it's not going to surprise me at all if he does something again.
Well, obviously, if he's on paper, if he's on probation,
yeah,
he does what he's supposed to do because he has to report to his PO that he's leaving the state or the county or whatever his stipulations are.
Yeah.
So he would be VOP, and we would have proof that he's doing that all the time. So I don't care about someone.
I don't think he's doing anything right now.
I don't. Yeah, again, but he travels all the time. If he's on probation, then he can't.
Well, it's because he's a reporter
without getting it cleared through his PO.
Right, and he does.
That's what I was saying earlier. He has a clearance to go, or he
he does.
Right.
Yeah,
so
he would be.
He's doing, obviously, he's doing everything he should be doing. I could care less.
Well, but that's the thing, is what you're seeing him doing. He's doing other things. Like, that's his show. That's his YouTube show. He does stuff behind the scenes. And then he also has his Trump stuff. As soon as the election heats up, I guarantee you, that's where he's going to go. That's where his time will be.
Yeah,
it won't be. He's enjoying this. He loves what he's doing. But he's got like probably 100 YouTube channels. He's probably got 300 Facebook pages, and he's successful when he puts his mind to it.
Networker, more power to him. I don't care about that. What
the underhanded stuff.
What I personally care about are the scammers that are alleged creators that are out there that are asking for their bills to be paid. Literally, my internet's about to get shut off. I need you guys to step up and help me get my bills paid. He'll say it to me.
So JLR?
When I look,
No.
no,
I didn't think so.
when I look at some of these creators and how they're manipulating their base into making money and riding on the coattails of unalived people and making up crazy stories like the cannibals did it at the food truck, and vampires did it, and all this stuff. And
He does that.
Following, and they're making all this money, and it pisses me off, to be honest with you. I'm a parent. If one of those were my children, I'd be hopping on a plane somewhere, I promise you, and finding that person.
Yeah, he does. I don't
Hold on.
agree with a lot of the stuff
I got a
he
question
does.
here. I got a question for John.
That's not true, Ginger.
So John, with that being said, it also, I believe, is also on the responsibility of the person making the donations. If he says, "Hey man, my house payment is done and I'm going to be kicked out at the end of the month if I don't receive $500," if someone is out there that's going to like roll into that and give it to him,
no,
it's also on there.
I'm disagreeing with you, because the base of some of these people are elderly, they are lonely, they're being manipulated and taken advantage of, and it's absolutely wrong. And if you look at the criminal history on some of these creators, they have a lot of fraud and defrauding in their history. That I will expose a creator for all day long, because I
don't think people should be sending him their address and their
they
name.
are.
Yeah, I know they are. I've been complaining about that since day one.
I mean, this one creator put a wish list out for a computer. He gets not only a computer, he gets extra monitors, he gets all kinds of stuff, and then he puts it online and sells it. It's all a scam.
Wow.
And to make up stories and ride on the coattails of dead people's families and the victims, and then to victim bash people. I just got in a big debate with a duo, fiance duo that all they do is Miss Chapin. They attacked Miss Chapin, who set up a beautiful fund or charity in the name of her son, and is selling a book that all the proceeds are going to a charity and other things. They have scholarships set on. This woman was so vile. She attacked her and said, she's making money. They're all about making money. Why would you even say something like that? It's ridiculous. It's unacceptable. It's irresponsible. And I disagree with you, Anthony. Some of these people are in it for the money and only the money, and they manipulate and they do things at the end of the month because they know that check's coming for a lot of these people. And it's no different than an evangelist that does the same thing. And they prey on weak-minded people. I'm not saying anyone is not smart. I'm saying that the base, if you look at their base, it's usually elderly people that are lonely and are being manipulated out of their monies. And if it was one of my family members that was happening to, and I found out, I'd put an end to it, because that's what they do. They prey on people. Let's cover true crime or whatever topic you want to cover, and you can look at both sides. I'm not opposed to anyone looking at the defense side and the prosecutional side and picking them apart, but to make up and influence an entire thousands and thousands of people with subliminal messages that one of them's a prostitute, and that's why she had $100,000 in the bank, and she bought a Range Rover, which is, by the way, like a $13,000 used vehicle. That's what she bought. But the things that have been said, and I've been vilified, I've been called a bully because I'm going after these so-called creators that are POSs to me. I don't care. I don't care about your criminal history, but what I do care about is when I see what I see and I hear what I hear, and then I look up your criminal history and I see that you've got a history of defrauding people. You've defrauded the government. It's on your CH that you've been arrested for tax evasion. I mean, these are all indicative things of criminals, and a lot of these creators that are on here are criminals. I'm sorry, and I don't care if anyone's got a felony, but you got to look at the type of felony that they've been involved in.
Are you currently a police officer?
No, I was a detective for a long time in Daytona Beach.
Okay.
I just wanted, can I chime in real quick?
Yes, I was coming to say hi. Hi.
Hi, everybody.
Sorry. Hi. I just wanted to chime in about Benny Keys, and I'm going to tell you, I might robot for a quick second because my phone does that. But Benny Keys, I started my channel because of Benny Keys. So I'm not saying that I'm all for Benny Keys, but I will state that I know for a fact that Benny Keys' sister did not pass away from unaliving herself. She died of a hard life and basically drinking. And I personally saw the live feed when they found out that she passed, and they were going to her place to go, and they were, I mean, like the van was there to, to take her out of the house and everything. And so basically that's what happened to his sister. So I just wanted to, and like I said, I'm not all for Benny Keys because I don't like half the stuff that he does, because I just, I don't condone
think
it,
he
but
said that.
I just wanted to state that, Yeah, I
But
just
hold
wanted to
on.
state that.
I think what Betty was saying is that things that he did to her, things that he trolled her with, is what caused her to OD. I think that's what Betty was saying. I could be wrong, but I think that's what she was saying.
No, that's not that they found her. Yeah. I don't want to go into detail, but yeah, that they didn't know that she was passed for quite a while. So she just basically her whole life she kind of just whether she was depressed or whatever the case scenario might be, but it was just a hard life in drinking.
Granny, infamous truth teller wrote something in the back chat.
Yeah, she's speaking now.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that her? I'm back there
Yeah,
chatting with her.
And then also that Betty has far from having clean hands too, and I understand that she might be spooked for something, but it might be for other reasons, and I think it's other intentions. Because for her to say that it's the copyright when it blatantly tells you who did the copyright, and then to
She
use it
knows
to
who
put
did it.
JLR under the bus,
She knows who did
to
it.
put JLR under the bus is just ridiculous. I think.
Yeah, she knows. But the thing with Benny Keys' sister, friend, whatever, I was watching off and on at that time, because when Benny Keys gets on a rant, he would have ranted about that. I mean, like Tracy said, she never heard it.
For sure.
I think she's got her mixed up with somebody else. It could be, I posted on my community wall one of the girls that he gave a horrible time to. And then another person was Shanann Watts' brother. I can't ever think of his name. Everybody knows it. I can't think of it. He did a lot of Frankie, and Frankie was pretty much going to do that. And it wasn't just JLR, but JLR did a lot to him. I mean, a lot.
To Frankie?
Yeah, to Frankie, and then to
the woman you posted.
And you can also look on Twitter if you want to see what JLR's up to. He'll post it on Twitter. He says anything.
He's always, look what he did to me. I mean, he'll just put out and he'll lie. Like, he has truth mixed with lies. So, he could have lied to Betty. Maybe that's the backstabbing she's talking about. There's no telling. I can't even imagine listening in on a conversation between those two. I can't. Because
also, if you look back at kind of the track record, like around Christmas time, around the holidays, it could be just stemming to whatever I'm sure there's something behind what she's spooked from, but from her, for her grift, like basically kind of playing a victim. I'm not saying it's a 100%, but just my opinion, my speculation, and seeing her track record, she does this around the same time of the year. She does it, and it's like people, it's out of sympathy, so people feel bad for her if they don't know any different.
Yeah, but I do think that I do think something happened. I think it finally occurred to her that he's not a friend, and he would pick, like Magnolia. I don't know her, and I don't think she should have outed her, but that's exactly what she was doing when she said her name, said that was his girlfriend, and then something personal about her medical, which she should never have done. She was doxing her, kind of like soft dox, I guess.
Yeah,
because if JLR wanted people to know that,
and just because. If she doesn't have a right to go to attack everybody else personally and put it out there publicly just because there's a personal whatever's going on with her.
She did it on purpose. Yeah, she did it on purpose. And who knows why? But and by the way, I am not JLR sugar mama in the woods in a cabin.
No, that's Aunt Mary.
I'm gonna jump down. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for
Okay.
clarifying
Thank
that.
you. Bye.
Bye.
So the woman that she's accusing JR of leading to unalive, the not unalive because of trolling. So that's cleared up. I mean, again, I don't think that should have been used as a weapon. No, we're talking about somebody's
Yeah,
actual loved one. You know.
she gets things mixed up. She can be reading an article and completely not comprehend what she just read. She'll talk about it, and you're like amazed that what she read isn't what. Yeah, she gets things mixed up a lot. So she could be talking about someone else. I think she. Did you read the article that I put up, Grannies, on my community wall?
Yeah, that woman's
Yeah.
alive though.
Right, right. She didn't kill her. I'm saying Betty could have gotten it mixed up. Somebody could have told Betty that, yeah, he drove this woman to almost kill herself. And then Betty says he's on probation when before she said, no, he's not. She was so adamant. Well, it doesn't take anything to
Well,
check. I
well,
guess he
Betty
lied to her and told her he wasn't.
Betty confirmed that she was looking into the situation that you posted of, and that's what made her think of Benny's loved one. So
No, I posted that after she did her
no, I
lie.
know. I'm not saying you posting it made her think of it. I'm saying she thought of that same situation, the situation you posted. That came to her mind, and that's what made her think
She,
of Benny's.
that poor girl, he put through, her boss was going to sue her because she would, JLR will make up a bunch of Facebook profiles and he'll go after people with them. There's no end to his profiles. He'll do a profile. He always starts a Facebook group for any high profile murder or active shooting or whatever. And he gets a lot of people posting on it.
It's
But then
smart.
he'll,
Yeah, it's a
well,
business
Smart.
move.
That is a very smart business move to do that.
you know, it's a troll move. Because what he does is then he goes and makes up names. Then he'll come over to YouTube with something his made up name said and say, well, people are saying this. Look at this post, what this guy said.
Do that.
And it's something he totally made up
Well,
and it becomes a rumor. And that's what he loves.
That's
It's
just
almost
like
He
any
loves,
reporter. It's just like any reporter. If you have a source,
Yeah.
which I think is
he's
absolutely
his
wrong,
source.
you can say anything you want as long as you have a source, and that's
Yeah. And
people
he's
talk,
his source.
And
people
that,
talk
that's the
about.
thing. He's
Listen,
right.
people talk about your First Amendment right to free speech.
Oh, yeah. We
First
talk about
Amendment
it all the
right
time.
was enacted for political reasons, so that your government can't do this, your government can't do that. So you have the right to speak out against your government.
Right.
But where people go wrong is for libel and slander is when your comments have consequence, that's when it's no longer free speech. Yes,
Defamation.
you'll get away with it. You'll get away with it temporarily, but for a litigious point of view, if you keep spewing lies and you try to hide behind the First Amendment, if anyone's got any balls or any smarts and not much money, you can file suit against them.
Well, look at Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
Look at Turtle Boy.
Turtle Boy is absolutely one of the worst out there. He's purporting that this woman
Yeah.
is innocent, and it's wrong. I did a
And
whole
And
show.
he did it with the wrong people.
I even did a video kind of simulating a THI investigation. And I know I would state everything I own that she did it. Did she intentionally kill her boyfriend with the 6,000-pound vehicle? No. I think she got pissed off because he was ghosting her and he was going to a party without her. She slammed it in reverse. She lost control because it's hard to drive in reverse, especially a $120,000 SUV that's got a V8 in it that can move with all-wheel drive in reverse. So she hit him. She took off.
Right. But where she went
She did
wrong,
this.
was when she went back, like the cameras that see her going back that way at like 5 o'clock or whatever.
Mhm.
If she went back and left him, like she knew there was something wrong, or if for some reason they know that she got out of the car, leaving him dead is, I think, is it manslaughter or murder charge? She's
Well,
charged with murder now.
They upped the charge because
Right.
they're
Right.
using, and this is what attorneys do, and for the state, they'll stack the charges on you, and then the end game is to get you to plea out to a lesser included offense, but the highest of them all. So they stacked her up with charges, and then actually they charged her appropriately at first with manslaughter.
Right.
She decided to fight
Right.
it, so they upped the charges to felony murder. So now she's fighting, and Turtle Boy was out there spewing, and that's a prime
Listen,
example, like you said, of a man who has gone beyond the First Amendment. He stalked
Right.
he
Witness
stalked
intimidation.
officers. He's got witness intimidation. He went up to officers' wives and said, "Hey, how's it feel to know your cop husband's going to be in prison?" I mean, as they're walking down the street, as they're at a baseball or football game for
Yeah, it's too much.
that is where the First Amendment should not be covered, and it is not covered legally.
Right.
You
And
say-
when they
and-
were in, go ahead.
and I've always said, just because you can say it does not mean that you should say it. So therein lies the problem with society today. We think because we can hide behind the First Amendment that we can say anything we want. But
It has consequences.
again, when what you say has consequences, that's
Right.
where it stops. And a lot of these creators out here are saying things, and I can tell you right now, when this Idaho 4 case is over, the floodgates for the civil suits are gonna just come tenfold, because now we can say we got somebody in jail, and there wasn't a possibility that what you were saying and lying about this person doing or being there or what have you. I can promise you right now, attorneys have already got the wheels spinning on these creators that are spewing this irresponsible stuff, and they are going to get sued.
Oh,
I can promise you right now.
I disagree.
Lana Orleani,
think-
or whatever her name is horrible.
Yeah. Well, she's
In my
got
opinion,
so
she's the
many damn
worst.
lawsuits.
She got FOIA requests and doxed a lady that was filing noise complaints, and then she had the audacity to say where she worked, and she pulled up a traffic accident that she was involved in, where the guy riding a bike was actually drunk and pulled out in front of her, and she hit him, and the person died. Lana said, "Oh, was there alcohol involved? I don't know." So she's implying
horrible.
that this woman was a DUI and she killed somebody.
Yeah,
So
she's horrible.
I forwarded that woman all of her stuff. So I'm telling you right now, I'm over it.
Okay, so in the Georgia, in the Quentin Simon case in Georgia,
Mhm.
that when that goes to trial, they were paying the babysitter to talk to them for information. They were talking to other witnesses. They were going to go. I don't think they ever did. They were going to go after the son or the husband of Leilani. I don't know if you're familiar with the case.
No, I'm not.
But that the babysitter was one of the last people to see Quentin Simon. And she's no doubt, well, she won't be a witness now, they'll impeach her, but they're paying her for information, and she's a witness, like a big time witness in that case. I
Well,
wouldn't
she
be
can't-
surprised.
She can't testify. They'll impeach
Oh,
her.
they'll impeach her. Yeah, she'll be impeached. Right.
She'll be a hostile witness if she tries
Yeah.
to do anything.
And they did that. And people were telling him, you hurt his case by doing this.
Well, it's
and
just
now-
like this DNA expert that was on Lana's show or whatever show. She's an idiot.
I don't watch her.
She's an absolute
Yeah.
idiot. She's already testified, and she's going on a YouTube show discussing the case. Well, she's screwed. You know,
Who is she? Which DNA expert is it?
I don't remember. It was one I forget. I forget her name, but she was very, in my opinion, she was very unprofessional witness.
Hold
And I
on.
don't
but
think
Was she
you-
hold on. Was she the DNA expert on the case? On
No,
that
she was
actual
hired.
case?
She was
Did
hired
she
as a
have
secondary
no
witness.
part of any of it.
What's that?
If she wasn't on the actual case that she went on someone's channel to talk about, then there's nothing wrong with that.
No, she testified already. She's already appeared in hearing.
Yeah.
So
She went through voir dire.
yeah, she should be part of the gag order. I don't know what her deal is, but she tries to dance around it. But it's just like anything else. If you don't have to say someone's name or imply, you can just imply things. We know she's talking about the case, so she'll be a
Have you
hostile
ever
witness.
watched JLR? JLR does it all the time.
I know he does it all the time.
It's
I don't care for
ridiculous.
I don't care for JLR. I'm not gonna sit here and badmouth him because I don't
No,
know.
but I'm saying it. They do the same. In fact, they're friends. Well, as much as either one of them could be a
Oh,
friend.
yeah, they are.
But he's questioned a witness in the Michael Vaughn case. Somebody they're looking for. Like, it's insane to me.
Yeah.
And he doxes people he thinks might have something to do with it, puts all their information out there.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah,
she
it's
does the
pretty,
same thing.
it's just, she's horrible. She's horrible. I've never seen anybody file so many FOIA requests. I mean, and she gets
Our
paid.
lawsuits.
What's that?
Our lawsuit. She's got like 14 lawsuits
And
that she's filed against people.
she's won one.
One,
She
yeah,
didn't really even win it. It was by default, from what I understand.
right.
Yeah, she's batting like 0.02.
But she's doing the same thing Betty did. The other person has, Vanessa, she has to have a lawyer for all this. So in the court, did you hear anyone hear the court
No,
hearing?
Lana represents herself.
I know,
She
and
thinks
she's an
she's a lawyer.
idiot.
That's the problem.
She's an idiot. I saw the court hearing, or I guess it was the trial. I don't know what you call it. It was for the RSO, for the restraining order.
Yeah.
And Lana represented herself, and it was just
That's
embarrassing.
horrific.
Yeah, embarrassing.
Horrific.
But here's my question, right? As horrible as what they're doing is, where does the line come that by talking on that and making money off of that, by making a channel based off strictly exposing the tragedy pimps, there's a very thin line to becoming one yourself, right? Because if we're talking about the same things they're doing, we're just furthering their reach. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not talking about the people they're talking about. I mean, I would never do that. You know,
I'll respond to that, because mine is twofold. Not only am I exposing,
I'm not making money anyway.
I try to expose them for their lies, but at the same time, I counter that with whatever they say. I give them facts as to why they're wrong. So I'm not only countering them, but I'm educating the public as to how things actually are, because I've worked many cases. I've written many PCAs. You know, I've been to many trials. You know, when you've been to a lot of trials, like me, I spent a lot of time, and most of my time in narcotics, but a lot of time in homicide and fraud. And I did just about every genre you could in CID. But, you know, so I'm well-rounded on a lot of things, and I know how this process works. So to hear the things that I hear, it aggravates the hell out of me that they sideline quarterback this stuff and they don't even know the playbook. Right. So it's disgusting what is going on. And, you know, you say what you want. I'm a brand new show, 2.5 months. I just got monetized, and I haven't even turned my tax ID number in to collect. I could care less. You know, so somebody, if you want to make it and you know, want to imply that I'm becoming what they are, that's totally not true, because
I wasn't speaking just to you. I'm speaking in general. I'm not implying that about you.
No,
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? And you answer by, you give valid information on facts when you follow up. There's a lot of channels out here that don't do that.
Right.
So
and that's what I do. So if someone says something that's just totally off base, and their entire show is wrapped around that, and they've got, you know, 10,000 subs, and it's counterproductive to me, because it's sending these subliminals out there that are totally irresponsible. And that's what's wrong with this country today. We are a country built on laws, period. So that's what makes us a great country. But with the problems that we're having within law enforcement, and how the perception is with law enforcement and the legal system in general, these creators out there spewing this garbage and implying that everybody's corrupt. You know, I'll say this. Do you know how hard it is to be a corrupt cop today?
Oh,
today.
Yeah.
Does anybody realize that IAD yes, it's the police policing the police, but they are looking every day for bad cops. They have to make cases. So when there's a bad cop, if he's a bad cop, he's not going to last long, because IAD they'll own their ass and they'll fire them. You know, so a lot of this stuff that's out there that, you know, they're listening to old shows or whatever about corrupt police departments. Yeah, there's probably corrupt police departments, small little podunk ones. But, you know, Moscow is not, it's a small department, but it's not a podunk department. It's still very professional. You can't even get away with stuff like people think. You're gone. You can't even get out of the car without your body cam activating. And a lot of cars have cams in the car recording you outside of the car. All your audio, everything is always there. You know, Big Brother's watching cops all the time. Hell, police cars now, a lot of people don't know this, are smart cars. So when you're in a traffic lane, Your car is actually scanning cars in front of you and scanning tags every time they pass by, and it'll flag if there's something going on with that car. The owner, okay, the owner of this car is a habitual traffic offender, got DUI, shouldn't be driving. So you roll up, you pull it up in David on the computer, you look at it, yeah, oh yeah, that's him right there driving. You pull him over, bam, the car made the arrest for you. You physically make the arrest, but the car found it. Cops, you know, and if they don't engage with the computer, then that's a problem. So people don't know that, but when you're out driving around, some of these cars today are smart cars. They're actually robo cars, and you know, you think you're driving around with, you know, because you can avoid a cop and not get caught. Yeah, you know, thing comes.
What is this message, Granny? She was not discussing. Are we not on?
No, this was about the DNA specialist that
She
came
made it
on.
clear. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as corrupt cops, I mean, that's where Turtle Boy. No one believes there's that kind of conspiracy in Boston. Not like that.
Well,
there's like 100 million things wrong with that.
On Turtle Boy, if y'all want to go look, it's.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch it after.
I did a whole show on him. Yeah, please subscribe. Hey, and I appreciate you letting me on here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, me too.
You know, and I get my kids involved. I'm in the MMA, and I have a dummy that we wrestle around with and grapple with, and I took it down and I simulated. You know, they're talking about him climbing stairs. They think that because his Apple Watch showed him climbing stairs, and no one's come up with this.
Yeah.
It measures you in 10-foot increments. Your Apple Watch, if you go up 10 feet, it'll measure that. So they're saying that he went into the house. He never went into the house.
Yeah.
There's 11 witnesses saying that he never went in. But guess what? When you get hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle, what happens to your body?
Well, and his other gotcha is the asking at 2:30 in the morning how long to die in snow, and then Googling that again at like 6 o'clock. Well, here's the big coincidence.
Yeah.
She says, or what's her name? Jen says that Karen yelled at her, "Can you look up how long it takes to die in snow?"
Yep.
So that right there tells you that it would be too much of a coincidence that they both thought of it hours apart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was a total twist on words.
Yeah.
The word playing. That's what he did.
Well, and it happened at 6, not at 2:37. The expert will explain it. Hopefully I can't explain it in layman's terms.
I actually, with my kids, because I'm a THI, which is a traffic homicide investigator. I went to school for it. So I just had my kids. I took that dummy, and what I came up with was I wrapped an Apple Watch around the dummy, and my son and I threw it in the air. Once it hit 10 feet, it registered that. So he wasn't climbing stairs. He was being propelled through the air because he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. And I did. And then this idiot, Turtle Boy, gets out there in front of the house and he tries to simulate going in reverse at 24 miles an hour. Well, he uses like a 4-cylinder. She's driving a $120,000 Lexus SUV with a 5.7 V8 in it, and it's all-wheel drive. So
and the other thing is,
I have my 5.7 Hemi truck, which is not the same vehicle, but it's still 5.7. I did a reverse, and I slammed on the brakes at I forget how many feet it was, and I got up to 27 miles an hour. So their whole contention is there's no way she could have been going that fast. Well, you know, you're not even using the same vehicle. You're not.
Yeah, I think she was pissed. I think he was sitting on the curb. Go ahead, Laura.
Off subject, though. If you want to finish your thought, be my guest.
Oh, I'm going to do a show on her, and maybe you can join me. I'm going to do a live, and we'll talk about it there, because I know that's not the subject here.
Shows coming off of shows, pretty much.
Yeah, what is the subject?
From what I gathered, it was JLR and Bullhorn Betty.
I think it just led into conspiracies.
Yeah.
It's hard not to get off topic sometimes, guys.
It is.
All right, I just have a question, John, and Granny, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. That's why I didn't want to forget. So, John, I found a video where you wrote, or someone posted, Detective John destroys T-Rev for exploiting victims for money. So my question to you is, and back then, I would hear my brother's a cop. Well, he's retired, NYPD detective for the last 25 years. My ex was a cop. Like I'm very blue friendly,
Yeah,
but I think
actually, that's not my video, by the way.
no, I know it's not yours.
Somebody made a video. It was kind of weird, but
But I also think, and again, I am very pro blue, but I think it's very ignorant to say, well, do you know how hard it is to be a crooked cop these days? There's plenty of crooked cops.
there
Plenty.
is.
There's plenty of corruption that still goes on in every damn police department.
I'm just saying it's really hard today to be a crooked cop. It really is.
Not as hard as you think. But I mean, I get what you're saying as far as years past and especially NYPD, but especially now that, as I could speak for New York, that New York cops get like no power anymore, and it's very easy to be corrupt.
Well, you know what's
certain
funny?
ways it's even easier.
I'll tell you a quick story. I was
Wait,
involved.
before you do that, hold on. I got a 2-part question, and then you can answer.
Oh, okay.
My other thing is on this where it says T-Rev that you destroy T-Rev for victims' money, but you sat on T-Rev's panel for months and didn't think he was exploiting. So where was the crossover? That's all I want to say.
The crossover was when and T-Rev wasn't exploiting. I see that's not my video. T-Rev was not. It was not on the crazy scenario, entertaining that BS side. I pulled him over to the good side where it was okay. Let's look at it from a prosecution. Let's use our common sense. Let's not entertain this crap. He was doing that. He wasn't when I first came on the show. But where he crossed the line was he took a lady that came on the show talking about Xana and her granddaughter was in gymnastics on another team from another gym, but they knew each other through the years of being on gymnastics. And she came onto the show and I said, hey, do you have any video of Xana and with your granddaughter? She says, yeah, I've got lots of video, but she's on another team that I can send. I said, that would be awesome. And she personally knows her. She's one of my mods now. She personally knew Xana. She knows the family. Her granddaughter, she was, when you're in gymnastics, if anyone knows anything about gymnastics, their hair has to be perfect. The leotards have to be perfect. My daughter was in it. I did my daughter's hair tight, bun every time. And it has to look uniform. So the best way to do that is when they're having a meet, one parent or two parents sit there and do their hair. So they're all being done by the same people and they look uniform. Well, T-Rev, she came on the show and she says, yeah. Well, anyway, she never said that. And the video showed her granddaughter, which actually looks a lot like Xana. T-Rev took that video, did an entire show on this video and purported that to be Xana, when clearly she said that it was her granddaughter. Then when he makes that, he gets thousands and thousands of views. This is biggest show ever. And he made all this money on it. And then he was called out because she says in chat, look, this is my granddaughter. Well, T-Rev ran with it, purporting it to be Xana. And then when I realized that it wasn't the granddaughter, that it was her granddaughter, I confronted T-Rev. I said, look, you got to fix this, man, because that's not true what you're posting. Oh, I'm not doing it. No one's going to know. I'm like, dude, she knows. I know she knows. So anyway, he refused to do it. And then when he got called out on it, he twisted it around and made this lady look like WSU Kim and totally lied. He lied, 100,000% lied, and said that she inserted herself into this scenario and that she created a false narrative about this being Xana when really it was a granddaughter. And it's in chat, and I have it all. So when I confronted him about it, he denied that he declined to do what I said to do. So the next day, I announced on the show, or 2 days later, I announced on a show in a live that I was starting my own show. That's what happened. That's why I left, because he's a POS and he's a liar. And subsequently, I found out that he owes $50,000 in child support, and he brags to me that he made $18,000, and I forget whether it was January or February, somewhere around there when the case was really hot. He made like 18 grand in 1 month, and he's not paying child support to his 2 teenage kids for years and years and years. It's accumulated over 50 grand. And then he denounces the children and says he doesn't know if they're his, and calls his wife, his still current wife, a whore on live TV. That's why I'm no longer associated or affiliated with T-Rev. And to top it all off, during that escapee thing, T-Rev was disappeared for over a month. He comes back and he jumps on JLR's coattails. He's riding around on his coattails and he's getting all these subs. So I sent JLR an email, and I have the email. I said, look, man, you're kind of associating with a turd. I said, you probably ought to just kind of be careful because it's out there now and everyone knows it. So, and he says me this response back, well, I support T-Rev. Yeah, you don't support T-Rev. You support grabbing his subs, and he grabs your subs because you're networking. That's what you're doing. You're unethical as hell, dude. And I left it at that. So I've got no respect for that guy whatsoever, period.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question.
I don't have respect for either one of them, like ever.
Either one of them.
Kind of jumping back over to where we were earlier. Do you guys think that this could have been avoided? This drama between JLR and Betty, if they had left it off of the internet and just handled it privately and stayed that way?
Well, of course, because we wouldn't know about it.
Right. So why the fuck don't they do it?
Because that's not the society we live in, Anthony.
They want the drama. They want people
do.
To hate on them.
She's had her show taken down for a week now. Do you not think that she's going to get more popular by that happening?
Yeah, because people are going to be like, oh, she got removed. And then everyone's going to go look for it.
Yeah.
I get it. You know, the drama, the clicks, the views, I get it. It feeds people. They go in to see it and they like to hear about the drama and everything. And some people, they feed off of getting people to come to their channel to dramatize them. Right. So they can play the victim.
Right.
Are you asking if Betty did this on purpose? I'm sorry, I walked away for a second.
Oh no, I was just saying, do you guys think it could have been avoided if they had just left this shit off the internet and dealt with it privately? It would have
yeah.
Well, of course we wouldn't know about it. So
right, yeah.
You know, but Betty has no impulse control. She had to do it. You know what I mean? Like, and plus, I think if she is scared, she's putting it out there in case, you know, something happens.
I have to look up the case law, but because of Betty, we have case law now because of
I know.
And I can't remember what it's something about protesting.
Is it Bullhorn versus State?
Yeah, it's something like that. I got to look it up. I read it a long time ago.
It's protesting in neighborhoods, like
like she rolls up. You know, it was a Gabby Patino, I believe. She rolled up on Gabby's parent or Landry's parents' house.
Yes,
and she was just outlandish. If this, I may be wrong.
It is her. No, it's her.
Okay,
it is her. I see that. Yeah,
they actually push legislation through to create laws against doing that, which I applaud 100%. I mean, it's just like in law enforcement. You know, you have it, and states are coming out with laws now that you can't come within a certain amount of feet. One state is now 50 feet. You can't come up on a cop and just start recording him and antagonizing him and hoping you get into banter with him so you can get some clicks on a YouTube channel and then get him fired because he engaged you. That's what these people are doing every day. You know, you're on a simple traffic stop and this perfect stranger comes up. What are you pulling this? I don't got to tell you what I'm pulling him over for. It's none of your business. Get out of my face. You know, but you know, we got to be professional because we're wearing body cams all the time. This is what I'm talking about being now 25 years ago, some guy would have ran up to you with a cell phone and shoved it in your face. He'd have probably been on his face on the ground with handcuffs on him for impeding in an investigation, but you can't do that now. You know, it's just not, you know, that's what I'm talking about as far as crooked cops. You can't do stuff like you used to be able to do. You know, you just can't. I would never advise anyone to be a cop today, ever. Not in America.
I 100% second that.
There's no way. In fact, one of my best friend's son was taking criminal justice, and I talked him out of going into law enforcement. And he said, I said, why do you want to be a cop? Well, you know, I want to arrest bad guys. I want to make a difference. Now, let me tell you something. You're going to go out there, you're going to get self-initiated, you're going to try and make all these arrests, and you're going to get fired. That's what's going to happen. So here's what you should do. If you're interested in criminal justice, then go into the Homeland Security program at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University here in Daytona. And it's the best in the country, and get your degree in Homeland Security and work cyber crimes or something. or something where you're not going to be engaging with the public and get in trouble, because you can't be a cop today. I'm sorry, it's impossible. You can be a cop and go out and perimeter ride and answer your calls all day long, but you can't be self-initiated. You can't go to a street corner where there's drug dealers and jump out on them and chase them down like you used to. It just doesn't work that way. Can't do it anymore.
Nope. Cops, especially in New York, they can't do anything.
Well,
If
what I was going to
someone's doing
say,
something, they wait.
Laura, I can't remember if it was Laura, whoever said something about cops have no credibility in New York. So a quick story. I pulled over. We were doing drug interdiction on 95, and I pulled over a car. Long story short, got in the car, got consent. It's on video and everything. There's 2 in the car. Found a 380 under the seat and a bunch of cash and a little bit of crack. So we hooked them up, and I get a phone call 4 days later from one of the DAs there in Brooklyn, in the Brooklyn borough, you say, I guess it's up there. And he says, "Hey, you got Jose so-and-so in custody?" I said, "Yeah, I hooked him up for, he's a convicted felon. So he's got that, a possession of firearm by a convicted felon and some dope. And we see some money." He says, "Well, I need that ballistics on that gun. Is it a 380? I said, "Yeah, it's a 380. He says, "Well, I need ballistics." I said, "All right, I'll get you ballistics and I'll send it to you." Send it to him. It's the gun. So I wound up in a suppression hearing up there and had to fly into LaGuardia and then go to Brooklyn. It was like me looking from here. I'm 10 minutes from the beach. It's like me looking beachside and seeing hotels, and it took us over an hour to get there, but that's another story. So anyway, I get on the stand, and this guy, their attorney, was just real cocky, the defense attorney, and he says, "So am I to believe that my clients gave you consent to search the car?" I said, "Yep, they did." And he laughed at me, and the judge even chuckled, because they don't think that happens. Well, I looked at him and I said, "Why?" I said, "Counselor, why is that funny?" "Yeah, we're supposed to believe that." I said, "Well, yeah. Did you look on the property and evidence page at line so-and-so and see 8mm audio video tape?" And the color went out of his face, because he didn't do his job. The judge sat up on his bench and went, "You got a video of it?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." And your clients and the defendant and his passenger were standing outside the car when I asked, and they're like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead, search it. There ain't nothing in there." Because that's a game they play. If you tell any prudent guy to search the car and you got dope in it, some cops will be like, "Go on down the road." So anyway, the whole premise is that, yeah, the video came out, showed him giving consent, didn't get any of the evidence suppressed. They lost the hearing, and I was about ready to get off the stand, and the judge said, "Hold on, detective." He says, "I've been on the bench for 22 years, and I'll be honest with you. If you hadn't had that video, I would have granted this suppression hearing, because I wouldn't have believed you." He said, "But you just opened my eyes. I've never seen anything like that, and I really appreciate it." I said, "Yes, sir. It's a game that you play on the street, and they do give consent. And, a lot of times, it's not recorded, and we got to go. But down here, we had cameras." So anyway, going to the credibility of cops. I get it. There are bad cops, but it's not that easy today, y'all. It's very, very hard to be a bad cop today. You won't last long if you are, I can promise you.
A corrupt cop?
Quick
Corrupt
question. Is
Yeah.
Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey guilty or innocent?
Who
Who?
are you at?
Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey, guilty or innocent?
Guilty.
Oh, fuck that. Nope. All right. That was my
I don't know. I'm busted. I don't know the case. You're gonna have to tell me the case.
You don't know Making a Murderer?
What's that?
Making a Murderer on Netflix?
I don't watch Netflix. I'm just busting chops. I don't know. I don't know anything about the case.
All right.
I thought it was a trick question. I was just being smart ass. What do you think? Must be innocent.
100% innocent.
Yeah. Well, it's hard for me, knowing what goes into a case, to listen to some of the stuff, especially about the Idaho 4 case, because a PCA only has to show very little elements of the crime. All it has to show is a few little elements for a judge to decide, yes, we got enough to incarcerate this person, give them bond, hold them without bond, or what have you. But that PCA for that case was actually overkill. There was a lot more in it than I suspected. But, you know, they needed it to extradite him back from Pennsylvania. So they didn't know what court they were dealing with. And maybe they made it, you know, super. Well, it was also an inexperienced law enforcement officer writing it. But I would have never put that much in it because you didn't need that much.
Brian Kohlberg, innocent or guilty?
1,000% guilty.
Not
Come
enough.
on,
Not enough
man.
evidence for me to be able to.
150,000% guilty.
This is where I have an issue. I'm going to tell you right now. You're a cop. You're not supposed to convict people before a trial.
No. Hold on.
No,
Hold
I'm
on.
a realist.
I have a different opinion.
I'm
on
a
that.
realist.
The cop would convict the person at a trial because he's originally arrested the person. So he thinks that person's guilty of the crime because he arrested him, right? Isn't that the way you would look at it, John?
Well,
if I
put the cuffs on somebody and I prepared a PCA on them and you know, then, you know, all the elements fit the crime for me, but it's the technical parts of a defense that screws that up because they try to pick you apart on stupid stuff. But there's plenty out there. Here's the thing. I'm saying he's guilty. You're saying he's innocent. So what's the difference?
Whoa! I never said he was innocent.
Okay, well,
I am not saying
what's
he's
the
innocent.
difference in me saying that he's guilty and someone else saying he's innocent? I'll submit this. He's in jail with the death penalty. He's got no bond, so there obviously isn't enough evidence to support that he's innocent. Okay, so if that's not there, then I'm leaning towards guilt because no DA is going to file for DP on a case that's weak. There's a lot more here. There's so much more here. There's so much more. And when that opening statement comes out, all these naysayers are going to be like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, and a lot of people don't take into consideration. There's a whole bunch of evidence that nobody ever sees.
There is tons of evidence.
But you just said it doesn't take a lot to put someone in jail.
It doesn't take a lot on a PCA to hold. All the PCA, listen, the PCA is the arrest report. Okay, it's the arrest affidavit. It doesn't, all it has to have are the elements of the crime. Okay, it doesn't have to have all the little stuff in there, and it shouldn't have it. The incident report, which is done later, gets attached to that PCA and is submitted to the SAO and the prosecution. But the PCA can basically be a 2 or 3 liner, like defendant entered house, committed burglary through via sliding glass door, used pry, whatever. Went into the house, walked upstairs, plunged a knife, appears to be a sharp-edged weapon, into the victims, walked out and left. Boom.
And
that's all it needs to say.
I am glad that you said that. I'm glad you said that, John, because
that's
a lot of people,
all it needs to say, everyone. So
a lot of people
herein lies the problem with this case. Everyone thinks that PCA is the tell-all. That PCA is nothing. We have a gag order, so we don't have access to anything else. Nothing. There's nothing else out there being talked about. There's nothing, which I find very, very, very impressive, by the way, that you can go a year with a gag order with virtually no leaks from LE. This is why you would never put somebody that's about to retire on a case like that, because somebody could be making buck spewing out, you know, some facts of this case.
All right, I need to address COPA because I had the same feeling. COPA, a grand jury, is nothing more than a jury. It's
they're
people
just
of the peers
determining whether the person's
there's
charged.
nobody special.
Yeah, it's not like the electoral.
Well, a grand jury. Let me explain a grand jury. Grand jury is up to a lot of states 24 people. It's not like a regular jury. The grand jury looks at the PCA and they're allowed to ask questions. If they need something, then the investigating entity needs to provide that for them very quickly so they can go ahead with the indictment. But not all the jurors have to agree. You know, if you have 5 people that want to see something and the other 19 don't care about it, then go. If the other 19 agree to go ahead and do it, it's the majority, so they can vote to indict. But the grand jury is nothing like a regular jury pool for a trial. It's totally different.
But it's made up of the same people.
It's made up of the same people. Yes. Not the same people. The same people in the grand jury will not be in the jury pool.
No, it's everyday people, is what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
exactly.
A
Exactly.
lot of people are under the impression that a grand jury is lawyers or judges. It's
No,
not.
no.
It's just the same people that make up a jury pool.
Well, every state is a little different when it comes to grand juries as well. I mean, California has a grand jury, but they don't use it because of politics. But there's a lot of states that don't use grand juries.
Okay, let me there's something you said, okay, that was really good. You said that the probable cause affidavit doesn't really have to say anything. It doesn't have to get into the nitty gritty. It can leave out all sorts of details. You talk about the killer came in, did this, left. You know, the killer may have been caught on a camera down the street. They don't even have to put that in there.
Nope.
Right? Okay. A lot of people, because I'm from Delphi, Indiana, and so we have the Delphi murders in our community. And a lot of people think that. They think, oh, well, they didn't say it in the probable cause affidavit. It didn't happen. Right. And I tell them, that's bullshit, because there's so much more information that you'll never know until the day comes, and sometimes don't even ever know until it comes that day, right?
Right.
And you've dealt with that in person by having to go and testify, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, and here's the problem with, and this is what I try to do when these people spew these lies. I try to debunk their lies with facts, and the fact that I've done this for a long time. And then when I left law enforcement, I went into the private sector. I made a hell of a lot more money, but I was HR, so I investigated a lot of the same type stuff, and I worked for a pharmacy chain, and of course, there's tons of fraud going on, and not only with internal but external piece with pharmacies. But it would be irresponsible of me to pick a channel and attack them on their credibility without actually debunking their credibility. So that's what I do. And I catch hell. I'm called a bully. I'm called all this crap. But you know what? I've got zero complaints from YouTube. In fact, YouTube appreciates what I do because they're overwhelmed. I'll send clips of things that people say. I'll get their channels. I've got 2 channels removed, and I'm proud of it. 100% proud of it. And that's the way it should be. People shouldn't be out there spewing these irresponsible lies, and they hate me because I'm affecting their bottom line. I'm going to do another show here soon on a tandem that do that crap, and they actually came into my chat on my last show, and she's screaming homophobic stuff, calling one of my mods a lesbian and all this crap. So all that stuff's going to come back and bite her in the ass big time because it looks really bad. And I'm not out to get anyone like people think. I just want them to stop this crap. I'm a parent of 5 kids. And if I had to listen or hear through the streets some of the stuff that's been spewed about these kids, and these people are making tons. I'm not talking about a little bit of money here. People are making tons of money on these lies, and it's wrong. And if no one has a moral compass and balls enough to stand up against these people, screw all of them. Screw all these people on YouTube. I don't care. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to shut these people down, and it's working. Dago just totally changed his whole philosophy, and he won't admit it's me. He says, that guy, he made me think and all this stuff. And then he comes up with this story that he actually asked a cop friend, do you think I'm an asshole for saying this stuff? And he said the cop friend was very matter of fact and says yes. And that's what made him change his mind. No, what made him change his mind is all the heat that he was catching from me and my team. And we put together cases, and we work these angles, and we make them look stupid. And I love it. I'll do it, and I'll continue to do it. If you want to report on something, if you have a theory, don't come up with a theory that cannibals at the food truck and vampires that were serving human meat at the food truck. I mean, come on.
Or Odinists.
Or Odinists.
Odinists kill people in a ritualistic sacrifice.
It came from your case over there, and now it's even being pushed on the Idaho 4 case.
Yeah.
It's insane, people. Report on it.
It is insane.
It's absolutely insane. And people, it's like they're watching. They should just come up with okay, here's the fiction YouTube channel. Here's all the made up crap that's out there. Go watch your Jerry Springer show. and here's the facts. You know, let them do that stuff, but it needs to be said that this is pure fiction. We're making this stuff up, not subliminals sent out there that you know, all these police entities are working together to set Brian Kohlberger up, and they planted DNA. Let me tell you something. If you're going to plant DNA, you're going to plant a hell of a lot more than DNA on a male-female snap on a sheath. Period. But people are buying it. Why? Why is the question? Because they're so dysfunctional today, and they're so jaded today against law enforcement that's the way they feel about law enforcement. So it doesn't matter, no matter what they say, they could have a videotape of it, and it's still there's some kind of corruption, or they set the guy up, because that's where we are as a society, and it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible, and it pisses me off. So if I have a platform, I'm able to do it. I'm gonna get on my soapbox all day long, and I'll shout it from the top of the mountains. I'll call each and every one of these losers out, and I love it. And we have fun doing it. We crack up. I crack on people. I wear masks. I do all kinds of crazy stuff to make it fun, and we're doing very well for a 2-month-old show.
I'd say so.
I got over 3,000 views on a show that I just did a day ago. You're
going to grow. You're for certainly going to grow. And I think you bring a different aspect to it being a detective. So you've had felons on your show. You don't hold that against them, but you do look for the people who are creating drama online and, you know, take a look at their criminal history and stuff like that and kind of see what they're all about.
No, I don't necessarily dox people. That's not what I do. But if it comes to the point where, you know, it's obvious what they're doing, and I'll use Dago again. In my opinion, he's 100%, you know, manipulating people. It's horrible, and he plays poor man, and you know, he gets his bills paid. I have in Discord, I've had chats sent to me from his Discord where they're talking about how he needs to have these bills paid and his rent's due and all this stuff. So we need to generate money for, you know, yada yada yada. I don't care as long as my show is paid for. I mean, that's all I want. Pay for what I got to pay for. I don't care about any of that crap. I got plenty of money. But, you know, it's horrible that I can see a guy that's sitting there, you know, purporting to be trying to get disability while his wife works all the time. And, you know, I've interviewed a lot of fraud, you know, criminals. And to me, YouTube can be an avenue for people that are participating in fraud to take advantage of people and take their money.
Can
I do have a question.
Yep.
Sorry. Just for the detective, I just wanted to find out what your channel is.
It's Crime Analysis 101.
Crime Analysis 101.
Okay,
a lot of people ask that.
Thank you.
I didn't come on here to promote my channel, guys. I promise you.
You know what?
No, I'm just curious. I was just curious.
You know,
they're asking in the channel, in the White Boy Moves is asking if everybody here has a channel. So I've went and found your guys' channels, and I've subscribed to each one of you.
Thank you.
I would encourage the viewers.
True crime.
Here's my Here's my question, John. You mentioned something. You mentioned that the guy is collecting disability while his wife works.
Mm-hmm.
What does that have to do with YouTube?
Well, here's what it has to do. With it doesn't have anything to do with YouTube. What it has is, in my opinion, I've seen this, it's double dipping. So when that guy's making thousands and thousands of dollars and he's potentially getting a welfare check that's not being reported or something like that, it's called double dipping. It's defrauding the government. Now, I'm not saying that he's doing that because he hasn't got his disability yet, but he's making a hell of a lot of money. And he even says on his show that he's been trying to get disability. And I can guarantee you that he's not telling. And I confronted him on his show. I got on his show and confronted him about it. And he just couldn't even hardly talk because he knew he was screwed. I'm 100% for people that actually have disabilities and need it. But, you know, when you're making a ton of money on a show and you can prove it very easily, then, you know, you need to report that. And if you go outside the boundaries of what you're getting and what your worksheet says, then you shouldn't be getting disability. If you can support yourself, then fine. There's other avenues. If he can sit behind a computer, and it's just the way I feel, people. If he can sit behind a computer all day long and hit keys, then he can find a job from home and work from home. There are plenty of them out there.
But they also, it's also can be considered a gift, right?
And YouTube is recognized as a job because it does pay you.
Correct.
You have to pay taxes and
Through
everything.
You have to
So
pay taxes on it.
through our views and stuff. But let's say right now you drop your Cash App, you drop your PayPal link, and people donate $10,000 to that. That
Please
is a
do.
gift. It's a gift. It's not.
I wish, right?
But
No, it's not a gift. If it's over $10,000, you got to report.
Well,
it,
I mean, I'm just throwing out that number. But wouldn't it be a gift? Would they have to report?
No, it's not a gift because you're getting those proceeds from a service that you're providing. And anybody that's investigating that, it would fall under that. It's not a gift. It's not a gift. You know, I can tell you right now, they'd be ate up in an audit. That's what disgusts me about some people, because I know it's not like it's you and me. I'm 55 years old, but it's not like you, Anthony, being, what are you, 30?
I'm almost 40.
You're almost 40. Okay. Well, you look young. So it would be like you giving them money. Okay. You know, you're of sound mind. You're cool. You're not, you're giving money because you want to, but a lot of these people, if you look at their subs, they're very, very, a lot of them are elderly and they barely got a pot to piss in. And some of them have a lot of money, but this is their world. You got one creator that he gets on and, you look lovely today. And I'm sure you all know who I'm talking about, but he's one of the worst. Harsh is one of the worst, in my opinion, out there. He's horrible. He spews lies every single day. He has not left this case since it started. And it's always something different. Now he's attacking the two witnesses. Like, these two witnesses should be dead. And it's a crime that they're not dead, basically, is kind of what he's saying. You know, and you have people saying, well, Dylan should be in jail. For what? What's the charge? Well, because she tampered with a crime. How do you know that? I can assure you that if those investigators, once they walked into that, if there's any sign that any blood had been cleaned up or wiped around, you're going to see it. Amino Black's going to show smudge marks. Or if the bodies were moved, you're going to know that as a crime scene investigator or a tech. And she would have been hooked up. Bethany would have been hooked up. They would have both been hooked up for tampering with evidence. So all this crap that's going around about them, well, why didn't they dial 911? There's all kinds of variables there. Like, maybe she was out partying all night and she was drunk, and that's a party house. She didn't think anything of it when she opened the door. Maybe she kind of freaked out, went back in and went to sleep. People handle that stuff differently. I did a show on that. Frozen shock. You know, these are things that people need to think about. I mean, but pointing a finger at these, because they're victims, you know, they're witnesses, but they're victims too. Dylan's a victim. You know, those were her friends. And she went out to a damn Halloween party and she's getting crucified for going to a Halloween party. Like, she's supposed to lay up in bed for a year. You know, she's happy she's alive. That doesn't mean stop living because your friends get brutally murdered. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Brutally, their lives
unalived, yeah.
Yeah. I actually say red rummed, you know, from The Shining.
Oh yeah. I just hate that YouTube makes us use any words, because it sounds like we're making a mockery out of things. Like, we should be able to say these words because they're reality. But
it's kind of silly, but
good old YouTube.
Yeah, right. I mean, and then they'll allow some of this stuff to happen and some of these lies to be spewed without any recourse. But I've kind of got a connection, and I talked to some of the people that are associated with these complaints, and you know, some of these creators are on a very, very fine line right now, and YouTube is catching a lot of heat. And you know where they're catching a lot of the heat from? Mainstream media. So we can look in the future that, in this case alone is probably going to change a lot of policies within YouTube, because once these civil suits start to land, They're going to hold YouTube accountable too. I can promise you. And any litigious person that knows anything about civil law is totally different from criminal law. There are things that can be said, there are things that can be brought in as evidence that you would never be able to bring in under a criminal case. It'd be too prejudicial, but civil cases are not like that. All of your previous stuff, like Lana filing all these suits, everyone she files, if she were to file one on me tomorrow, I would bring every suit she's filed and we would be talking about it because it matters. It just shows her pattern.
Yeah. All right, someone asked if we could go back to JLR Bullhorn Betty breakup.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Sorry about that, guys.
You're
No,
good.
that's okay.
Run us down on what's going on.
I feel like we're so far gone. So, what did we initially? Why did Betty come out and say all of this? Is there credibility to it? We have now clarified that the woman that she is claiming has not unalived because of JLR, and that's a serious allegation. Whether you like JLR or not, that's a serious allegation to make against somebody, that they are the reason that somebody took their own life, right?
What exactly did she say?
Ugh.
Do you know verbatim what she says? Do you have a clip?
I do have a clip. The here, let me do it. It was pretty bold.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, see, herein lies the problem. It's like we talked about the First Amendment. Does that give her the right to spew an absolute lie against another creator?
Absolutely not. No.
But
unfortunately,
it gives her the right to say it.
Right.
But,
she has the right to say it, but she doesn't. I mean, he has a right to take her to court for it as well.
Right. Because when there's consequence for something that you've said, then it becomes litigious. And yeah, she can say it all. She can stand out with her bullhorn all day long and spew that stuff, and they can't arrest her for it. She can't be held accountable right then. But any reputable attorney that knows how to handle, these civil cases would eat her alive in court. And she would, and if that's the case, and she recklessly accused him of something that's not true, then old Bullhorn Betty is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, to be fair, I do think she covered herself up a little bit, because she said, I'd like to know if it's true, and then proceeded how worried he was about it. So she kind of legally covered herself just a bit.
Well, don't let that fool you, because just because you say alleged and stuff like that does not give you a hall pass. It really doesn't. You can still be sued if you say alleged, because it's all in how you articulate verbatim what you're going to say. If you say that and then you go on this tantrum, which is leading everyone to believe that it's true, then saying alleged is totally, it's mute. It's not going to hold up in court.
Right. Okay.
And I think that's, in my opinion, I haven't seen much, but I would like to see what she said, and I would be able to opine on it and decide whether I think that it would be something that she recklessly said, and JLR should seek legal counsel.
Now, the thing is, JLR is in the world record for the most lawsuits, so I think he would absolutely know how to handle it, because he's in the world book.
Frivolous lawsuits. Make sure you get that right now. Frivolous.
Frivolous lawsuits. That's what I heard. I don't know. I've never looked into them, but I tell you, I get emails. I get emails sent to me every day with clips from creators. I'm talking like right now, I've got over 70, and probably 30 of them are clips. And it's people wanting me to address some of these creators because they're sick of it. People are sick of it. It's sickening.
Absolutely.
It's sickening to go after the mother of a slain of a child who was slain with a K-bar knife and bled out. The horror that kid, all those young people went through has to be just unbelievable. And people, well, how come you know what? If I plunged a 7-inch K-bar knife into your gut, Anthony, right now, are you gonna scream?
Probably.
No, you're not going to be able to scream.
I'm going to try.
If I punched you in the gut right now, would you be able to scream? No.
No, you wouldn't be able to scream. It'll knock the
You would probably do this if I stabbed you with a K-bar knife, but you wouldn't be able to scream. Two of the girls were probably asleep when he ambushed them. The other two were probably collateral damage because they might have been out. She just had DoorDash come. She might have been out getting the food ready. She might have come out to pee. Who knows? Or he might have. Who knows? But they encountered him coming down the stairs, is what I believe.
Gotcha.
So no one had a chance to prepare. It's not like you're looking at a guy 50 foot away coming at you with a cable or a knife. You know, these people were ambushed.
True. So for the people that are asking, like in my chat, Bullhorn Betty is a YouTube creator, and so is JLR. So
right.
And they were friends. They created their own little what would you call it? Like their own little posse, and they were called Heels in the Air. And it was a group of them that would go to local sites of crimes like Gabby Petito, Summer Wells, Quentin Simon, and they would protest. Hence the bullhorn, because Betty would have her bullhorn, and they basically inserted themselves into open investigations is what they did, quite frankly. And then over time, they lost a member, then they lost another, and it came down to just Betty and JLR. But JLR went a whole different direction. He kind of cleaned up his act. Betty did too. People are less forgiving on Betty because she responds, but JLR did his own thing, started getting the views. He started being more serious. He was by himself. And I think that's what led us here. I think Betty is resentful that she feels like she was left behind. And bit of it sounds like she was one of his secret women.
Yeah, you know what? And she's jealous. So it seems like, do you think all this started back in the Molly Golightly, Summer Wells time? Do you think that's when this whole thing started?
I think I know that is exactly when they started their Heels in the Ground organization. Yes.
Okay. And so that's led to a falling out between all of them. Where's Molly these days? She's still on?
Molly, she lost her channel. She is back somewhere, but people just don't really pay her much attention. So Molly went, and then there's also Olivia. She's still around. I don't know. But they basically just one by one, they started dropping out, splitting personalities. Two of the women need to be first and center, splitting different personalities, I guess.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah,
she's on Kick now, but she does have a YouTube channel too, guys, because she just made an allegation that what the heck's his name? Laura, the McCrae case. Welcome, Squirrel. Thank you. She just made an allegation that while he was in the hospital in a coma, that she had relations with him. If Miss Truth, please tell me you're coming up for this. Hello?
What did you say? I'm coming up for what?
With a purpose.
Oh, yeah, I do. But go ahead and do what you're doing, and then I'm going to wait until you're done.
Hey, does this dude on the fucking panel ever shut up? He's a fucking idiot and a weirdo, bro. Straight up.
Oh, thanks. Bye.
Oh, what a douchebag.
That was, they didn't even spell True Crime Lover right in the title, but thank you for your opinion. Sorry about that. I don't even remember what I was just saying. Anybody?
Well, yeah, we were talking about the falling out between these creators. JLR, Molly Golightly. You mentioned there was Olivia or something.
Yeah, the Mervon case. But Betty just recently made a very big allegation that the wife, while he was in a coma in the hospital, took advantage of him having relations.
Marvin McRae?
Yeah, Marvon McRae.
Marvon McRae, yeah. So she's still as Heels on the Ground. I'm sorry, I said Heels in the Air because when I originally started calling them out, we were all saying Heels in the Air. Heels on the Ground was the name of their little
Heels in the Air.
My bad.
No comment.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Molly's still around. She has a YouTube channel, but she's also on Kick now. Betty is still around, and then like I said, JLR, Dolly, they all just kind of separated from each other. MGL made that.
Well, I think JLR is more on the reporter side of it. JLR investigates. He's not. I mean, he's a creator, but he's kind of doing a different scenario from everyone else because he's able to travel and stuff. I still have to work, so I can't travel. But I'm gonna go out there during the trial. I'm gonna cover the case. I've already got a place to stay, and So I'll be out there for that.
I have a
Yeah.
question
Wait,
to
where at?
the detective, just in regards. It's in regards to Betty. So Betty with the Moscow case. I mean, I have like the whole like stream that she did it. It was she was talking about the survivors, right? About I can't Dylan and the other girl. So
Definitely.
she went on a rant, and she was, I mean, she was bad mouthing her, telling her that you could have saved your friends. I mean, she was saying like unbelievable foul stuff. I don't know if she still has it up anymore, but like I did it with her chat, you know, like actively, you know, where you can see it, and I still have it. But I was just curious, like, if she were to like, can they get her for like a civil case for something like that? If she was, I mean, she was talking really ill about.
Absolutely, you can sue anybody for anything, but at the point she became reckless and she insinuated. So let me put this out there, and everybody can opine. Would it have made a difference as to the outcome of what happened in that case had she dialed 911?
Right.
No,
Right.
it would not have. Now, would they have been able to secure a perimeter and perhaps catch him quicker? Perhaps. But it doesn't, it's moot to me, because her dialing 911, he's on his way out the door when she saw him. The deed was already done. So why even put any of this out there?
Right.
You know, again, I just demonstrated that if I plunged you're talking about very thin girls. That's a 7-inch knife, and I can assure you that when he plunged it in, or he cut, or whatever he did, that it probably went through and through. If he twisted it and pulled it out, it's over. They're not
Or if
going to
you hit
scream.
main where main arteries are, or
I mean,
you
you're
know.
talking about very tiny girls, and the only one that would have really been able to give him a fight would have been Ethan. And if he was laying in bed asleep, then he's ambushed, it's still a 7-inch K-bar knife. You're not going to be. I mean, it's even if you look at one of my videos, I put stuff on there where they're making a slicing movement, and they use like a pig's leg or something, and they just show what a 4-inch or 3-inch knife would do to you. Filleted, just a slice from that knife would incapacitate most people.
Yeah.
You know, and the whole, they didn't scream. Who wouldn't hear them scream? They couldn't scream.
Mhm.
They couldn't. They didn't have a chance.
Yeah, I was just curious because she talks really, I mean, really foul about, you know, the survivor, and she's like, I don't care, and you can call me this. I mean, I don't even know if she has it up anymore, but I was just curious because, you know, just being a survivor and having the survivor's guilt already. I want to say thank you for being a good proactive channel too. I just wanted to let you know, thank you for doing the proactive work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Are you ever going to play the clip of Betty?
Yeah. All right.
Who's laughing all the way to the bank?
Betty,
Why is Betty laughing all the way to the bank?
because she's making money off of what
The same way
doing.
you said JLR was, pretty much. I mean,
I've been half paying attention, but I'm a little confused. How is
Someone
Betty
asked
laughing all the way to
whether
the
there's
bank?
repercussions over what people say on their shows, and when they get clicks on this stuff, and they get, you know, applause for it and attention for it, what does that generate you on YouTube?
But that's anybody on YouTube.
I get it. So it doesn't matter what she says now, because she's not having to pay any consequence for it. She's laughing all the way to the bank because greed has no conscience, is what I'm saying. So she's getting paid now.
Hold on. That goes for the tragedy pimps. That
That-
goes.
And I use that
tragedy
term,
pimp, though?
that's what I'm
tragedy
talking
pimp?
about. I use that term tragedy pimp in almost all of my
Okay, but
videos.
the tragedy pimp leeches like Queen Bee is no different. It's the exact same thing. She's laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah. I don't know who Queen Bee is, so
I don't know who Queen Bee is either.
So
She's the one that originally started calling all these people out. Her and her channel started calling all these people out.
Well, she's not the first, but
And now she's
part
being
of calling
sued
it
by
out.
Betty. Now she's being sued by Betty, and Betty actually had a legit lawsuit until her narcissism took over and she completely blew it. And now
And what
it's
happened?
just
She
become a
lost?
big fucking joke.
She lost?
It's still ongoing.
Okay. Against who? Queen Bee?
Yeah.
Well, if you're providing content that is responsible, then I personally don't have a problem with it. But when
I
you're
agree
making
with
up absolute lies, I have a problem with that. And everyone
And I
else should.
agree.
Everyone
You're
else
right.
should. Because
You know what?
it's counterproductive.
That's something I talked to an FBI agent recently because I was actually, my whole thought process was exactly this. Why is it so convoluted in true crime on YouTube? Creators are getting involved in cases where they're showing up at what they call suspects' houses, and they may not even be a suspect, and like ousting them live on YouTube, like that's the killer right there, you know, and then they're filing motions and writing letters to courts and stuff like that. Like people are getting way too involved with true crime and like getting too into it, I think. And some of these creators, I think a lot of it has to do with, like John said earlier, ego and wants views and fame and stuff. They want to get out there and stuff, but people are getting too involved. And I was actually interviewing, her name is Catherine White. She is the head. She was the person who started the FBI's active shooter program. And she gave her take on things. And basically what she's saying is if people can get too involved in these cases, they can cause a mistrial and cause a case to be dismissed because creators want to just go out there and do this. And so there has to be a level of responsibility when doing this, because we all have started it. And at one point you get to the point where you're like, man, I gotta have viewers and I gotta have subs. You think about that in your head because you're like, that's what the goal is on YouTube, is to get bigger so you can raise more awareness. Now, some people just don't give a fuck about the awareness part. They just want to do whatever, you know what I mean? Just go on there and promote themselves all the time. They don't care about the awareness. But she talked the importance of that. And so like I gave her the video of it. If she ever wants to play it, she can. But I think it's important to listen to what she has to say on that sometimes, because she points out the fact that people have to be responsible on all three levels. It has to come from the police to deal with the social media and the information they put out to them. 2, it has to come from the individuals posting the content, like us as creators. Or 3, it has to come from the viewer too. You need to pay attention to what you guys are watching and vet that information. Don't just believe me because I said it, or John because he's a cop, or anybody else. I would always encourage people to watch other channels and kind of pick apart the information that you think is actually true and make sure that it's true by vetting it through other channels.
But Anthony, I gotta disagree, and I'll tell you why. And
Sure.
I know enough about the law to know that there's nothing Betty can do that's gonna fuck up a case. I am honestly so sick and tired of hearing these cops, these ex-cops that wish they were still cops, like Duty Ron and many others, that just want to sit up there and they're doing the exact same thing as Betty, JLR, and everybody else.
Oh,
And
no,
they
hold on.
hold on. And they're bringing in all the money while they're here for the law. They're not on the case. Chris McDonough is another one. They're not on the case. They know nothing more about the case than any of us.
You know what?
And
You're right. You're right.
People go to them like they're on the case. They don't know any more than we do.
If
Betty wants to go to someone's house and scream like a fucking lunatic, be my guest. It's not my business to go around telling people, don't go. Betty's going to do it. No, that's for gossip people, just to give them something to talk about. Because I can assure you, no matter who it is, it could be anybody out there. It could be JLR. It could be Betty. It could be Detective John. There's nothing they're going to do that's going to fuck up the case.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. I disagree. I disagree with you 100% wholeheartedly, and I'm going to tell you exactly why.
If you
There's an individual in
this community, the cops got it. The cops have it all.
Sweetheart, they don't have it all.
None of us have played any part in any of it.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna totally disagree with you on that, and I could point you to court documents that will say so. In the Delphi murders case, there was an individual that posted that he had crime scene photos that were leaked. Crime scene that were sent to me while I was on a live stream. I looked at pictures of dead girls while I was on a live stream, not live. I didn't put that on live. I saw it privately, but by putting that information out there and telling everybody that he had it, I told everybody this is going to affect the case. Guess what it did? The attorneys had a meeting with the judge over leaked information. They were found grossly negligent, kicked off the case. They're fighting with the Supreme Court. This whole case has been stayed, and a double murderer of 2 little girls might actually walk because some YouTuber Some YouTuber decided to put out that he had crime scene photos. So you can't say it will not affect the case because this whole case has been fucked.
But that's an insider in the case.
No, it's not an insider. This is a creator who told everybody that he had it. He's not an insider.
Okay, well, let me interject here. Okay, I agree with what both of you are saying, but to say that a platform like YouTube or any of these other platforms, X or any of them that are hitting millions of people, okay, when you have a jury pool that you have to select,
Yes.
and you've got an irresponsible prosecuting attorney that provides an affidavit for the court that says that the knife sheath was placed on the bed next to Maddie, that's irresponsible. And I guarantee you 100,000% did that on Friday before the court did it for the judge. What is that noise? Is somebody's got some serious noise going on?
I think Granny's typing.
It's Granny.
So when you have a irresponsible and, in my opinion, a C- attorney that creates a document which is just a play on words, which is sending out a subliminal message that a knife sheath was placed on the bed, that's irresponsible. That's hitting hundreds of thousands of people. So what's perception become out there in the public? That the police planted that evidence. Never said that in the PCA. Ever. Never said the word placed. She inserted that word, and she did it on a Friday, so she knew that it wouldn't be caught, and millions of people would be talking about it, and that's what happened. Millions of people saw that, so millions of people say, oh, well, it's coming from her, and she says it was placed, and it had to be planted. So yes, those type of things do affect cases. They do affect jury pools. They do affect perception, because you're going to have to go, and Idaho is not a highly populated state in the first place. So they're going to keep it in the same venue, but all of these people are watching this stuff. YouTube and social media has made it very difficult to secure a jury in high profile cases because there's so much out there and there's so much false information out there. So I disagree with what you're saying. You're kind of off on that. Now, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, when we didn't have all the coverage, it wouldn't be hard to select a jury pool and say, have you ever heard about this case? And somebody say no. But it's going to be very difficult to find a unbiased jury in this. Now they will, but a lot of people will lie just to get on the case. So I disagree with what you're saying.
Media. That's no different than the media.
The media
puts stuff out
there. Wait a second. The media is not going to get out there and post lies. Mainstream media is not going to post lies for the most part. They're going to vet what is being said. But when you have people with channels like we have, and you have people, because I sit down in a chair and I get behind my keyboard and my microphone, and somebody watches me on a monitor, I'm credible to them. Okay. Yes. So whatever I say must be credible, right? Because I'm there.
What I'm saying is not coming across right. What I'm trying to get at is not coming across right. I agree with you, which is why I don't watch Lana or all these other assholes, and why on my channel I am honest. Like, I report facts, some speculation, but I don't ever go where these other people go. However, there's a lot of creators that are huge that spread false information that go right under the radar. What makes them any better? They're not. But for some reason, public opinion seems to think that 10 to Life is 10 times better than Lana when they're both spreading the same BS.
Right.
So that's what I'm trying to say, that the people that you don't have to lie, but what makes one any better when the end goal is for all of them to make money? They're all making money exploiting a case, quote unquote, by the definition of exploiting. But you only go
what do you mean?
And not others.
Exploiting it. What do you mean exploiting it?
Lying about facts.
Okay, yeah, to make their story seem legit, right? They'll lie. They'll make up something to come out, like you said, JLR.
Yeah, like Kylie Rodney's car was seen in Arizona. That's what 10 to Life put out. Ridiculous.
Okay, Annie Elise. So,
and I call that clickbait. Okay, so what sells, people? Sensationalism.
Sensationalism. Exactly.
That's not sensationalism. It was a blatant lie.
If you can, yeah, but they're allowed to do it. So if you can put a blatant lie out there and say, "Oh, block," earth-shattering info just in headline. Did Maddie do this or did Kaylee do this? It's clickbait. So these people are making money, like you said, on pure lies. I just had a creator just recently do 4 days straight when I was out of town and at a tournament. Had no idea who it did 4 days saying that he was going to have me on his show for a debate. All clickbait. I never even heard of this guy.
But you're picking and choosing what's clickbait against who you like or don't like.
No,
because
I'm not.
what 10 to Life is doing is no different than what Betty does.
Content.
But
It's
you're
content
excusing
that
it
concerns
for
me.
one and not the other.
It's people's content that concerns me. As long as you're out there doing responsible things, and if you want to entertain something that could possibly have happened, then yeah. But when you get off on these unbelievable, unsubstantiated, freaking crazy ass shows, then that's wrong. And you shouldn't be allowed to make money on that. I don't care. That is not factual. Like I said, YouTube needs to have a fiction section where you just go talk fiction. But if you're going to come out, you're going to create a show. Create a show, and
people
it's
that
not
watch
gonna be
it
based on fact. Then
National Enquirer put out bullshit for years, and guess what? People ate it up. What's the difference?
Okay, but there's also people that choose not to read that.
You don't have a right to police what subs like or what they don't like or what
you can't tell me what I have a right to do. I can police anybody I want.
No, hold on, John.
I can go on. Laura, I can critique anyone that I like. I can make my content about your show or Anthony's show or anything. I can piggyback right off of that. And what I do is I debate.
I mean, you can.
John,
that's
not what she's saying, brother. That's not what she's saying. That's not what she's saying. I get what you're saying. You're getting heated. Hold on. What she's saying is we can't police you, right? We can't tell you, hey, dude, you can't go talk shit about these guys. She's saying the same thing. You can't tell them that they can't do that either. Even if people watch it, okay, they could sit there and just lie about it all the time, right? Come on here and just say this, and make it all bullshit. But it's on the people who watch it too. We can't tell them not to do that. We don't think they should. Then again, it's their right. If someone wants to sit there and just lie their ass off all fucking day and be a piece of shit, let it.
It is their right. But at what point, when you look at the demographic that they're targeting, does it become a scam? Okay.
That's why there's other people to educate people.
That's what bothers me. Is it's almost like that TV evangelist that does the end of the month special shows because he knows the checks are coming in. There's really no different. And I'm a Christian, by the way, but it's a scam, and it's a lot of it is a scam. My point is, what I do is when these people create these shows based on absolute insane lies, I take what they say, I cut it and I twist it and I spin it into a show and I debunk what they say with facts.
Yeah, but to me, that's just someone who doesn't have their own content. That you're a clip channel, basically.
Where do you get that? How can I not have my own content?
Hold on.
How can I not have my own content when I just told you? I just told you what my content's about.
I know, but
my shows take a week to put together, Laura. A week.
There's so much out there that a detective could do good.
I am doing good. What did I just say to you? I'm
not worrying about the bullshit Lana puts
Laura,
out.
if I'm taking what somebody says that I believe is a lie and I debunk it with facts, how is that not content? How is
because
that
you're just making money off of their content. You're no different than a clip channel.
Well, that's your opinion, but you're totally
did you
wrong.
say you made? Hold on, Laura. Did you say you made reaction videos?
Every once in a blue moon,
okay,
but I don't. It's not my main content.
What's your content about?
True crime, drama, lots of things. Which channel?
So you do the same thing that he does.
Yeah, but I'm not preaching to everybody.
You're preaching to him, honey.
Hold on. Let me reiterate that. I do reaction videos of videos that I'm involved in personally. I don't do reaction videos of something I'm not involved in. Big difference.
No, there's
Okay.
not a
I
big
wanna
difference because
clarify that.
here's the difference in the way I perceive it and you perceive it. I perceive it that I'm creating content when I find and we go out and we look for these lies. We bring them back to the channel. We take what they say, what they opine about, and we turn it and we dissect it and we hit it with facts. And this is why this isn't true. So where do you get off saying that I can't do
Lana's
that? I can
audience
do that,
isn't
and that is
watching.
100% creating content.
But
100%.
Lana's audience isn't watching you. They don't
Do what?
care.
I got right now. I've got 3,700 views on a video that I just did a day and a half ago. How can you say that?
Hold on.
I said Lana's
Also,
audience isn't watching.
We're also listen.
I don't care about Lana's audience.
We're all
I
for
really
doing
don't.
exactly it right now. We are on here with a live
I don't
stream
care
that is
what
talking
Lana-
about JLR and Bullhorn Betty. That's exactly what we're doing right now. We're doing exactly what
Anthony's right.
we're doing it right now. Yeah. All of us. So we're all partaking in that. So I mean, we're all guilty of that, Laura and John, you know, and Granny. Like we're all doing it. So I mean, is it really that big of a problem? Because what we're doing here, is that an issue? Because is there going to be someone now streaming us talking about, oh my God, Greeno, John, Laura, Granny, such pieces of shit. Did you hear them? People are
Probably.
going to look at us that way. And if they do, my response to them is, you already know. It's edited. It's edited. There you go. Radio edit.
Well, I think this is Granny's
this is
show. I don't want to get too far off the topic,
No.
Granny. I know a couple
This
of
is
people like to get back on Bullhorn, but I think you
think this
covered
is
a
a good
lot of
idea.
Bullhorn and what was going on, and what we're covering is similar.
Oh, I
It's all
agree.
it's all about the same thing. You know, we may have got off topic about who, but truly, I would concede 100% that it's all about greed and ego. That's what this comes down to. You know, you got to think about all these channels. A lot of these channels, like Dago and TNT and what is it called, Rory, and all those guys. They're all together. They're like, in my opinion, they're almost like a cult, and they all jump on each other's shows. Like as soon as he gets done, I'll go over to that show. I'll go with them, and they share. They're not really earning subs. They're actually hoarding subs from other creators, and they're all the same subs on this little network. That's what they do. It's called networking. I mean, for a reason. It's brilliant to do it, but are they truly earning an audience? No. They jumped on the backs of another creator and stole their subs, period. And then when they get subs that they do self-initiate, then they'll pass them on back to Dago or whoever. That's what it's all about.
See, I disagree with you there because that's like that's kind of saying like subs are property and that subs are too stupid to realize that that's happening. You know what I mean?
It's
Like
not saying that at all. It's how are you going to get exposure? How do you get exposure?
Well, right. With the same way.
I'm on this show right now. I'm getting exposure. I'll probably get some clicks out of this show. That's
Right.
what they do. That's not saying subs are stupid. It's just saying subs will go along to get along. They will.
So you're saying they network together and keep this and share a sub base is pretty much what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay.
Go to any of those shows I mentioned, and you watch their show and go into their chat and look at the people in their chat and the people in the other show's chat. It's the same people, even the same mods.
Same. That's 'cause
My
they share it,
show,
yeah.
I don't do that at all. I don't piggyback off of anyone. Every sub that I have, we've earned. That my team has earned. Hell, I'm out there networking in grocery stores. I'll be in line talking to somebody, and I'll be on my show. Hey, are you part of? You know, you like true crime? Yeah. Well, here's my show. Bam. I'll sub. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Oh, that's a grift. That's a grifting move right there.
Yeah, man. But I ask if they like true crime. You know, if they
say no,
then I don't tell them anything. Why would I do that?
I do. I'm like, well, in case you're ever interested or know anybody that is, my channel's called True Crime Investigates. Pull up your phone real quick. Let me see that. You just hit that subscribe
That's what
button.
I'll do. And it's just networking. I mean, it's like you'd be stupid.
Well, and here's my question. I don't mean this disrespectfully. I've had people recently, as I'm networking, claim that I'm sub poaching, right? And it's like, well, it's not sub poaching if I'm networking. I mean, we all want to grow, is what YouTube is. But what makes, and I'm not meaning this disrespectfully at all to you, John. I like a lot of things you said. But what makes what you're doing here today different than what they would doing? Is it because you have a negative outlook on them that you automatically see it negatively? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I just admitted just now. I said, I'm on here right now. Do you think that me not being on here, I'm going to get clicks? Certainly I am. But me having a
Right. So,
negative, it's not personal. I don't want anybody to think that it's personal against any of these creators. I don't have a problem with them personally. I have a problem with their content. And that's
with the
where
content.
that's when I get accused of being a bully. I'm a bully for confronting their content and making shows about their content. I don't really care. I mean, I've got plenty of friends. I've
Maybe
made
it's
plenty
your
of friends
approach.
here. I'm not here
Maybe
to
it's
make
your approach.
friends. I'm here. I put out a mission statement as to what I planned on doing, and I'm doing it. And it's making a huge difference. People are certainly acknowledging our show and are talking about how, now we do need to consider that he is potentially guilty. I mean, this is stuff that happened right after I did shows on them. And Dago's a prime example. Go watch his shows. He talks about how, he let his show get off the rails and got really irresponsible, blah, blah, blah. And this other creator made him think, blah, blah, blah. And he catches heat for it because now he's a sellout. Because he does the right thing, he becomes a sellout. And that just tells you about the character of some of these subs. No matter what, people hate cops. They hate law. They hate anything to do with law enforcement, or, they just do, no matter what you said. And I've had a guy come right on my show. I don't care what you say. You were a cop. I hate cops. I always hate cops. I left it up for everyone to see because it's a prime example of what we are as a society today. And it's unfortunate. All I got to say about that.
So I don't know who I don't know who Dago is at all. But I do know I'm in the, like, when I speak about somebody, I try not to say their name because a lot of people look out of curiosity. Do you think in a way you're pushing people to look at this content? Do you ever see it?
I said earlier, another. I don't care. I don't care that anyone, if anybody's going to go in there and click and subscribe, then that's on them. But on my show is also about, I want people that have been to their shows. I do a whole announcement. If you've been to these shows and you have clicked and had to subscribe because you can't go into chat without subscribing, then make sure you go back and unsubscribe. And I had people going, wow, I did. Awesome. I didn't even think about that. And it's affecting them because I just had a conversation on one of my shows about that. And they were upset that I said that. Why are you upset? You're upset. You're upset because I've taken somebody that you really didn't earn, that just clicked so they could chat one time, and they didn't like your show, so they left. But they left as a subscriber. So now I'm reminding them subliminally to go back and unsubscribe, and if you have a membership, take that away too. And it's working, and it's pissing people off, and I don't care.
There you go. Right. Okay. So all right. I get it.
You hit them where it hurts. Hit them where it hurts, and they'll stop, or they'll cut it back, and they'll be more responsible. That's all I ask. I just ask you. Anybody can have a show. I could care less, but be responsible in what you say, because like I said, just because you can say it doesn't mean you should say it, and it's wrong. It's wrong. And I'm a parent, and I hate what I've heard. WSU Kim, I did a whole show on her. I debunked her. I debunked her. She lied during our conversation, made up the fact that there were 6 people in there that committed the homicide. And I said, describe them. She describes one as a plumber from the University of Idaho that came in with a wrench and hit Ethan over the head with it. So you bring a wrench to a quad homicide? Seriously? She actually said this on my show, yet I debunked her. She looked like a total fool. And all of these other creators continue to have her on and spew her absolute sickening nonsense. Why? Why? Because what did I say sells earlier? Crazy sells.
Crazy sells. You know, I want to answer someone in your chat here. They're like, please expose Anthony Greeno. You know what? Hang on. I'll do it for you. I'm a felon, a con man, a grifter, a tragedy pimp, and pretty much everything that everybody talks bad about. That's me. There you go. We just got exposed. That person just keeps repeating the same thing over and over again. It's like, geez, people, get a clue.
Well, they're owning it. That's a step ahead. Thank you for owning what you are.
Yeah. Here you go, everybody. Piece of shit. Here you go. Tear it apart.
For the mods, if you see spam in comments like that, please just remove them. Yeah.
And I don't want anyone to think that I'm this judgmental guy. I'm not. I'm not judging anyone. I'm just stating the facts as I see them. And I feel like as a responsible man or woman, you should never go out there and say these things. These are families. These are human beings that have emotions, and they have real true sorrow, and they've lost lives, and they've lost their children. You know, they're bringing up, you know, the Gonzalez's. He had an extramarital affair years ago or something. I don't know the facts, but they tear him up over it. What does that have to do with anything? People have affairs every day. It happens. So what? So you're going to attack a man on that? What does that have to do with the fact that his daughter was taken from him? Zero. But it's like headline news.
Okay. So that kind of goes back to the original topic. What is it anybody's business if women want to be sugar mamas to JLR?
It's not. I mean,
right.
I totally agree.
He's pissed about that.
You know, he should. Hey, more power to him. If he can, you know, get money from a lady, you know, I can't see it with JLR.
You know what,
dude? I'm not going to get into that. That would make me uncomfortable.
It's no different. JLR doing his little hustle and getting women to, if they want to sugar mama him and send him money, if they want to do that to me or anybody else, it's no different from that versus a woman selling her sex appeal.
Granny, can you send Bullhorn a question to ask if he takes his hat off in bed? I'm just curious.
That's a good one. I'm going to guess the answer is no.
Is it straight or crooked? His hat when he's in bed.
Who are we talking
We've
about?
seen JR. We've seen him with his hat off in the trial. Yeah. So, right. Well, you're right. That's where it gets into like personal details, right? Like why? That's what I'm saying. Why did Betty have to add all those personal details in, and then at the end kind of throw up that she's scared? Well, if you were scared, you would have kept it as professional as you could without the personal jabs, right? He does blink. After meeting him in person, the guy actually blinks. I was shocked myself.
That's because you were blowing in his face when you were talking to him.
Probably, right? No, he was. I was shocked. He was actually human. You know, you because a lot of times, and John, I think you feel this way when you cover these people. You see such despicable behaviors from them that you start to dehumanize them in a way. They become like, you know, like utter trash. Quite frankly, like, ooh, this person's so gross. And I've heard so many negative things about JR that I actually thought that I was going to go there and kind of clown him in person, if you will, like see him in person and be like, oh, here's JR in person, like kind of protest to protest type of thing. But he ended up being a very nice person. I was quite shocked by it. And I do think
he probably is. I mean, he's had a lot of time to think about it. You know, when you're in a 6x8 cell for a majority of your life, you know, there's a lot of times to sit and think about it. You probably sit there, I would imagine, and kind of run through your entire life, every scenario you ever been in and how you handled it wrong. And if you're smart, you'll figure out ways to handle it better the next time. And you come out, there's a creator out there that's a super nice guy. That's, you know, he's got 38 felonies and he talks about it and he's got a show about it. But, you know, he's a super nice guy, but he's had 27 years of his life incarcerated to think about that. So yeah, you're going to come out of jail with, hopefully, with a different outlook on how you're going to handle yourself. And, you know, if you've got the gift of gab and you're good at that, then, you know, he's in the right field. I mean, he's basically a reporter out there. JLR investigates. He's boots on the ground. I'll give him that. He is a tenacious, he's tenacious as hell.
He
When
is.
there's a
I mean,
crime, he's on a flight on his way there, renting a car, and he's good to go.
and that's
I
what
don't see
the
that from
viewers are
mainstream
paying
media.
for. That's what the viewers are paying for.
Yeah,
They're paying
yeah.
because that dude will get up and go. If he's
I'm
got the
not.
funding,
Yeah.
that's why. And that's not a scam. People
Nope.
out all the
And
time say that's grift,
he's
that's a
providing a
scam.
service as far as
He-
I'm concerned. I'd rather watch some of his content than mainstream media.
Yeah, because he's right there live on the scene,
right
showing
there.
you things that nobody else is showing.
I kind of put
Yeah.
him in a different category than all of us because he's boots on the ground.
He's
Rarely
everywhere.
are we boots on the ground.
He is exactly what I want my channel
Oh,
to
I
be.
definitely put him in a different category than myself. Thanks.
Yeah, you're
Well,
welcome.
I mean, as a person, but as the work ethic that he has is powerful, and it's like if I had the funding,
you can't knock the fact that he's tenacious and he's out
Yeah.
there. I mean, I don't care for him. I don't watch him.
Yeah.
So to me, he's just kind of, I don't know what it is about him, but he gives me the heebie-jeebies a little bit, and I don't get a good feeling about him. But that's just me.
kind of not right. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Okay, boots on the ground. Yeah, so like it's good to be out. It's crickets. I know it's like everybody gets quiet at one time. Like, I don't know. So yeah, so I mean, I don't think. Here's the issue that I have about like certain things is if you got a problem with someone and their content, talk about their content. But why do people attack personally on things? It's like the first thing that people will come out and be like, "Oh, he's a felon. You shouldn't listen to him." And it's like, no, hold on now. What does that have anything to do with the video that I made on the Idaho murders? You know what I mean? Like,
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, and that's where, a lot of lines get crossed, similar to what Betty did today, telling us all about his supposed girlfriends in different area codes and all that. She didn't give us an actual thing that he has done to her. She just gave us things that he is out here doing. And I guess it's kind of similar, Detective John, to when I said to you about like this guy's disability, right? Like, I think there's a fine line and judges somebody's YouTube ethics and then judges somebody on a personal level.
Right. Well, talking about this one particular individual, I actually had Discord's a horrible thing. I will never do Discord on my show. I don't know if you guys do, but it's a horrible thing.
It's hell. Discord is hell.
What they do is they learn about each other, and then when the shit hits the fan, then they use that little black book, and they've become, now they're tyrants out there with bad information on people, and they expose them. That's what happens in Discord. But there's also behind the scenes conversations within the show that get leaked out, and I was being fed this stuff, and I was being fed facts about what the motivation was to generate funds and how they were going to do it. I have all that. So for me, knowing what I know that came from moles within the organization, for lack of a better term, I was able to opine on what they were actually doing because I was I was a detective for a long time, and I handled fraud, and fraud is kind of it's a pet peeve of mine. And when it affects people that are targeted within a demographic, and you tell them, you get on, oh, how's your dog, how's your cat, how's your husband, you get to know them, and then they sit and they'll start the show off with just reading off everybody in chat, and everybody in chat are sitting there waiting. Some of these people are so lonely, they're just waiting for him to say their name, and then cha-ching, as soon as they say the name, he gets a super chat. It's so obvious what's going on. And you know what? People say, so what? No, I don't say so what. I say based on his content and what's going on. To me, in my opinion, it's manipulative. It's a manipulative skill to get an end game of making capital, which is, fraud, in my opinion. You're defrauding people, and you're using mind games to do it. And I'm opposed to those creators. I will always be opposed to them. If they're out there like we are creating good content, or we're talking about the facts of the case and potentially, okay, this could happen. Okay, this could be another scenario, but you do it respectfully and without, always having the families in mind, then I have no problem with anybody making money doing that. What I do have a problem with, and I'll keep repeating myself, is the lies. That's what I have a problem with. And I am, as far as I know, the only one that's doing it the way that I'm doing it. And I used tax which some don't agree with. Like the one individual, I called him a no neck, and I'm like, at the end, I'm like, of course he's got a neck, his head's sitting on it. So how could he have no neck? You know, he addresses it and says, well, I have no neck because I did steroids and I know how to do them. Now, what a dumbass thing to say. But, you know, so he gets annihilated for saying stuff like that. But I use stuff like that because it was a tactic that I had. If I would have said, hey, now, you know, you guys, you really need to watch what you're saying because, you know, it's kind of hurting people. Can you please refrain from that? Do you think I would have gotten anywhere using that tact? Really? Anybody?
Sometimes.
Bueller, do you think that I would have gotten anywhere being nice? No, I had to be in your face. I had to put it out there. I had to, you know, say things that some people didn't agree with. But guess what? It got to them. They addressed it. They had to address me eventually. And it's working. And I'm proud of it. And I won't apologize for anything.
So that's why you say people call you the bully. So basically you're all right. So I've done this stance before as well. And I'll tell you what, it made me somebody I didn't even like. So as you're doing it, just watch yourself because you might start becoming the same thing you're looking to call out.
I get it. I get it.
You know what I mean?
I actually had one guy, he's in Britain. He actually says he's such a mental case. And I carry, we're in Florida. We have stand your ground law, and I still carry my Glock 19. But he actually said, I can't go outside of the house because I'm afraid to be around people. I hate people so much. It's dangerous when I'm around people. And then he says, I'm thinking about getting a flight to Florida. So I had to call. I had to call Department of Homeland Security on the guy. Probably on a no-fly list.
Why?
Because he subliminally threatened to come kill me.
People do that all the time.
You left that part out.
Yeah,
I mean, well, kind of. I mean, basically what he said, but people do that all the time, right? On here, I've seen it a lot.
Yeah, and they should.
Man, or they'll post a picture of some place that you live near that they know. You know what I mean? And be like, oh, look where I'm at today, everybody. Or Photoshop.
Oh, yeah, I've had my house posted. I've had my phone number posted.
And they will. And every single person, it gets doxxed in some form somehow. You know what I mean? Like, it just becomes to a point where I'm just like, you know what? I don't give a shit. Dox me, do whatever you want, because I give myself out there. You know what I mean? Because people just work so hard to try to find people and try to like pry into their lives and everything. It's just like, are you scared of it? Do you feel in danger at all?
No, hell no.
Any of you feel in danger over what you do on YouTube?
That one guy, to be honest with you, did concern me because of his mental health, and you know.
So let me ask you a question. Then I gotta go, but let me ask you this, and let me close with this statement too. I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying about the other channels. That's why I don't watch them.
Right.
But the difference of where you and I are, we think the same way on JLR.
Mm-hmm.
But my opinions, I'm not going to call somebody and say, or contact someone and say, hey, you might want to watch out for this person. I'm not going to do video after video after video calling out all of JLR's lies. I'm not going to do video after video trying to point out what's so wrong with JLR when JLR hasn't done it to me. So the fact that you think it's okay to always call people out when they haven't done anything to you, to me, is just dumb. Like, all these
you're doing it right now. You're doing it right now.
A lot of people, with all due respect, would disagree with you.
And I agree.
Right now.
And the proof is in the pudding.
Right now.
When I do a video,
better than them.
When I do a video, I'm 2.5 months into this, and I'm just under 2,000 subs. When I do a video and it gets the amount of views it got in 24 hours, and it's pushing almost 4,000 now, I think a lot of people would disagree with you because someone has to do it. Someone has to say enough's enough. When is this garbage going to stop?
But it's not going to stop because you call it out. That's what I'm trying to get at.
If that's what we thought with everything that happens within any kind of
hold on
negative of our life.
You know how many people
if
Gray
you
used
just
to call
allow
out
it, if
the
you just
same
allow it
nonsense?
to
It doesn't
continue.
change.
doing
It's
it
not
one time or doing it 1,000 times,
gonna
it's
change
still
because you
doing
call
it.
it out.
You know what? You just said that you won't make video after video after video about what JLR did, but you don't have to because you did it one time and you said what you wanted to say about him. So it's
I've
the
never
same
done
thing.
it.
You just did it today, right now. And now we're talking
I
about
haven't
him.
made a video about JLR
No,
calling out
but you're in.
BFLI.
But you're in a
Hey,
video
look,
with.
I
about JLR.
understand, Anthony. You are JLR is your idol. I get it.
He's
I
not my
believe
idol.
that
I'm just saying
he
that
is
you're
your
doing
idol.
exactly what you're saying
You are
you're
a
not.
con man
What he
just like
shouldn't do.
he is. You are
You're
a con
saying-
man just like he is. That's
See,
been
now you're doing it
proven.
again. You are making
you
basic
are.
claims against
But
an
you are.
individual with no proof. Then prove it.
There's plenty of proof.
Prove it.
There
Because
is
you
plenty
can't.
of proof
You're
out there.
exactly the reason why we are
There
talking
is
about
plenty
this.
of proof out there.
Prove it. Prove it. Then show me. Show me the proof. Show me not someone said. Show me proof. I want to see it.
Okay.
I want to see proof. Show me where I have conned somebody. Show
Okay.
me. Prove it to me.
I can't do
Don't
it this
take
second,
something
but I
somebody
will.
said. No. You
I
just
know
made
you
called-
want
hold on.
hard proof.
You
I
called
will
me a con
come
man.
with hard proof.
You called me a con man, and you just backed yourself up by saying I can't come with hard proof.
I will bring you
That
hard
is
proof.
libel and defamation, Laura.
I will bring you hard proof.
No, you did just called me one. So tell me what
I
gave you the
just
information.
said I will
Nope,
bring
no,
you hard proof.
Tell me what the information was you had before that to make me call me that. Because you're doing your investigation after calling me that, not doing your
No, I'm
investigation.
doing an
and then
investigation
calling me that.
before I called you
Then
that.
you
I
can't
did
call
the
me a con
investigation
man.
all afternoon.
Then you can't call me a con man.
I
because
did
I
the
don't sit here-
investigation
Hold
all
on.
afternoon.
No, you haven't done the investigation all afternoon. You just
Yes, I
heard
have.
of me today. And your investigation has been reading the chat, Miss
I'm not
Ma'am.
reading
I've
chat.
been
I was reading
respectful to
other
you
things.
and I debate with you, but I will not attack you personally. What would it be
I
like if I
didn't
came on
attack
here
you
and said that
personally.
you were a word, right? Because I
You can
disagreed
call
with
me
you.
whatever you want. It plays no
I'm not
effect.
going to call you anything because
I
I
don't
am
get
not
offended by
disrespectful
people
to
on
you.
YouTube.
I am telling you exactly what you were doing to John. You are doing yourself, as we all are on this panel. I'm not attacking you, but what I'm saying is I will not. I just said that a minute ago, and Granny agreed with me that people attack people personally if they
I
don't
didn't
agree with
attack
them on
you
something.
personally.
You
I
just
just
called me a
said
con
JLR
man,
is
Miss.
your idol.
Miss, you just
And
called me a con
JLR is
man.
your idol because you're a
And
con
called
man
me-
like he is.
I'm a con
That's
man.
what I
So
said,
what
and I
gives you the
stand by
evidence?
it.
What gives the evidence that I'm a con man? Because I just sued someone for just saying that.
And I told you that when I started the conversation that I have to go because I have to be somewhere. So I have to get off. So I don't have time to do this now. But I will
Because you just
gladly
got-
present you with solid proof in the
How
future.
about,
in
how
the
about
near
you
future.
come on my channel and present that proof to me and my whole viewers, and I'll be glad to sit there and listen
Okay,
to it.
how
and
about
I'll
I do it on my own channel? I don't.
Why
I
don't
don't
you come
need
on
to do
mine
that.
and show everybody? I want to show everybody how big of a
Do
con
it
man
on,
I
I
am.
made the statement. I'll show it on my channel.
Come on, I want to
I
see
need
it.
to
See?
go to your channel. I got my own channel.
Okay, well then I'll stream it on my channel.
bottom line, it's reckless to come out and say something like that and then just leave everybody hanging. I mean, if you do have some kind of proof of that, then and you plan on saying it, say it at a later time. You know, when I do what I do, I don't just spew unless I've got evidence. I'm not going to do that. You know, so me getting the intel that I was getting from people from certain shows that were, in fact, they were basically moles coming from Discord and telling me what was going on because they didn't like what was going on. I have some sort of facts that I can go off of, but you can't just come on and call somebody a fraud, you know, without being able to back it up, because now you're going to leave the show and everybody's going to think Anthony's a fraud.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've been talking about that we shouldn't do. That's
kind of like subliminal defamation. You know, you can't really expect. She's gone now, but you can't really expect to not get some kind of flack back for doing that. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Granny,
Sorry, Granny.
you there?
I wasn't trying to, I wasn't
I'm
trying to piss her
here.
off, and I'm not mad at her in any way. I can debate and get upset about things, but I mean, I'm not mad at all. And I don't want Laura, I don't want you to think I'm mad at you at all. This will not, it doesn't even go further than here with me, but that is kind of bogus to say something about somebody when we just said that.
Right. Well,
but
yeah, I don't know how that got so amped up so quickly. I don't even know what happened there.
I just told her that what she was doing was kind of calling John out for the same thing that she was calling him out for. And that was it. And that was
I think people think that because the title of my shows all say policing the YouTube streets, they're like, who is this guy? Who does he think he can police the YouTube streets? No, I'm not policing the streets literally. I'm figuratively. I'm policing what is said, what is being done.
And you know what?
I try to bring perspective and reality to it, and I call them out and debunk what they're saying. That just because you have a show, you shouldn't. It's like these creators that don't have open panels, or they don't have call-ins. They just pre-record their stuff and send it out there, or they just have shows where they just talk and they might engage with their chat a little bit. But to start these shows and say these things that you're saying and then not open up for debate, to me, is a coward. So you can just
and she posted in the comment
and use a platform and say whatever you want to say, and it be golden without ever having to face any consequence for what you say. Who does that? Cowards do that. People that sit on their soapboxes and say what they want to say.
And her response was listen to somebody else.
Right.
Listen to what someone else has to say. That's not evidence, miss. But anyway, you guys can pick me apart all you want. I don't mind. I do it all the time. But the whole point of this whole thing is this should be a reality check for everybody. This is exactly what we're on here talking about. Don't do. And I can't say I've never done it. Okay, I have. But I've learned. And I think that, some of the things that we do on here, we have to learn from experience and we have to grow. And no matter what people have done in their past or anything, it's their content that I like. It's what they do. And it doesn't matter what kind of content they do. If they want to drop slinkies downstairs and people donate money to that, so be it. If they want to talk true crime and do whatever, so be it. That's their prerogative. If you liked watching that, that's your cup of choice. You know what I mean? If you like watching drama, you like watching drama. If you like watching cat fighting videos, that's you. No one can ever tell you not to watch it. No one can police you. We all watch what we want to watch. We all have our own opinions. We all believe the things that we believe, and we're all going to always disagree on some things and sometimes agree. I think that
we could agree to disagree, and that's
exactly
that's important. But what people don't really understand about me, and I think I'm misunderstood, is I come from a career of law enforcement. Okay, so for me, it's kind of a tenfold thing. When you're saying lies about the victims, that's one thing, but when you're actually pushing a narrative against police and their investigation, and you're the type, you don't have the experience to even opine about it, and you're making stuff up, and you're sideline quarterbacking the way that investigation is conducted. A lot of people don't know there are certain things that you can't do. It's like this one creator is screaming, and he's actually created a petition that is demanding that those girls be arrested. What? For what? And I said, what's the crime? He couldn't answer the question. He just wants them immediately arrested. Yet he's pro Kohlberger, and he thinks Kohlberger should be let out of jail. I said, so what's the difference in going and arresting these two witnesses that are victims and throwing them? He thinks that because unless you cuff them and throw them in a room and interrogate them for hours, that they're never going to tell the truth. Those girls had nothing to do with this event. They're victims, but this guy creates entire shows on it, and it's wrong. So I don't, I feel like I'm doing good. I'm with my platform. People appreciate it. My subs are growing fast. My viewing hours are great. I can hold an audience. My average time on viewing is almost an hour. That's unheard of. People stay focused. And my last show was 6.5 hours.
Well, it's not unheard of. We're doing it here.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it, is that, if people tune in, they tune in, right? Like what you're saying. And I think that goes for them as well. But you being in a professional world, you see it as more insulting because you've seen it on the other end. So to you, that gives you the initiative and the experience to say, wait a minute, what you're doing is fucked up, for lack of better term, is fucked up. So
Exactly
you're
right.
right. So you're choosing your platform to do that, just as I choose my platform to do what I do. John chooses his to do what he does. And at the end of the day, we can all choose to cover what we want, and people are going to do it regardless. So it's not a matter of people's opinions aren't going to change. Is what I'm saying. We're all going to do what we do.
Well, here's the problem. No matter what anyone says, it's truly us against them. I feel like you're in line with me, and Anthony's in line with what we're all kind of on the same. We're on the same track here, but
Right.
you know, these other ones are not. So it's sad to say it's us against them, because it truly is. And what they have done that we have not done, and I'll be honest with you, is they've formed a coalition. They've formed a team, a huge team of like-minded people. And that's what we need to do on our side. We need to start working with one another more, being, guests on each other's panels, talking, and networking like they do, because, the law of large numbers comes into play here. He has the most numbers wins, and we need to get our numbers up, because their numbers are way up, because people buy this crap, and it's sad. It's like the Springer show. I mean, it really is. But again, perception is reality, and some of the things that are being said, people actually believe, and they're pushing a narrative to, no matter what, most of these shows are anti-police, and that's what irks the shit out of me, because we have enough of that negativity in America today, and these shows are just making it worse. And
and so you're the cop fighting back, dude.
I'm the cop fighting back, man. I mean, because I know what it takes to conduct an investigation like this. And here's the problem that we're going to have, and we are already having, is if there's no DNA, it's going to be a tough case to convict. So what happened to the good old days when we didn't have DNA? As of 1992, we didn't really have DNA. So before that, we cleared cases and put people in jail all the time. But now, with all of the media, the CSI shows and stuff like that, people are going to expect that on every homicide there be DNA. And truth be told, every homicide does not have DNA. In fact, most homicides don't have DNA. So if we don't have DNA today, are we not going to convict? That's where we're heading. I promise you. I mean, if it's a circumstantial cases fly, who, what, when, where, why, and how. But the who, what, when, where, and how are important. But the why is what we want to strive to know. Okay. And we don't usually get the why unless we get a confession. So that's motive. The why is motive. Okay. We don't have to prove motive. All we have to do is prove means and opportunity. Okay. So we prove those two things and throw some circumstantial stuff in with it and maybe get a bonus of DNA. We're golden. But we don't have to prove motive. It's not required. But that's what concerns me. We have enough to worry about. So people are going to start getting away with murder because we don't have DNA. Do you not think these shows are educating people on what not to do? I mean, I would submit that the DNA is not what is going to convict Brian Kohlberger. The car is going to convict Brian Kohlberger. The car is everything. And there's so much, there's so many cameras, Big Brother's watching, people will have cameras all over the place. That car is going to be the tell-all for this case. It was out of Pennsylvania, didn't have a front tag. The car that they have doesn't have a front tag, obviously, which in Idaho and Washington, you have to have a front tag. Pennsylvania, you don't. Florida, you don't. A lot of states require a rear tag. So what does he do shortly thereafter that? After the homicides, he goes out and changes his tag and puts that tag on because they were looking for a car with no front tag. Okay. So, I mean, there's all kinds of, that's circumstantial evidence. It's circumstantial. His birthday was coming up, so he went and got a tag. Really? He knew he was about to lose his job. He was probably going to wind up going back to Pennsylvania anyway. So why would he do that? That's just my opinion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
It makes sense. I'm listening. Granny, what are you doing? I'm about to head out of here.
Yeah, I gotta go.
I'm
too.
listening to. Yeah, I guess we'll wrap it up on that. I appreciate you guys coming on.
You're just listening. Hey,
with-
you know what? You should, if you're gonna close the stream, you should show them that video of what that FBI chick said about all this. Same
Unfortunately,
situation.
I'm on my phone right now, so I'm not able to share screen. But if you are, I can play your screen. I had to switch over devices.
Did you find that bullhorn video?
Yeah, I can.
I did. I played it earlier in the stream. If you go back and listen, you'll see it there.
Okay.
Yeah,
You missed it.
but that has absolutely been cleared up. The woman had other life circumstances going on, so I don't think it came down to JR. We didn't really get to. We went off course, so we didn't really get to speculate much else on it. But I think the underlying message is keep people's personal details off YouTube. If you have, if you want the people to rally behind you, do it on what you see on YouTube. There's no reason to go low, go into it.
Yeah.
All it did was muddy up her message, right? And it made people,
Right.
see things differently, and took away, right? Because all we're hearing is, oh, JR got all these girls, and she's spilling so much personal tea that we didn't even hear what her main issue was, and it just made her look like she's, bitter.
So
honestly.
bottom line, did she get struck twice? Is that what happened? And they took her down for 7 days? Is that what happened?
Yeah, and ultimately she was blaming JLR, but it wasn't JLR, and she went out with all of JR's personal business based off of that, and ended up being wrong.
Wow. So
Yeah,
really?
it was wild.
Backstroking to do, or do you think she will?
Yep.
You think she will?
I don't know. I don't know if she will when it comes to JR, because there was other underlying issues. But as far as saying SF Investigates was not licensed, she did walk that back.
Wow.
She was wrong about that. So.
Well, I appreciate you letting me be on the show, and
yeah, thank you guys. It was a great discussion.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it.
You'll get a lot of views out of this. I'm sure it's entertaining.
It's very entertaining.
Yeah,
it's very entertaining. You'll get a lot of views.
Yeah.
Everybody sub to these channels. So thank you very much for having us. I got the video pulled up. If you want to add it to the thing, I can play it and or whatever.
Yeah, we can pull it up.
Okay. This is talking about pretty much social media influencers and crime cases. There it is. Okay, so let me go ahead and make it on the big screen. I'll go ahead and play it and mute myself.
All right, guys. I'll see you later. Appreciate you.
Later, man.
Have a good night, John. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Investigates. I'm your host, Anthony Greeno, and today we're going to talk to former FBI special agent and Chicago prosecutor Catherine Schweik about how social media influencers like YouTubers and TikTokers can influence the outcome of criminal cases and trials in negative ways. First, let's get acquainted with our guest. Ladies and gentlemen, Catherine Schweik. Welcome to True Crime Investigates. Catherine, could you give my viewers some history on your career and as you as a person?
Hi, I'm Catherine Schweik. I am a retired FBI agent who started the active shooter program and ran it after the Sandy Hook massacre occurred. And I'm the author of Stop the Killing, How to End the Mass Shooting Crisis.
What inspired you to obtain that position, and what were the challenges associated with that?
So basically, as we would say in the government, I was voluntold. I was working national security matters and some other matters. And when Sandy Hook happened, the White House asked to put together a team of executives from different federal agencies, and I was asked at the FBI to be their point man for that effort, and that meant that we had to create a program in order to find out. And the goal for the program was to, okay, how can we help? When the shooting happens, it's in small town America and some suburban community, and it's not a question of it's an FBI case. It's a question of it's the state and local police departments and the sheriff's office. How can we help them, recover from it, respond to it? So that's what I was asked to do is, come up with answers to every question that's out there, basically.
Social media has become a powerful tool for spreading information, raising awareness, and mobilizing public opinion. But it can also have a dark side, especially when it comes to criminal justice. In this episode, we'll explore some of the ways that social media can interfere with the investigation, prosecution, and defense of criminal cases, and what can be done to prevent or minimize the harm. In high-profile cases like the Maine massacre and the Delphi murders, police often turn to media outlets for providing information to the public, many of whom choose social media platforms as their source of news. What are the responsibilities of creators, viewers, platforms, and police when using these outlets?
Yeah, so I think those are great questions because I think it's a responsibility that people don't think about. It's a responsibility on kind of three sides. Say that something happens in your neighborhood at a local grocery. If something happens, then police really have a responsibility, and I mean law enforcement, first responders. They have a responsibility to make sure that they convey information to the public, and they should do it timely, right? Because if they don't, then the public kind of fills in the holes. So the reason that I say this, so that's one, and I just want to tell you as a backstop, my bachelor's degree is in journalism. I worked as a journalist for a number of years in Chicago and Michigan. And then at the FBI for a while, I managed the FBI's press response to crises from their Washington field office. So like when the Holocaust shooting happened, I was responsible for managing that press crisis and the response to the press part of it. And so and I'm a social media user myself, right? So it's all three parts. So the first responders have a responsibility to get information out timely. The media is an important part of that, right? Because that's the way that it can be conveyed. And so it's very important that first responders and crisis response plans include setting up and creating a situation where media, in whatever term that means, can come and gather information or can collect it from their sites digitally. So to put stuff out on Twitter. But then the third component is that civilians who are on social media, especially, something that we've seen that we didn't see 20 years ago and now is everybody's sharing everything. And that means that they're sharing a lot of stuff that is inaccurate. And that's something I hadn't really experienced before. And it has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And it can cause investigative problems that are pretty substantial.
One of the most recent and prominent examples of social media's impact on criminal justice is the case of Gabby Petito, a young influencer who went missing following a highly documented cross-country camping trip with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. Her case went viral on TikTok and other platforms, where amateur sleuths tried to solve the mystery of what happened to her and where her body and her fiancé were. Some of the tips and clues shared on social media were helpful to the police, who eventually found her body and identified her as a homicide victim. But some of the information was also inaccurate, misleading, or harmful, such as conspiracy theories and wild speculation that holds no merit or substantial evidence. Another problem with social media's involvement in criminal cases is the potential bias and prejudice it can create among the public and the jury. When a case receives a lot of media attention, it can be hard to find impartial jurors who have not been exposed to or influenced by the online discourse. This was the case for Derek Chauvin, the former police officer who was convicted of murdering George Floyd. His trial was widely followed and commented on social media, where the video of Floyd's death was circulated and analyzed by social media sleuths. Many of the potential jurors admitted that they had seen the video and formed an opinion about Chauvin's guilt or innocence. The judge had to carefully screen the jurors and instruct them to avoid any media coverage of the case during the trial. A third issue with social media's role in criminal justice is the violation of privacy and confidentiality that it can cause. Social media users may share personal information, photos, videos of suspects, victims, witnesses, or lawyers involved in the case without their consent or knowledge, which is typically legal. But this can expose them to harassment, threats, or violence from other users, or compromise their safety and security. For example, in the case of Kanika Jenkins, a 19-year-old who was found dead in a hotel freezer, Social media users accused and attacked some of her friends who were at a party with her, simply based on their social media posts. Some of the posts were also used as evidence by the police, who subpoenaed the data from Instagram, Facebook, and other platforms. Do you believe law enforcement should publicly clear innocent individuals who are being publicly accused and defamed by online users? And can that affect the safety of the public?
No, that's a great question. I was a prosecutor in Chicago. When I left the journalism world, I moved into the prosecutor's world. I was a prosecutor there. And then before I joined the FBI, I was in the FBI for 20 years. But in my prosecutor days, you know, you always worry about gathering the evidence and having it not be polluted, basically, is what we call it. You know, you want the jury pool to know. You don't want the jury pool to think that they know facts that don't exist. And when it comes to an investigation where you haven't even gotten to a jury, here's a great example. When the Boston bombing occurred, I was in the FBI headquarters command post with, you know, a lot of other people working that Boston bombing and looking for those two bombers. And people were sleuthing online, looking at photographs and identifying people who they believed were the bombers and outing them publicly. I don't know if you knew that, but it was bad. So what happened is that I remember being in FBI headquarters and us having discussions about how, you know, one publication had come out and said, we think these are the two bombers, go find them. And now we knew that they weren't the two bombers. So now we had people whose lives could be at risk because, you know, kind of vigilante justice. And so the FBI and the investigators in Boston and you know, the people who were in charge of that terrorist incident made the decision that we had to release the information that we knew and the photographs that we had of these two bombers because there were innocent people being, you know, put at risk. And that's anxiousness and excitedness about the public, but you still got to let the police do their job. So just in the spring, there was a shooting at my undergraduate school at Michigan State University in Lansing, Michigan. And here, imagine what it's like for law enforcement to manage. They have a 9+ square mile campus that's locked down, 20,000 students live, living on campus, 50,000 altogether. Everybody's in lockdown. And the police radio transmission is public. So they estimated that 240,000 people were listening live to the police transmission for 3 hours while they looked for the shooter. And all of those people listening, many of them posted remarks on social media, on Facebook, saying, this is how many people have died at this building.
What is your position on respecting the victims' rights and the loved ones when covering true crime?
Can you imagine being like a parent or a classmate, right? And so people were posting, the shootings occurred here. These are how many people died. It happened in this person's classroom. They were providing information that basically was, you know, it's as bad as, like I always say, don't, you know, try to remind yourself not to start doing Facebook streaming live, you know, because you're in hysterics over something, because the parents of somebody, the friend of somebody, the wife of somebody could find out or see their loved one die at the scene through Facebook Live because you're streaming. Don't do that. So, I mean, that's the kind of idea of just how you can be excited about participating and doing it, but you can cause a lot of harm inadvertently.
With the leaked crime scene photos in the Delphi murders, if I or another creator, or anyone for that matter, disseminated those to others, what can that do to a case for the defense or the state?
Yeah, those are great questions, and I love that you ask me those questions, because I love to be able to answer them, because I have been on the prosecution side, right? I have been as an investigator gathering evidence, and so and I've worked on the appeals, like where a case something happens and then it goes up on appeal and the courts overturn decisions based on, circumstances. So, and probably something that a lot of that a lot of your listeners might not know, viewers might not know, is that media may kind of what you think of as what people think of as mainstream or traditional media, kind of the bigger networks and things like that, the bigger publications, print and digital, they have kind of their own code, and I think this is an interesting thing about social media. It's kind of created from the ground up. But traditional media is older, and social media has been hasn't really had the advantage of having that. But traditional media members kind of have a code of ethics, and and not to say social media people don't, but they kind of have a code of ethics that means that if they think they have something that's going to do more public harm than good, they reach out. And I'll give you an example of that. There was a kidnapping, or not a kidnapping, I'm sorry. There was a shooter who came into the Discovery Channel building in Washington, D.C., in Maryland, but our Washington, D.C. FBI office was helping to cover the situation. And he was in there, and there were hostages in the front lobby. And I was working in our FBI field office, and I picked up the phone, and it was one of my regular news guys who called, and he said, a news producer, and he said, the shooter in the lobby just had a phone conversation with me. He identified who he was. He was telling me information because he knew that from an investigative standpoint, we had two people who were victims sitting on the floor in the lobby who could have been killed. And he knew in the news sense that instead of going on live with all he knew, it wasn't that they weren't going to get their story and do it well. They were, but he knew the first thing he needed to do was call us and say, this is here's who your shooter is. Here's what's going on. Tell me, what the status is, because you may know it already. We're going to release it. But if you don't know it, we're going to hold it until we're confident that you think that those two individuals will be safe. And yeah, and that's not the first time. Sometimes you'll have news media who calls and says, we've been given this. We know that we're not allowed to have it. It's illegal for us to have it, or it's going to ruin a trial. The thing is, if something, especially on a trial, gets released that are very discriminatory in the case, it can literally have a case dismissed. It can impact a case. Can have a count of a charge against somebody dismissed, especially because I think it's very important, especially for social media influencers who have less of this historical code of conduct to follow. It's important to remember who is giving it to you and why. That's always the message. Who is giving you this information and why? What is their motive, right? Is it helping them to maybe pollute a prosecution, or to hurt one of the other defendants, or the prosecutor's wife, or whatever the circumstances are, or even just to confuse the jury? Remember, in any case where you have a jury, you have a jury of peers. They're just people. And if they are scrolling through threads and they see this or that, or they're scrolling through whatever and they see something that they didn't think they would ever see there, you can pollute the jury, and then the jury pool can be thrown out. And trials take time. It's all your tax dollars. It's my tax dollars. It's complicated. Most cases don't even go to trial, right? Most cases get settled. That's the way our legal system is designed. So I feel that, and maybe this is the prosecutor and the FBI agent in me, but I feel like when you get something, first of all, think about who is giving it to you. And even if somebody else is going to release it or repeat it, be above it, kind of. It's kind of like what you tell your kids sometimes. Just because he was smoking doesn't mean you have to. But it does make a difference, because it's not just smoking or drinking or driving fast in a car. It's a bigger sense of responsibility. I mean, if you want to be a responsible part, and if you want people to, feed you things in earnest, I think you get them. I mean, the FBI has when I was 20 years in the FBI, we had a reputation where people come and talk to us, and if they tell us, don't tell anybody, I'm not telling anybody. we protect our sources, and it's better that, you protect your sources, and then maybe somebody will give you something that's more valuable next time instead of kind of taking the opportunity. That's kind of my view. I don't know if that really answered all your questions, but it was a fascinating, interesting idea.
You were a prosecutor. Do you think social media or mainstream media and public scrutiny on the judge presiding over the Delphi case influences her judgment or orders?
Well, I'm going to tell you, as a long time, kind of member of the court, and I am confessed a boring lawyer, and as far as being in law enforcement for a long time, the answer to that is no. There's very few instances I've ever seen in all my many years where I felt like anyone was even vaguely cared what happened outside the courtroom. And I think that has to do, too, truthfully, with the volume of things that are out there and your credibility. Just like you want to have a good credibility as an influencer or on your platform, the judges are the same way. The attorneys are the same way. An attorney who pollutes his case in a courtroom has to go back into that same courthouse to practice law. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Once an attorney gets kicked out, they're in trouble.
So what can be done to prevent or reduce the negative effects of social media on criminal justice? There are no easy answers, but some of the possible solutions are common sense, maintaining accountability, vetting information, and constructive, not insulting criticism from the public and other creators.
Exactly. I mean, exactly. It's just not. It's not entertainment, it's information.
Social media can be a force for good or evil, depending on how it is used and by whom. As social media users, we have the power and the responsibility to use it wisely and responsibly, especially when it comes to matters of criminal justice. Keep in mind, rumors and pointing fingers undoubtedly causes a danger to the public and can be deadly. Think about what you're going to say, and then think about it again.
My book, it's right behind me. It's called Stop the Killing, How to End the Mass Shooting Crisis.
Uh-oh. I don't know where he went. Okay, I'm not too sure where John just went to. Or, not John, I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate all of you being here today. I think we got the underlying message of the lady's video. It's very true. Be careful what we put out into the world. Be careful when covering true crime, that you don't go down the conspiracy road to the point where you are harming somebody's life. Try to keep things to YouTube. We didn't need to know all the personal details of JLR. But it has been a long day, very long live. If you haven't, please hit the thumbs up. Also, I see a lot of people complaining. Listen, I hosted an open panel. I allowed anybody who wanted to take the link to take the link. I normally do not advertise channels because I don't know who's who and I don't want to be judged for that. In this instance, I didn't realize I was being restreamed to another channel, and I wasn't the one dropping names. I normally don't do that to avoid this. I like to get to know somebody first, and then if I enjoy their content, I advertise them. I think they're stand-up people. I advertise them. I did not advertise anybody during this stream at all. They came on open panel, they're networking, they advertise themselves. If you like them, go sub. If you don't, I understand. And I'm not telling anybody what to do here. I appreciate my mods for keeping up with the fast movement of the chat, and I appreciate all of you that kept chat as clean as you could. I am hungry. I have to cook dinner now. Thank you for being here. If you haven't, please hit the thumbs up. I appreciate each and every one of you. And remember, you are responsible for who you subscribe to. Not I, not me. So have a great night, everybody, and see you all back here tomorrow. Thank you for coming up, Detective John. Thank you. Everybody have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.